Yumino Irika walked down the dusty streets of Konoha deep in thought. Yesterday had been graduation day for the academy, and his secretly favorite blonde knucklehead had finally passed. It was the way he had passed that was perplexing the academy teacher, though. The scarred-faced man had sat in that room and felt the blonde mold his chakra, like always, over the top and horrible as hell, believing even before the chakra smoke cleared he would fail him for the third time in a row. He and the other teachers had all been shocked into complete silence when they saw 10 perfect copies of the Jinchuriki grinning wildly. Though several Chunin sensei wanted to fail the blonde because he made more than 3 copies, it was Irika's decision as the boys' homeroom class instructor, so he handed over a leaf Hitayate and promised to take him for ramen to celebrate. After the meal, Irika had gone to see the Hokage about Naruto's oddity. The elderly leader had already heard about it from several academy sensei. Actually, apparently they wanted Naruto's Hitayate taken on the grounds he must have cheated, though no one had any idea how exactly he could have done so. Several had actually suggested Irika himself had probably helped the boy out of misplaced kindness and wanted him fired from the school. This had greatly upset the young sensei. However, he let it slide as he had more pressing questions. After explaining in detail exactly what he felt in that room, Sarutobi had asked him if he knew any Jinjutsu. Irika hadn't seen what his abilities had to do with Naruto, but he explained that there were a few illusion techniques in his arsenal, though not many. The Hokage then instructed him to teach 1 or 2 to Naruto and see what would happen. The old man also gave Irika a small scroll containing 3 ninjutsu he believed would suit the young Jinchuriki well. Now that the blonde was a ninja, several unfair rules and laws that affected his training negatively no longer applied. Anyone was free to teach anything they wished to the boy if the Hokage approved, since he was no longer technically a civilian. 1. Right now, the brown-haired Chunin was making his way to the training grounds. There was still 1 week remaining until the teams were announced, and most kids were taking advantage of the free time to play, except a few. Of those few dedicated was Naruto himself, who was right now down by the river working on katas. Irika watched him from a distance, shaking his head. However became his Jounin instructor would have to work with him greatly on taijutsu. Naruto, the teacher called to get the blonde's attention. The boy was in the middle of executing a sloppy spin kick and fell on his head surprised. Getting up with an annoyed pout while rubbing the bump on his noggin, the child glared at the laughing man. "What do you want, sensei?" Giving the boy a mock glare, Irika said, "Hey, that's not the proper tone to use when addressing a superior genin. Plus, cheer up. I'm here to teach you a few jutsu." At the magic word, Naruto's blue eyes widened excitedly. He began jumping up and down while asking in an overexcited babble, "Really? What? Does it explode? Please tell me it explodes. Oh. Or is it fire jutsu that makes Sasuke's look lame? Oh wait, a fire jutsu that explodes. Come on, tell me already." Irika got feed up with the blonde's excited rambling and bonked him hard on the head. Naruto went face first into the ground, but sprung back up like nothing happened. He sat cross-legged on the ground, still trembling with happy excitement, and gave Irika his full attention. The Chunin studied the boy for a second to make sure he truly had his undivided attention before continuing. "The first thing I'm going to teach you, Naruto, is a C-ranked Jinjutsu." "What?" The blonde cut him off with an angry yell. He then proceeded to whine. "Why do I need to learn some stupid Jinjutsu? Irika-sensei. I want an exploding fire jutsu." Growling Naruto, the angry teacher yielded. Jinjutsu can be far more dangerous and deadlier than ninjutsu when used properly. Calming down, Irika continued in a forced, placating voice after an idea struck him. "Now here's the deal, Naruto. I have a scroll with me from Lord Hokage containing 3 techniques he said would be perfect for you. I'm going to demonstrate 2 Jinjutsu to you, and if you give me an honest effort in learning them, I'll give you this scroll." Still not looking very enthused, but resigned to the deal, Naruto grumbled out, "Fiend. First things first, Naruto. Mainly because I know you weren't paying attention in class when I went over this. I need to explain exactly what a Jinjutsu is. Irika began in what many children had dubbed his lecture voice. Realizing he was going to get a long speech made Naruto almost cry. A Jinjutsu is any technique that attacks the mind of an opponent in some way or form. This attack can be to confuse, disorient, deceive, in some extreme cases kill, and so on. The two basic forms of Jinjutsu are illusion and commands. One needs a strong imagination, mental power of will, and the control over their chakra to effectively utilize Jinjutsu. For illusions, the standard clone jutsu we teach at the Academy is the most basic example we can give. Simply a construct of empty air and chakra that everyone can see. Several faults with the technique is it doesn't cast a shadow, it doesn't make any noise when it moves, and it gives no feel of physical presence to the opponent. An illusion is an indirect method of attacking the brain through eyesight only. We will compare the standard clone to distinguish commands from illusion. Basically, a command is when you directly attack the mind with willpower and chakra. If I chose to, Naruto, I could place a command upon your mind and make you see copies of me, similar to the clone jutsu. The difference would be only you would see the clone and no one else. Your mind would also fill in the blanks for me. When the clone moves, you would hear it. When it comes close, you could smell it or feel a false physical presence. Much more convincing to your mind than a simple illusion. The strength of a command Jinjutsu relies heavily on the caster's willpower, imagination, and overall knowledge of a subject versus the target's willpower and knowledge. There is much more to Jinjutsu than that. We didn't even go over illusion and command combos. However, that is much more advanced and beyond my abilities. I didn't need to explain one more thing, Naruto, the two main ways to cast a Jinjutsu. Those are individual and aerial. Every time you use the clone jutsu is an aerial attack. Everyone on the battlefield can see the copy of you and be manipulated in some way by it. This can at times lead to miscommunication with teammates, so you need to be careful this doesn't happen. When you target an enemy directly in a way that only affects them, that's an individual attack. Now, if you're in an area with multiple enemies and allies, learning to sense chakra can allow you to zero in on your enemies only and preform a mass effect individual group-based attack. Basically, you can make only the enemy see the copies of you without your allies seeing them. Irika finished his explanation and said, "The only one we'll focus on today is command." Finally, Sensei, your speeches take forever. The blonde complained. Little twerp. The Chunin thought annoyed. The first Jinjutsu I want you to try is a basic command that makes the target see something wrong. I want you to try and make me see something different, like this. The Academy instructor made the hand sign for rooster followed by ram. Jinjutsu, false visual. Irika looked down at Naruto, waiting for him to catch the subtle but noticeable change. The blonde looked on curiously before finally spotting it. Your scar's gone, Sensei. Chuckling, the Chunin allowed his technique to fade as he said, "Good Naruto, very observant. Okay, you try. Just remember to focus on me when you cast the jutsu. Visualize exactly what you want me to see and try and use as little chakra as possible. This technique can make an enemy see almost anything, but it's best to focus on yourself first because it requires less concentration." Naruto closed his eyes and thought. Coming up with an idea, he made the two hand signs and called, "Jinjutsu, false visual." Irika winced at the horrible amount of chakra the orange-wearing Jinin threw away in his performance. It took him 3 tries, but eventually the boy managed to connect a moderate amount of chakra with the Chunin's own. The older man soon found himself starting down at Naruto, dressed completely in a tailor made to fit Hokage outfit. Just like yesterday, with the clone jutsu, it made no sense. It was like somehow the child's body was molding chakra and discarding what it didn't need all on its own, without Naruto's input. This was not the way Jinjutsu worked. Every attempt should have unraveled and fallen apart before they could do anything, much less actually work. Well, did I do it this time, Sensei? How do I look at my Hokage threads? Naruto asked, smiling hopefully. He should have felt his chakra connect to mine. Maybe the huge amount he expelled caused him to miss it. This ability, whatever it is, still requires some level of chakra control to be effective. Otherwise, his enemies will know the moment he casts a Jinjutsu, and Naruto himself won't feel the connection when it works. You did well, Naruto, Iruka said out loud. However, you need to feel for the chakra connection that you will share with enemies you capture in Jinjutsu. It will tell you if they're fooled or not, and if they manage to escape. The connection also leaves you vulnerable to counter techniques, so you need to be cautious of that as well. Naruto seemed to soak up the information in for a second. Okay, sensei, what now? Do I get my jutsu scroll? No, Iruka said sternly. You get the scroll after you've attempted both Jinjutsu. But Jinjutsu are boring and complicated. Naruto whined loudly. It's not like I'll ever use this stuff in a fight. Hopefully by my first battle, I'll have learned how to blow something up. No sensei, not even one with a quarter of a brain, is going to teach you how to blow something up until after you've demonstrated some damn common sense. You knucklehead. Iruka yelled down at the Jinchuriki. The orange-clad boy stubbornly folded his arms and looked away. The instructor sighed heavily. He hadn't meant to be mean, but Naruto had to understand exactly what ability he had. Sometimes people were born with a talent they didn't want and would foolishly chase another. They usually learn the hard way just why this was a stupid decision. More than likely, they never got a chance to rectify that mistake. Jinjutsu, in the hands of someone that knew how to use it, was one of the deadliest shinobi abilities around. Iruka himself once watched a stone shinobi turn his most devastating jutsu on his own men because they appeared as the enemy. It had been the last mission he ever went on before joining the academy. Kurenai Yuhi was said to still have nightmares of that horrible day and the decision she made to save their team. All the power in the world wouldn't do you any good if you couldn't trust your own mind. Deciding enough was enough. Iruka quickly made 4 hand signs in quick succession and called out. Jinjutsu art, rolling world view. The landscape for Naruto changed drastically. The trees, river, and grass-covered ground began to move erratically like rolling ocean waves, and he was the boat bobbing on the green sea. The young boy began to feel queasy like he was getting seasickness. It became hard to stand on the shifting ground, so he fell on his butt. The orange-clad teen was on the verge of puking when everything stopped and went back to normal. Looking up at his sensei, still a little green, the Jinchuriki dizzily asked, "What the hell was that?" The second Jinjutsu I want to teach you, which is called Rolling Worldview. The attack gives visual and mental effects to a target that brings on seasickness. Unlike false visual, the Rolling Worldview is a designer Jinjutsu, meaning the effects are set and can't be changed, but the degree of nauseating movement can, was the Chunin's reply. Iruka waited for Naruto to stand back up and showed him the hand signs. As the boy began happily going through them, Iruka explained, "Cast a jutsu on me, but try and keep your chakra calm. The truth is you used enough energy in your 3 attempts to use false visual to power the technique close to 100. However, what Iruka was trying to say was cut up by Naruto's exuberant cry. Jinjutsu art, rolling world view. If Iruka had placed Naruto on a subtle rolling sea of land, the boy had placed him in a torrential hurricane. One moment he was standing on flat ground, and the next on top of a hill looking down at the woods and river far below. Before that view could fully register, the man found himself at the bottom of several rolling hills that disappeared far into the sky. The world tilted right, left, up, and down, and poor Iruka was powerless to stop it as he laid on the ground moaning, struggling to get a grip on his chakra to break free from the jutsu. With his sensei gripping the sides of his alarming green face and moaning, Naruto, who was at first proud he pulled the technique off on his first try, began to panic as it dawned on him he didn't know how to undo it. He quickly grabbed his instructor's tactical vest and began shacking him frantically. Iruka sensei, snap out of it." The Jinchuriki screamed alarmed as the man gave no response but a dry heave. I actually remember something useful from the academy. The blonde recalled Sakura Haruno once explained to Ino Yamanaka that pain could break you out of Jinjutsu. Shrugging and having no other bright ideas, the Uzumaki cocked back his fist and let fly for Irika's nose. Hokage's manner. Sarutobi sat at his desk waiting on two of his jounin subordinates. In front of him sat Irika Yumino with a busted nose stuffed with bloody tissue paper. The man arrived from the hospital an hour ago and hadn't said much except to confirm Naruto could use Jinjutsu regardless of chakra control. Hiruzen hadn't brought up his black eyes or busted nose since he didn't believe he could keep from laughing. Not much longer, Kurenai arrived with a disgruntled Hatake Kakashi. Both were dressed in traditional jounin dress, even though the copy ninja looked a little rough around the edges. Someone had placed him in a Jinjutsu that made him think he was extremely late, and the man had rushed in getting ready for the meeting. Glad you could arrive in a respectable time frame, Sarutobi acknowledged, secretly giving Kurenai praise. We have things to discuss regarding team placement. Sir, Kurenai asked, surprised. I thought it was decided that I would lead a tracking team and Kakashi an assault team. The red-eyed woman didn't want to admit it, but she was worried. The tradition of putting the best and worst student together with the overall smartest didn't always work each year. It had to do with personal abilities, and if teamwork techniques were truly possible, other students may simply fit better together than others. This had caused a small debate because of Sakura Haruno and Hinata Hyuga. Sakura was noted to be a natural chakra controller by the academy. Truly, her small reserves did help in that matter, but it was also natural-born instinct and ability. It was recommended by several the girl be trained in Jinjutsu, as it was believed her superior intelligence and dominate would allow the Pinkette to go far in the field of illusion. This meant Kurenai would be the best sensei to pair with. The problem was Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were the two most likely students to pair the young Kunoichi with because of tradition. Both boys under Kurenai would not learn nearly as much as they would from someone like Kakashi, so some people had suggested switching teams for Hinata and Sakura. There were a couple of issues with that as well. Kurenai was to lead a tracking unit and Kakashi a heavy combat unit. Sakura had no real ability for tracking judging by her academy performance. Hinata, however, would work well with either unit because of her Byakugan. Ultimately, it was decided to keep tradition because there appeared no possible solution, and Kakashi could technically help Sakura with Jinjutsu as well, just maybe not as well as Konoha's Jinjutsu mistress. Kurenai herself had been relieved to hear this news. Not that she had anything against Sakura, but she had history with Hinata. With Lady Hitomi gone from this world and the young Hyuga Kunoichi entering the academy, the Hyuga clan had paid the village for a long-term intermission. Kurenai had served as the girl's confidant for the last 2 years when not on other missions, and had hoped to be her sensei. Lord Hokage studied the jounin Kunoichi for a second, then explained. There was an oddity regarding Uzumaki Naruto's passing the academy. Several instructors came to me determined that somehow he cheated since Naruto pulled of the clone jutsu with the same deplorable chakra control as always. At the old man's signal, Irika picked up the explanations. What the instructors explained was in fact the case. I came to Lord Hokage to discuss this last night, and he instructed me to attempt to teach Naruto Jinjutsu this morning. I decided to teach him the false visual and rolling worldview techniques, as they're the Jinjutsu I'm most familiar with. Was he able to use them? Kakashi asked, surprises. Extremely well, Irika said sarcastically. It took him 3 attempts to us the false visual, but he got rolling worldview on the first try. Somehow his body only uses the chakra it needs for the techniques and discards the rest. That shouldn't be possible, Kurenai said, surprised. Could this be something regarding the Kyuubi? Sarutobi lit his pipe and took a long pull. This is due to Naruto's Uzumaki heritage, not the Nine Tails. I'm sure everyone here knows that the Uzumaki clan was known for fuinjutsu and longevity more than anything else. What most people fail to remember is that sometimes they also possessed immensely powerful natural-born abilities. Sometimes they were apparent at birth, and other times only after puberty. Naruto is the later. Every special ability of the Uzumaki clan relies on their unique chakra. Uzumaki Kushina herself possessed adamantine chains, which were indestructible metal links forged directly from her own chakra. However, some of the Uzumaki clan had to have a physical anomaly to work a special ability. Last night, I had one of my Hyuga and B go check on our little blonde menace to confirm my suspicions. What Naruto possesses is known as the Yamigan, or the Dreamweaver's third eye. Literally, a third eye is embedded in the frontal lobe of his brain. However, unlike the Uchiha Sharingan or the Hyuga's Byakugan, this Dōjutsu can only be used by Uzumaki chakra. It has lain dormant for most of the boy's life and has finally begun to awaken. For now, all it can do is regulate chakra when molding Jinjutsu to help Naruto cast them. What are its other abilities? Kakashi inquired curiously. I'm not sure exactly what they will be. However, both the Uchiha and Hyuga have written testimony from ancestors that speak of the Dōjutsu's strength regarding Jinjutsu. It is possible that Naruto may unlock Sharingan-level techniques in the future. I know from Uzumaki clan records that the eye will begin to make its way to the surface of Naruto's forehead, since it has begun the awakening process. When the eye finally appears, there's no telling what abilities it will grant Naruto. So, I take it you want me to take over Naruto's training, sir? Kurenai asked, how exactly will we restructure the teams? To my knowledge, Naruto is no better at tracking than Sakura Haruno. Actually, he may begin developing chakra sensory capabilities soon. Sarutobi explained. However, this opportunity presents us with a unique situation that we rarely see coming out of an academy class. We can form a solid espionage unit with Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Hyuga Hinata. All were silent until Kakashi asked surprised, you want me to lead Uchiha Sasuke, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino in a tracking and tactical assault unit, while Kurenai takes over the other three in an espionage unit? That was my thinking, yes. Sarutobi answered. Giving both Jounin serious looks, he asked, do either of you have a problem with that idea? Kakashi thought it over, somewhat annoyed. He had nothing against the three boys personally, but teaching his late sensei's son had always been a given. With his knowledge of Jutsu and Sharingan abilities, there wasn't many that could teach the Jinchuriki and control him should the worst happen. There were certain steps that could be taken to ensure the safety of another sensei, sure, but the Sharingan had just seemed like the safer bet. However, he was too much of a professional to let a personal issue get in the way of logical thinking, so said nothing. Kurenai did have a concern. Naruto won't like this, Lord Hokage. The clear sign of a good spy is to never be placed in a bingo book. If the enemy knows you're there, then you've already failed your mission. Ninja that specialize in espionage rarely fight on the front lines or gain recognition. They sneak in, get the information, and sneak out. If you have to throw a punch, the sneaking and spying are over. 2. Hiruzen couldn't help but agree with the statement. Naruto was someone that thrived on attention, and being forced to work constantly in secret would never appeal to him. Still, it was the best possession for him to fill with his abilities. Regardless of that, Kurenai, do you have a problem with teaching any student I named? No, sir. I will teach anyone that wants to learn, she said seriously. The Jounin then looked at Iruka and asked curiously, exactly how keen was Naruto on learning Jinjutsu? The Chunin chuckled and explained, I had to bribe him with learning ninjutsu to get him to cooperate. Though placing him under the rolling worlds technique also worked too, but for the love of Kami, teach him to control the damn thing. He placed me under to practice, and I thought I would die from how nauseating it was. I couldn't get free, and Naruto didn't know the release, so he broke my nose. All four grown-ups talked things over for a while, then left to accomplish other tasks. Sarutobi watched the young people leave, then turned to face his most hated enemy, paperwork. Looking around to make sure he was completely alone, the old man placed a basic Notice Minot Jinjutsu and summoned a shadow clone. The closet pervert then pulled out a little orange book and began reading while thinking. Thank you, Minato, for this basic yet wonderful knowledge. I still can't believe I actually did the work myself the first time around. All those years wasted working when I could have been reading, educational literature. Undisclosed location. Mizuki Tsuji sat at a bar drinking cheap sake while silently cursing his luck. The plan was simple. The demon brat fails and gets tricked into stealing the forbidden scroll of seals. Then he, Mizuki, would steal the scroll for his master Orochimaru, leaving the boy dead with the blame. The only problem was somehow Naruto could defy the rules everyone else had to follow and use Jinjutsu without proper control. It would take some more planning, but Mizuki still thought it would work. Naruto could still get him to steal the scroll and take the blame. All he had to do was figure out a different lie and dangle something else in front of the fool that he wanted. Graduating was out as he did that on his own, but maybe some kind of special recognition would work. The child was a sucker for praise. Author's note. 1. This explains why the third Hokage and Iruka never taught Naruto any jutsu while he was growing up. Anyone could see the issue he had was too much chakra, and therefore shadow clone jutsu would be more preferable than the standard clone jutsu. 2. Kurenai defiantly made someone's bingo book by now in her career. That wasn't my point. Basically, if you never ever get caught or seen, then the world will never know your name. That means the best ninja spy in history is the one you never heard of until after he or she retired and publishes a book. Quite sure my explanation of Jinjutsu confused people, so I'll try and simplify. The clone jutsu is an illusion or chakra image that everyone in the vicinity can see, even from far away. The clone jutsu done by command only is just in one person's head that only he or she can see. You can target more than one person at a time with this attack. Commands can be cast over a large area, but that would affect everybody in the area, so it's best to target specific targets. When I say command, it refers to one person telling their chakra what to do to another person's body or mind. Make them see this, make them feel this, make them experience this emotion while seeing this, make them not move, so on. Uzumaki Naruto happily walked down the road to his training area. It had been 5 days since Iruka-sensei had shown him the two Jinjutsu and gave him the ninjutsu scroll from Old Man Hokage. So far his progress was good. He had learned the 3 ninjutsu to some degree and had improved the false visual jutsu. He hadn't really found any way to safely practice the rolling world view jutsu to do anything with it, though. Thinking back on the last few days brought a happy smile to the blonde's face. The day after he had trained with Iruka was the photo registration. Natural, the old man had no appreciation for someone's difficult thought-out artwork, and he was forced to retake his photo. However, while he was talking with the Hokage, Konohamaru, the old man's bratty grandson, had tried to launch a surprise attack against his grandfather. The idiot brat had tripped over his own scarf and fallen flat on his little kid face while still holding the kunai. Of course, it hadn't ended there. The helmet-wearing brat had jumped up and accused Naruto himself of tripping him. Not one to take false accusations lightly, the blonde genin had grabbed the little punk by the front of his shirt, getting in his face. Konohamaru's asshole of a sensei, Ebisu, who had come in right after the failed assassination attempt, demanded Naruto turn loose of the child at once on the grounds that the third Hokage was his grandfather. As Naruto himself was curiously looking for the family resemblance between the two, Helmet Head Brat had the stupid idea to ask if he, Uzumaki Naruto of all people, was afraid to hit him because his grandfather was the village leader. The orange-clad genin had proceeded to clobber the fool to the floor while saying, "I don't care if he's your grandmother, believe it." What had proceeded from there was actually a fun day for Naruto, as he was able to teach Konohamaru his specialty, sexy jutsu. The little boy had tried to follow him around the village, tried being the key word. His sneaking ability was horrible, and his disguises would make most academy students laugh. Honestly, how did you get the fence's wooden planks horizontal? After a small argument where Konohamaru called Naruto boss to butter him up, the blonde agreed to tech himself sexy jutsu so he could defeat his grandpa. The two then proceeded to uncover the secrets of female beauty by sneaking into adult stores and the girls' locker room at the local bathhouse. It had been a day of painful wax for the Jinchuriki. No one wanted to hit the honorable grandson, but everything paid off in the end. The whole thing had almost been ruined by Ebisu. The pompous sunglass-wearing jerk had found both boys while they were taking a break. He grew somewhat angry at seeing Naruto hanging out with Konohamaru. When he demanded the small child abandon the blonde and return to him for training, the Hokage's grandson demonstrated his new jutsu, turning into a perfect busted brunette. Ebisu hadn't been impressed by what he called a scandalous technique and claimed it just proved Naruto was a bad influence. He grabbed the small child by his scarf and attempted to drag him off. Getting fed up with the grown man's bad-mouthing and attitude, the angry blonde silently cast the false visual jutsu. Ebisu was so distracted trying to wrangle his young student, he didn't feel the Jinjutsu take hold of him, but he did feel the large wave of chakra Naruto had released. He glared in the Jinchuriki's direction, wondering what he was up to. When the man turned back to Konohamaru, the Jounin found he was no longer holding a scarf, but a slender feminine arm. Nervously following the appendage upwards, the man was met by the image of a young-necked blonde woman with whisker marks on her cheeks, all the right curves, and gorgeous blue eyes. He turned a startling red as blood rushed to his face. "Oh, Epikun," the beautiful goddess said, holding her right hand up to her mouth and giggling. It was too much for the closet pervert. Blood squirted violently from his nose as he flew backwards unconscious. At first, Konohamaru had been confused by what happened until Naruto explained he used his Jinjutsu combined with sexy jutsu to defeat the big jerk. This had started a begging session in which Naruto got a taste of just how annoying he could be when the little boy began winning and demanding his boss teach him the technique. As it was getting late, the newly minted genin told the annoying kid to meet him at the river the following morning. This turned out to be a good decision on Naruto's part. The following day, Konohamaru showed up with his two best friends, Udon and Moegi. All three little kids had been wearing goggles on their heads, mimicking their new hero. In their words, the super powerful genin that defeated the annoying Ebisu. After talking it over for a few minutes, the blonde Jinchuriki agreed to show them the false visual if they helped him to perfect it, but not rolling worldview because he didn't want a repeat of the Irika incident. With help from the kids, Naruto was able to get better at detecting an individual's chakra. He was also able to learn how to target one person in a group of people. The genin also practiced placing his technique without direct line of sight by having the kids hide in the woods and sensing out their presence. But so far, that wasn't working out too well. The children benefited also, of course. They learned the false visual, even though Moegi was the only one to get it to work and they learned to recognize when something they were seeing was fake. Naruto would place them in the technique and have them walk through the woods and point out the false animals they saw. So far, they were surprisingly good at this, but they still missed a few every now and then. It was also fun to make them see amusing things like dancing flowers and singing squirrels. The blood-soaked man eating tree was probably a little over the top, which was why the good-natured blonde genin only did it once. Fun as it was to practice and play with Konohamaru and his friends, Naruto hadn't really gotten a chance to work on the ninjutsu the Hokage gave him. He managed to get each one to work, but that's about it. The genin was wondering about strategy and if his Jinjutsu could somehow be used with his current ninjutsu. Closing his eyes to sense for chakra when he made it to the river, the orange-wearing ninja didn't feel anyone. A shinobi had to keep their secrets after all. Unbeknownst to the Jinchuriki, there were in fact two people watching him that he failed to detect, one with malice and one with curiosity. The one who was curious was a young girl named Hyuga Hinata. The young kunoichi had a big crush on the blonde for several years, but was too shy to approach him. Today in the village, she had seen him leaving the local ramen stand and activated her Byakugan to have a better look. While using her X-ray vision, the blue-haired girl had seen something alarming. It was a glowing spot in Naruto's frontal lobe. Worried that it could possibly be a tumor, the girl had followed to examine it further. However, as she studied the anomaly, Hinata noticed that the growth was more like an eyeball. Curious about this strange development, she had continued to tail her crush. The second person watching Naruto was Mizuki. He had finally thought of a convincing lie to sell the boy, to convince him to steal the scroll. At the moment, he was seething with jealous anger as the genin casually displayed the multi-shadow shuriken jutsu. Where the hell did he learn that? Possibly from the same damn demon lover that taught him a way around the clone jutsu. Down in the clearing, the young boy was grinning in pride at a torn-up training post he just massacred. All over the 10-foot planet log was around 50 shuriken. Each one disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the damage they did behind. This was one of the 3 techniques the Hokage had given him. It required the person making the replications to have at least one real shuriken on their body somewhere. Though when you got good enough with the jutsu, you no longer had to have a real one with you. It could also work with any weapon available. The second jutsu was like the first because it also worked by cloning a weapon on your body, only it made a perfectly scaled larger model. It was known as the Giant Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, and it was giving Naruto some trouble. It wasn't the ability to create the giant weapon that was the problem, but the ability to weld them. Luckily, the old man had given him a way around this with the third technique. The final technique in the scroll was a strength enhancement ability called the Divine Embodiment Jutsu. It worked by molding chakra directly to your muscles and increasing their density. Naruto had tried to use the technique along with the Giant Shadow Shuriken, but it was hard to properly balance and throw accurately. However, if there was one thing Uzumaki Naruto was, it was stubborn, and today he was determined to get some level of proficiency. Doing as the scroll instructed, the orange-clad boy centered his chakra to prepare the divine embodiment, only to be interrupted by someone calling him. "Hey, Naruto!" Looking around, startled, the boy saw one of his academy instructors approaching. It took him a moment to place the chunin with long white hair, but the name came to him soon enough. "What's up, Mizuki-sensei?" The older man had a disarming smile on his face as he said, "I was hoping to talk to you about your performance in the graduation exam." Naruto wasn't trying to be rude, but he really wanted to work on his jutsu in peace. So, he tried to make the guy leave. "If you have a question, I'm sure Irika-sensei can answer it." "Oh, no, that's not at all," Mizuki said, doing his best to keep his patience. "I was thinking about you becoming a genin. With your performance during the exam, and with what I witnessed just now, I believe you should be a chunin like me." "One. Really?" Naruto asked, astonished. "Is that even possible, sensei? Don't I have to be a genin first no matter what?" Mizuki gave him his best honest smile and explained, "No, Naruto, there exists a special exam the Academy can give to those exceptional few. Talking it over with a few of my colleagues, we decided almost unanimously that you deserved a chance to graduate as a chunin based on your graduation performance." The gullible blonde was excited. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. "Thank you, sensei, that's so awesome. What's the test?" As Mizuki began explaining his lie, Hinata read the man's lips with her Byakugan. Admittedly, she didn't know everything about the village and its military practices, but the little heiress had never heard of an academy student being promoted to chunin right out the door. Plus, she was also aware of the animosity most people had for the orange-loving boy, an animosity Mizuki shared in. When Mizuki thought no one was looking, the man would usually glare at various children with jealous anger. Hinata believed secretly the academy instructor was envious of anyone born to a clan with special abilities or training. The young heiress never caught him glaring at her, because whenever she was in sight of him he acted nice, but figured he held the same jealousy for her as he did every other privileged child. The one thing Hinata never understood was why the man would also glare at Naruto. The orphan boy had no parents to speak of and was definitely not privileged, at least not as far as the girl knew. Yes, the Uzumaki clan had been powerful, and the blonde definitely inherited their massive reserves of chakra. But there was no way for him to learn clan jutsu, as most of them were lost. Mizuki would glare at Naruto with the meanest look of all, and the shy girl believed would never agree to some test to make her secret crush a chunin. Watching Naruto leave to fulfill his fake test, Hinata began to sneak away. She would go to her father and explain what was happening. However, before she could make it out of the woods, a cold voice asked, "Well, what do we have here?" Turning around, terrified, the little heiress saw her evil sensei glaring down at her, for once not bothering to smile. It was the first time Hinata had ever seen him look at her with hatred. Later that night, Naruto happily jumped from tree branch to tree branch, heading for the old shack Mizuki told him about. He wanted to get there quickly and learn a technique before his sensei came to get the scroll back. Stealing the large roll of paper had actually been easier than he thought it would be. Everyone was out busy with a village emergency or something. He wasn't sure what it was, but didn't let it bother him. Old man Hokage's ANBU were the best, and would have whatever was handled soon. The aspiring Jinjutsu user landed in the clearing next to the shack excitedly. Looking around, he didn't see Mizuki and figured the man was running late. Happy for this outcome, the genin opened the forbidden scroll of sealing and had a look at the first listed technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu, used to make solid copies of the user. The boy read out loud. Thinking it over for a second, it dawned on Naruto exactly what that meant. Awesome. I can have an army of me. Couple hours later, a terrified Hinata Hyuga was being carried under the left arm of Mizuki as they made their way to the trader's designated meeting spot. After the man caught her spying, he had tied and gagged the young Kunoichi to keep her quiet. The Chunin had been furious with her and ranted about how she disrupted his carefully made plan. Naruto was supposed to steal the forbidden scroll of sealing and give it to him. Then Mizuki, would sneak away unseen while everyone else continued to look for the dead and disposed of Genin's body. Now the village would be on high alert thanks to the missing Hyuga heiress. The cruel man hadn't ended his rant there, though. Mizuki dug the metaphoric kunai even deeper into Hinata's heart by saying he knew exactly what the blonde meant to her, and that he would love to grant the girl one more time to see her secret crush before taking the heiress far away forever. Hinata would be able to watch Naruto die. The indigo-haired girl's terror was not for herself, but Naruto. Realistically, the search teams Mizuki had been forced to evade all day would begin looking further away from the village when they failed to find Hinata close by. The trader would have to sneak past teams that were actively looking for the little Hyuga Kunoichi. That meant the girl herself had a good chance of being rescued, but no one was going to be there to save the orange-loving genin. Watch closely, Lady Hinata. I'd hate for you to miss it, Mizuki said coldly. Thanks to you, I don't even have time to taunt or goad the fool. Just slit his throat, grab the scroll, and hightail out of here. Activating her Byakugan, the girl saw Naruto casually leaning against an old shack with a large scroll next to him. The boy was blissfully unaware of the danger that was fast approaching. Tears fell from Hinata's eyes as Mizuki quickly rushed in and cut her secret crush's throat with a kunai. However, both herself and Mizuki were shocked when a Naruto in front of them vanished in a puff of smoke. What? Was all the shock Mizuki could say. The large scroll puffed away in a cloud of smoke to reveal a second shocked Naruto. The boy explained in a confused way. Ah, surprise sensei. I managed to learn Shadow. Why are you carrying Hinata? Why is she all tied up? The heiress could see the alarm bells ringing in the blonde's eyes, but his confused face remained. Hinata tried to give out a muffled warning as Mizuki quickly grabbed the boy by his shirt. Giving one of the meanest looks, the man said with a snarl, I don't have time for your games, brat. Give me the scroll of sealing now, or Hinata dies. To emphasize just how serious he was, Mizuki hammered the boy hard into the side of the shack. However, this Naruto also vanished in a puff of smoke. Hinata quickly extended her sight to see that the whole clearing was surrounded by dozens of Naruto clones. Each one as solid as an actual body, not the illusion they were taught in the academy. For the first time since Mizuki, Snatcher the girl, began to have hope. The heiress also noticed each copy had that weird third eye, and it appeared to be activating. The girl recalled lessons from instructors that explained some Kekkei Genkai had a reflex activation to intense situations. Taking a close look at the nearest Naruto's third eye, she saw it full appearance. The iris looked like it was filled with a slow, burning gold and orange flame. The colors reminded Hinata of sunset. There was also no pupil, just four tomo going around the edge similar to pictures she had seen of the Uchiha Sharingan. Mizuki's anger was growing. Come out now, you damn demon, or I'll kill the stupid girl. I swear. Give me the scroll, and you can both leave here alive. Hinata tried to give out a muffled warning, trying to tell Naruto the man was lying. She wanted him to run away and get help. Mizuki had a reason to keep her alive, but not her secret crush. However, the heiress's hopes of the genin retreating plummeted as she saw the Naruto closest to the real scroll make hand signs. Hinata noticed a fireball-like, I begin to admit, a small amount of purple chakra. When Naruto unleashed an alarming amount of energy, the third, I released a purple pulse behind it. The first wave of chakra did nothing but alert Mizuki to Naruto's presence, but the second placed energy in his mind that began to attack his neural pathways. The enemy dropped her and began to drunkenly stumble around while turning green. Still observing everything with her Byakugan, Hinata noticed every clone charge just as Mizuki dropped to his knees. Several clones had done something to themselves that made their muscles glow with chakra. However, before she could make sense of what was happening, one of the Naruto clones picked her up bridal style and retreated to the woods. As they landed by the scroll of ceiling, Hinata realized this was no fake, but the real Naruto. Quickly removing the gauge, the boy asked urgently, Hinata, what the hell is going on? Why are you here, and why is Mizuki-sensei trying to kill us? This was supposed to be my secret Chunin exam. There were so many questions running through Hinata's mind right now. What exactly was that third eye, and how did it work? How had Naruto Uzumaki, arguably the student in their class with the most chakra, but also the worst control, managed to place an advanced genjutsu on their traitorous Chunin instructor? How the hell had she gone all these years without talking to the boy she admired more than anyone, something she planned on rectifying if they both made it out of this mess alive? However, she figured the life-threatening situation they were in took greater precedence, so she decided to save her questions until later. As the blonde began untying her, Hinata quickly explained, it was all a lie. Mizuki only wanted the scroll. I saw him trick you and was going to tell my father, but he stopped me before I could. Mizuki decided to take me along with the scroll and kill you. We have to get out of here now. Naruto stood in shocked disbelief. Mizuki was a traitor. It couldn't be possible. Going over the events from the last few minutes, he knew Hinata was telling the truth. Coming to a decision, the whisker-faced boy gave the young Kunoichi a determined look. Take the scroll and run. I'll hold him off. No, Hinata said, shocked at the suggestion. We go together or not at all. Look, we don't have time to argue. Naruto explained urgently. Mizuki broke my genjutsu and has almost defeated my clones. I wish more had thought to use the divine embodiment while attacking, but they didn't all think of it. Activating her Byakugan, Hinata saw that Naruto was correct. She asked him shocked, how did you know? My shadow clones. Naruto answered, when one puffs away, I get their knowledge. So, I have an idea of what's going on back there in the clearing. Hinata noticed two things next. When the last clone was destroyed, the eye in Naruto's brain turned to look in the clearing's direction, and Mizuki, a little bruised and bloody, with a black eye and busted lip, was heading right for them. Shit, that bastard is heading right for us. Naruto said angrily. I can sense his chakra moving this way. We need to hide. Naruto slung the scroll strap over his shoulders and grabbed Hinata around the waist while leaping down to the forest floor. Quickly going through hand signs, the boy whispered, Genjutsu art, false visual. Hinata watched the third eye once more unleash a small pulse of purple chakra as Naruto himself unleashed another massive wave. The purple pulse stayed in a dome around them, while the large pulse went out as far as the girl's Byakugan could see. The Hyuga noticed her blonde secret crush had placed them inside a genjutsu to hide, the image of a boulder. However, their evil sensei knew the general location of where they were at now, thanks to the large pulse. The heiress watched Naruto's third eye track Mizuki as he came closer. Can he somehow see out of that thing? She wondered. The Chunin landed on the branch the kids had just leapt from and looked around frustratedly. Hinata noticed Naruto mouthing, "Please don't find us. Please don't find us," repeatedly. The fireball like I began to send out a continuous purple chakra that reinforced the illusion that surrounded them. The young Kunoichi was astonished when she realized what was happening. Whatever that eye is doing, it keeps Mizuki from sensing our location and possible from hearing us as well. "Come out, you damn demon!" Mizuki yelled in anger. "What? Do you think if you act like some kind of hero this village would ever accept you or forgive the blood you spilt? Do you?" At the white-haired man's words, Naruto stopped chanting. He focused more on the Chunin as the enemy continued. "Do you know why they hate you, brat? It's because 13 years on the day you were born, the nine-tailed fox spirit, the very one that killed Irika's parents, attacked our village. The fourth gave his life to defeat it, but unlike what you and everyone else were told, Minato Namikaze couldn't actually kill it. He imprisoned the monster inside of you, making you the new demon fox. The only reason you, and that little pale-eyed bitch hiding with you, never knew the truth was because the third Hokage passed a law forbidding anyone from talking about it with anyone that didn't already know." Hinata stared at Naruto in stunned disbelief. It all made horrible sense. All the mean looks, the glares, the name-calling, some people even calling him demon when they thought no one could hear, it all fit with what Mizuki was saying. Naruto was thinking the same thing as Hinata. Unfortunately, because his brain was stunned, the Yamigan was no longer responding to his desire to hide. With a triumphant sneer, Mizuki hurled one of the two giant shuriken from his back directly at the hidden children. The boulder faded from existence as Hinata grabbed the Jinchuriki and leaped away, the weapon missing them by a hair. The Chunin jumped down to corner his prey. Grinning menacingly at the children, he said happily, "Well, looks like this game is over. It's been fun, but I really must be going now. Hand over the scroll and the little heiress monster, and I'll kill you quickly." Naruto was still too stunned to say anything. Mizuki grew tired of waiting and grabbed his second giant shuriken. Using his chakra to give it a violent spine, he threw it as hard as possible for the boy's neck. "D-Daemon." Hinata saw the danger her beloved friend was in. With a grace and agility far superior to any of her classmates, the Hyuga barrel rolled over the flying weapon, grabbed the middle ring, and gave it a strong enough jerk with her small body to change the trajectory somewhere up to the left of Naruto. She then landed gracefully in a Juken stance and gave Mizuki a hard glare of her own. "You're wrong, sensei. You are the demon, not Naruto," she said to the traitor angrily. "Uzumaki Naruto is a good, sweet, and kind person that tries his hardest at everything he does. You are a monster that lies to children to trick them into doing your bidding. You would gladly sell out your home village for money and power, while Naruto would gladly lay his life down to protect it if need be. So, you tell me who is the demon here, sensei?" Naruto was once again shocked, only not because of a horrible revelation, but because he had never seen Hinata in such a way as this. No one had ever stood up for him, really. Sure, when Old Man Hokage or Irika were around, people acted nicer, but no one had ever called villagers out on their behavior towards him like Hinata was doing right now. It filled him with an emotion he had never felt before and renewed his resolve to kick Mizuki's ass. The Chunin was also staring at the little heiress in disbelief. How could anyone respect or adore this monstrous brat when they fully understood exactly what he was? Yet here, this pale-eyed Kunoichi was trying to defend a demon and possibly still fantasizing about having his spawn one day. Pulling a kunai from his weapon's pouch, the man said with contempt, "I've changed my mind. You can die with the monster you love, you little bitch." Mizuki charged with his kunai and hand straight for the girl. However, before he could reach her, his view of the world began to move like the ocean again, aggravatingly breaking the Jinjutsu. The traitor was met with a lethal powered Juken strike to the chest. Quickly shifting his body, the grown man changed the fatal strike into a painful blow that he would easily survive. Backpedaling from the strike, the Chunin saw the clearing fill with smoke. When it cleared, he was met by an annoying sight. Naruto had filled the entire area with shadow clones. "This means nothing, you little brat," he yelled angrily. 1,000 times 0 is still 0. You're barely Jinin taking on Chunin. How do you honestly think this fight ends? The experienced shinobi quickly centered himself as the throng of orange-loving fools closed in. Using kunai and shuriken, the man managed to destroy a large amount before they could get to him. When they did finally close and Mizuki began to display his superior taijutsu, often using the small smoke screen of disappearing clones to disorient other clones for easier kills. Hinata tried to attack with Juken on several times, using the clones as cover, and managed to disable the man's left leg once. However, seeing the girl try for his right leg proved her downfall, as the man ruthlessly broke the outstretched arm by stomping it with his foot. Screaming in pain, Hinata quickly retreated as Mizuki finished off the last few clones. The moment the last clone faded, Mizuki felt an attack coming from Naruto's direction. He quickly jumped as a hail of close to 100 shadow shuriken swarmed the area he had been standing. Looking down from the tree branch he was glued underneath, the Chunin gave his enemy a cocky grin. "Tenacious little bastard, aren't you?" The evil man dropped down gracefully to stand before the two genin. Naruto was standing protectively in front of Hinata, who held the prized village scroll. The young girl was on the verge of passing out from the pain she was in, and the boy looked exhausted himself. He had never used this much chakra in one go before, and was throwing away far more power than he utilized in his attacks. Scoffing, Mizuki asked, "You can't possibly think you can still win, fool. You and that brat behind you are going to die tonight. It's inevitable." Naruto, not really knowing anything to say, just began gathering his chakra. With a war cry, the boy's chakra flooded his body once again. Quickly making hand signs, the kid cried, "Ninja art, divine embodiment jutsu." "Fuck," Mizuki thought as he began dodging wild punches and kicks that had enough force to knock over trees. The genin was putting everything he had into one final gamble to save himself and his friend, but it wasn't enough. While at the moment being superior to the Chunin physically, the boy couldn't overcome the white-haired man's combat experience and speed. The former academy instructor turned killing blows into glancing hits while simply waiting out the jutsu's clock. Finally, Mizuki sensed the jutsu end as Naruto tried to connect an off-balanced right-hand haymaker. The traitor grabbed the boy's outstretched forearm and broke it with a sharp chakra-enhanced squeeze. He twisted the whole arm clockwise, breaking the elbow, and then for good measure drove his own reinforced elbow into the would-be hero's right side collarbone, shattering it to pieces. The Chunin then dropped to a knee and forced the boy to mimic him. At the moment, the Chunin could have easily killed both genin and flee with the forbidden scroll of sealing, but the cruel man wanted both children to suffer for the trouble they put him through. The black eye and busted lip Naruto gave him when he used rolling worldview with shadow clones to rescue Hinata during the start of the fight, and the Juken blows the girl landed that still hurt like hell. Giving the trembling heiress a cold look, he said in a menacing growl, "Bring me the scroll or watch him die slowly." Hinata activated her Byakugan, desperately hoping to find something that could save her and the boy she loved. However, as she peered around, her heart fell when she realized they were completely alone and without options. Naruto seemed to come to the same conclusion as the girl. "Hinata," he weakly called. The fire, which represented his third eye's awakened power, was flickering like a dying candle in the Byakugan's sight. "Hinata, leave the scroll and run. Save yourself, please." The poor girl's heart skipped a beat with fear when it dawned on her just what the blonde was asking. "I will not leave you here to die, Naruto. I love you. I've loved you for years. There must be a way to win. There just has to be. Don't make me abandon you, please." Mizuki began to laugh while Naruto's anger grew. No one had ever said such words to him before, and the bastard Chunin had the gall to mock the girl. His resolve to win returned as a suicidal plan formed. I have a few paper bombs in my leg holster. If I can reach them with my left hand, I can take this asshole with me. Even as the thought crossed his mind, Naruto knew it couldn't work. He had worn out his muscles when he used that overpowered divine embodiment and couldn't move. There had been a warning the Hokage written in the scroll Irika gave him. His holster was on his right leg, and there was no hope of reaching it with his left hand. As the hopelessness of the situation grew, so did the Jinchuriki's desire to kill the enemy. There has to be a way to take this bastard out. Hinata watched through her Byakugan as a new development occurred. The third eye's gentle flame, which had been flickering as Naruto struggled to remain conscious, had begun to rage like a bonfire. Watching closely, the girl noticed a small but dense amount of purple chakra leave the eye and travel through the Uzumaki's chakra network. It entered Mizuki's body at the points where they touched and quickly traveled to his brain. Once more, the purple energy laid siege to the man's neural pathways, just like before when Naruto rescued her in the shack clearing, only much more intense and violent. Mizuki went from glaring at Hyuga Hinata while holding Uzumaki Naruto down to floating in a vast, empty void of darkness. He couldn't tell what was up and what was down. It was the most unnerving experiences of the Chunin's life. "Hello," he called, terrified. Realizing this had to be a Jinjutsu, the man tried to call up his chakra to break it, only he couldn't feel his chakra at all. It was like he had no chakra network to speak of. Getting scared even more, but trying not top show it, Mizuki angrily shouted out, "Show yourself, brat. I know this is you, Naruto. Somehow, someway, I know this is you." In the distance, a small light suddenly appeared. The Chunin looked towards it, hoping to find some way out of this illusion. His hope turned to terror as the light became more defined. It was a giant angry eye made of fire with 4 tomo spiraling around the edges, and it was heading straight for him, growing even bigger as it approached. Soon it appeared larger than the whole Leaf Village. Unable to do anything else, the white-haired man screamed as the enraged eye finally engulfed him. Mizuki watched in horror and pain as his skin melted and cracked away, revealing a glowing white outline of himself underneath. The pain was like anything he had ever experienced or would ever again. Soon all his skin was gone, and the glowing white outline of the man melted into the Yumigin's angry flames. In the real world, Hinata watched as the man's mind shut down and died. She watched relieved and ashamed as the man fell over dead. Naruto had passed out before even knowing what he had done and fell face first into the forest loam. The young heiress used the last ounce of her strength to pull the scroll over to the blonde hero. Slowly, she sat down next to him and laid her head upon his good shoulder, passing out herself with a smile on her lovely face. There they remained unmoving till the ANBU found them at sunrise. Author's note: 1. Yes, I know this has been used before, but I couldn't really think of anything else. Special award or recognition has also been used before. I think someone wrote this once also, but substituted Jounin for Chunin. Not sure. 2. I felt like I should clarify a few things regarding the Yumigan. Naruto cannot see out of it the way a normal eye works. He is still not aware of what's really going on. The eye only works based on Naruto's emotions, reflex instinct, and desire. Going back to the Genin exam, Naruto was anxious about it, which caused the eye to activate to help pre-form the clone jutsu. When Irika tried to teach him Jinjutsu the next day, the Yumigan was asleep the first 2 times Naruto tried to use false visual. His frustration at failing the first 2 times caused it to wake up for the 3rd attempt. It stayed awake the first time he used rolling worldview. With Ebisu, the older man's bad-mouthing frustrated Naruto, awakening the 3rd eye. Playing with Kinomaru, Moegi, and Udon was a happy time for Naruto, and his desire to impress them kept the eye almost continuously active. When he was training in ninjutsu, he failed to sense Hinata and Mizuki because the eye was asleep. The intense situation with Mizuki trying to kill him awoke the eye in the woods. When a Yumigan looks at Mizuki, Naruto himself just gets a strong idea of where the man is. He doesn't actually see him. Later, when Naruto's abilities get stronger and he's actually aware of his Dōjutsu, He'll be able to focus it on an area in his range of sensing and get a clear picture in his head on what's there at the time. This image will be based on the clarity of his sensory ability combined with Yamigan, not actual sight. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood in the ANBU examination room, watching the autopsy of Chunin Mizuki Tuji finish up. Not a first was the fact said ninja had died in an attempt to betray the Hidden Leaf Village. However, one first, definitely not something the third could say after such a long life, was the fact two young and inexperienced genin apparently had been the ones to stop him. The major problem was the fact one of the genin's level of involvement with the traitor was being questioned. It was a true fact Naruto Uzumaki had stolen the forbidden scroll of sealing. This was apparent by the fact his chakra was detected as the catalyst for an aerial-based false visual jutsu that made anyone who entered the scroll room see the sacred artifact still in its case. However, the way in which Mizuki was killed suggested that the Jinchuriki took him out, as there weren't many people capable of killing with Jinjutsu. These facts lead to two possible conclusions. Naruto and Mizuki worked together in stealing the scroll, but the boy had drawn the line at kidnapping Hinata, causing the two genin to team up to stop the Chunin, or the adult kidnapped the girl in order to force the Jinchuriki to get the scroll for him. Naruto could have gone along with the crime just to avoid the confrontation that could have gotten Hinata hurt, but Mizuki still tried to get rid of any witnesses, causing both kids to fight back and kill him. Inoichi Yamanaka was trying to uncover information from Mizuki's brain, but Sarutobi didn't hold out much hope of that working. The old leader watched as his head of analysis approached wearily. He could tell by the man's face there wasn't any good news. He just hoped there wasn't bad news. Lord Hokage. Inoichi began in an official-sounding way. The only son of Minato Namikaze meant a lot to everyone that knew the truth, and he was trying to be professional. Nothing to report, sir. The brain was completely wiped clean by whatever jutsu killed him. I've never seen anything like it. Whatever consciousness that established Mizuki Tuji has been completely erased. I can't even find the basic mental commands we all have at birth. How the brain tells the heart to beat or lungs to function was erased along with everything else. Sighing Sarutobi and explained. I figure as much Inoichi, but was hoping for answers to resolve this quickly. The longer the uncertainty of Naruto's loyalty lingers, the harder biased rumors will be to crush. The man was uncertain as he suggested. Reading Naruto's mind while he sleeps will be difficult. His subconscious, like everyone else's, would try and reject my intrusion. His status as a Jinchuriki is a caution, but I would be more concerned of the Yamigan attacking, especially with what it did to Mizuki. Reading Hinata, Hyuga's mind would also present challenges. First, Hayashi Hyuga may give us permission, but he will still take offense. The fact I'm potentially discovering Hyuga clan's secrets from his daughter would be an insult, no matter what reassurances I give. It ties back into the fact that Hyuga themselves live in an area where the Byakugan won't allow them to spy on other clans. The second problem will be the girl's Byakugan itself. It takes more than the Dōjutsu to use the Hyuga's sight. You need a mind trained to receive a much higher level of visual input than most. I haven't had the child's training, so her sight would be very disorienting to me. Truly, I doubt I could get much from her. Sarutobi nodded his head, understanding. If there is nothing more to learn here, then I'm going to the hospital. With any luck, Hyuga Hinata will be awake by now. It will take another day or two for Naruto to regain consciousness naturally with the strain his Dōjutsu placed on his mind, as well as level of pain. The shattered collarbone and broken arm combined with overusing the divine embodiment will hurt like hell. Hamura Mito Kato, an elder council member, came walking up with a stern frown upon his face. The elderly man was followed by the second elder council member, Koharu. Unlike the man, her face was filled with concern. Sarutobi just knew they would both be headaches in their own way. Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu had been teammates since before the first Great Ninja War. Under Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, they had formed the very first Team 7. The three had always been able to take care of themselves and look after one another, which was one of the main reasons the Hokage's old teammates were chosen as the village advisors. However, in recent years, they had begun undermining Hiruzen's wishes whenever they could because they disagreed with the way he ran the village. Hamura more so than Koharu. Sarutobi, we need to talk, Koharu said nervously. We're not sure who talked, but rumors about last night are starting to spread. I actually heard a shopkeeper gossip that Naruto was the one that kidnapped Lady Hinata and stole the sacred scroll, and Mizuki died stopping him. Please tell me you corrected the idiot, Inoichi asked, disbelieving. We couldn't, Hamura explained. Technically, there is still a gag order in effect. When some people asked us directly, all we could say was it's still being investigated. Groaning, Sarutobi looked to the elders and said, Come on, let's get to the hospital. With any luck, we can get Hinata Hyuga's statement. Hospital. Hyuga Hayashi stood in the lobby of the Leaf Village Hospital waiting for an update on his daughter. Since an extremely sensitive investigation was underway that she was involved with, the Hokage had declared her off limits to visit unless he, Hiruzen himself, or Shikaku Nara were present. No one was allowed in her room to keep from undermining possible testimony for or against Naruto Uzumaki. It wasn't like Hayashi didn't understand what the boy meant to Hidden Leaf, both as a Jinchuriki and future Uzumaki clan head, but this was his firstborn baby and he wanted to see her. Not that his stock facial features gave his anxiety away. He truly wished Minato's son hadn't killed Mizuki. Hayashi would have made his departing from life much more slow and painful. Looking up, the furious father saw a man in green scrubs coming. The man nervously approached Hayashi and introduced himself. Good morning, sir. I'm your daughter's head doctor, Kawamoto. At the moment, she's resting comfortably, and we have managed to fully heal her right arm. It was a clean break, so there should be no lasting damage. We will still place a cast over it for a few days to be sure the bone is protected while it regains its full density. Should be no lasting damage? The head Hyuga asked coldly. Oh, well, sir, no medical practitioner could ever say with 100% certainty exactly what the end result would be with each individual patient. The doctor explained while nervously laughing. Each person is different, you see. Some people heal faster than others, but I can say with 99.99% certainly Lady Hinata will make a full recovery. Hayashi's eyes burned with a cold fury, even as his face gave nothing away. He deeply found this man annoying. However, the clan leader had more questions to ask on behalf of the village. Can Hinata be awakened safely at this time? Yes, sir, she can, but I would prefer her to wake on her own, mainly for healing purposes. The nervous doctor explained in what he hoped was a way that placated the head Hyuga. The stock long brown-haired man filed the information away for when the Hokage arrived. He would prefer to let his baby sleep until she woke on her own too, but an innocent boy's life hung on what she had to say. Hayashi didn't believe for 1 second that Naruto was guilty of anything except being himself, whatever that may mean to the circumstances surrounding this incident. Unfortunately, there were many others that hoped this altercation was somehow the result of Uzumaki's malicious intent. They wanted an excuse to exile or kill him. Thinking of the blonde boy, Hayashi asked the doctor, How is Naruto Uzumaki faring? Kawamoto had a confused look on his face. The dem. Boy, sir. The Hyuga's stone face returned as he said coldly, not missing the fool's slip. Yes, the young man that saved my daughter from a kidnapper. How is he faring? Gulping, the doctor was quick to assure the angry man. He will be fine, sir. His heritage and his status will see to it. His right arm is in a cast up to his collarbone, but has already begun to mend, though if awoken the pain would be intolerable. We expect to remove his cast before your daughter's actually. With Hinata, we are worried for the forearm's radius and ulna being a little bit softer than usual right after medical jutsu application. As Naruto is an Uzumaki, he won't have those particular problems. Hinata will need a few more days to regain her full bone density. It's only a minor concern, as I said, sir. Kawamoto walked off quickly after that, afraid of making Hayashi angry again. The Hyuga watched the doctor walk off, still thinking of strangling him. He impatiently waited for the Hokage to arrive so he could see his daughter. It wasn't much longer before Hiruzen arrived along with both elders Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Yutane. The three walked up to Hayashi quickly. The irritated Hyuga gave contemptuous looks to both elders and addressed the Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki and my daughter Hinata are both doing fine, sir. Both have had their various broken bones set and are sleeping peacefully. However, if need be, we can wake Hinata up now to question. It would be best to wake the girl and get this over with, Hamura advised. Koharu nodded her head in agreement, her tightly wound gray bun barely moving an inch. Hiruzen thought it over and said, I must agree with the elders. However, I just sent ANBU to retrieve Kurenai Yuhi and believe it best to wait for her. Lady Hinata will be more comfortable around Kurenai and easier to talk with. Unless you have objections, Hayashi. No, sir. I have no real concerns waking Hinata up, but would like to wait on Jian and Yui, the clan leader stated formally. The four waited another half hour for the Jianin to show. When she did, they could tell the lovely black-haired woman had recently showered, as her hair was still a little damp, and she was dressed in her distinguishable wrap-made outfit with the one red sleeve. Sorry it took me so long, Lord Hokage. When I returned from searching for Hinata, I collapsed on my couch to sleep. I was just getting out of the shower when ANBU informed me to meet you here at the hospital. It's fine, Kurenai, Sarutobi assured her. We have decided to wake Lady Hinata early. It's unfortunate, but we need answers as soon as possible. The group of five walked down the hospital hallway to room 303. Across the walkway stood an ANBU guarding room 304, the place where Naruto slept. The group of five entered Hinata's room quietly. There they met an attending nurse sitting in the corner. The young woman stood up and smoothed back her short, dirty blonde hair. Sir, she nervously said, addressing the Hokage. I was told to stay here in case you needed to wake Lady Hinata. Will we be waking her up prematurely? Yes, dear. Sarutobi answered with a kind smile in hopes of alleviating the nurse's anxiety. The woman walked up to Hinata's bedside and placed two green glowing fingers on the child's brow. The indigo-haired girl's face took on an expression of frustration as she slowly returned to conclusions. She blinked her eye quickly and looked around at the room's occupants, her gaze settling on Hayashi. The short-haired nurse cleared her throat to get the young girl's attention. Lady Hinata, I'm your attending nurse Aromi. Are you in any pain or discomfort? Looking down at her arm, Hinata answered, No, ma'am, not really. My arm feels a little numb, but I can move the fingers. Smiling kindly, the nurse explained, That's good, dear. Any change, let me know immediately. Lord Hokage has questions for you regarding the incident that got you hurt. I'll be close by if you need anything, checking on my other patient brought in with you, Naruto Uzumaki. At her crush's name, the heiress focused back on the woman and asked in a quiet, shy manner, Is Naruto-kun okay? His right arm was hurt far worse than mine. The lady smiled kindly at her little patient. Oh yes, Naruto is doing just fine. He's a tough little guy and will be back to his normal amusing antics in no time, I'm sure. Bowing politely to the room's occupants, the nurse left to attend the little hero. Hayashi walked to a corner and stood stiffly while Sarutobi and Kurenai sat on Hinata's right and the elders are left. Smiling, the Hokage began in his usual grandfather voice. We do apologize for waking you, dear, but I'm afraid this can't wait. We need you to tell us exactly what happened and how you came to be in Mizuki Tuji's hands. Why, sir? Did something else happen? Hinata asked, nervous and confused. She didn't understand why there would be concern. Kurenai quickly interjected before anyone else could, namely Elder Hamura. No, Hinata. Everything is fine so far as we know. However, there's a concern that Mizuki could have a partner in or around the village helping him. Sarutobi was grateful that he had brought the Genjutsu mistress. If word got around, they had led Hinata's answers to a more favorable outcome for Naruto's sake. It would bring into question the girl's whole testimony. They wanted to hear what she had to say in an honest manner as possible, and that meant not telling her the boy she loved was under suspicion of treason. Otherwise, she may try to craft answers to protect him or others could falsely say she did to continue holding Naruto under an unfair light. Hinata looked back and forth between Kurenai and the Hokage, saying, "No, he didn't have a partner, not any mention anyways. The truth was he didn't want me at all, just the forbidden scroll of sealing." Koharu gave Hinata a searching look and asked, "Did Mizuki kidnap you to force Naruto Uzumaki to steal the scroll for him?" Looking even more confused, the young Hyuga said, "No, ma'am, that's not how it happened." There was a look of triumph in Hamura's cold, vindictive eyes at the girl's words. He shot Sarutobi a look that clearly stated his victory over being right about the Uzumaki boy. Kurenai, however, had another question. "Hinata, how exactly did you come to be in Mizuki's clutches? Start from the beginning and leave nothing out. You don't know what you could have missed that we more experienced shinobi could pick up on." The indigo-haired child smiled shyly at her mentor and began. "Oh well, you see, I was going to buy some cinnamon buns when I thought I heard Naruto-kun's voice. So I activated my Byakugan to check, and it was him, only I noticed something wrong. It looked like there was a tumor in his brain, so I followed to have a closer look." "A brain tumor?" Koharu asked for clarification. The Hokage decided to explain. "Not a tumor, but an eye. The Uzumaki clan's Yamigan, or Dreamweaver's third eye, a rare ability that few are born with. It allows the user to weld Genjutsu without proper chakra control, and possibly has a few abilities that we have yet to see and won't ever see." Hamura thought angrily. "We will have to put Genjutsu disrupting seals in the demon's prison cell." Hinata, still oblivious to the danger her personal blonde heartthrob was in, continued her explanation after filing away the Hokage's information for later. Getting back her train of thought, the girl began in her normal quiet voice. "I watched Naruto-kun training for a while. I was wondering if he would do something with the, Yamigan, but he never did. After a little time had passed, Mizuki approached Naruto to talk." Here the girl paused to think. How to explain this so I don't embarrass poor, gullible Naruto-kun? Growing impatient and wanting the boy's treason confirmed, Hamura asked harshly, "Well, girl, what did he say?" "Lady Hinata." Sarutobi corrected his colleague in a reprimanding tone, giving him a cold glare. The male elder had the presence of mind to understand his mistake and said, "Sorry, Lady Hinata. Please tell us what Mizuki talked with Naruto about." Not seeing any way to make it sound better, the girl began explaining. Mizuki told Naruto that he and several academy instructors believed, because of his performance during graduation, that he deserved to take a secret test to become a Chunin. The test was to steal the sacred scroll and bring it to the old shack in the Northwoods. Mizuki told Naruto-kun where to find the scroll and everything. Elder Hamura Mitokado was furious as he saw the boy walking free in his mind. Not only that, but also being praised as some kind of damned hero for saving both the scroll and Lady Hinata from a traitor. No one could ever fault a student for believing a teacher's word. Without that trust, the whole system of shinobi training would crumble like a flimsy house of cards, which made Mizuki an even more deplorable ass for twisting it for his own agenda. Despite the absurdity of such a test existing, it wasn't beyond the realm of possibility, especially during times of war. Hiruzen was shacking his head at the gullibility of the village's blonde menace. Looking at Hinata, the old man asked, "What did you do next, dear? I'm assuming Mizuki kidnapped you to prevent anyone from finding out what was happening." Yes, sir. I didn't know if there really was such a test, but I knew Mizuki hated Naruto-kun." The young girl continued her testimony. "I had seen him glare at multiple children in the academy when he thought no one was looking, clan children mostly, but he glared the hardest at Naruto-kun. I knew if such a test existed, it wouldn't be Mizuki telling Naruto-kun about it. I was on my way to talk with my father when he grabbed me." From there, Hinata explained how Mizuki spent the day carrying her around while avoiding search parties. Kurenai watched her facial expression close as the shy girl came to the actual fight. The worried Jounin was afraid of psychological problems resulting from the trauma that was endured. She was also keeping a close eye on Hayashi, Every time his daughter said Naruto-kun, his right hand twitched a fraction of an inch. Kurenai noticed the small child was coming up to a part of her story that held deep emotion. The power she described regarding Naruto's Yamigan was truly incredible, especially how it reacted to the boy's desire to hide from Mizuki and reinforced the bolder illusion they hid inside. However, this is where Hayashi's oldest began to tear up a little. Mizuki told us why the village hates Naruto-kun. The indigo-haired girl sobbed. He told us about the QB, so Naruto would make a mistake. Hiruzen placed a comforting hand on Hinata's shoulder and said, "I'm glad you don't judge Naruto unfairly for his burdened deer, but please remember it is a village secret and you must not talk of it." "I know that, sir." Hinata sniffled. "I just don't understand how people can judge him for something he has no control over." "I ask myself that every day, Lady Hinata," the Hokage said, while shooting the man across from him an unreadable look. Hamura just gave him the same look back in defiance. Koharu got fed up with both her old stupid teammates and asked the young Kunoichi to kindly continue her story. It took Hinata a moment to gather her thoughts, but eventually she described the harrowing battle between two genin and a traitor. The bastard Mizuki had been cruel in his tactical execution of combat skill and jutsu. Eventually, the heiress came around to Naruto being pinned down by his broken arm, while she herself was too badly injured to help. However, once more the girl paused her story to think. Kurenai tried to read the girl to determine what the problem was exactly. Did she not want to say it was Naruto that killed Mizuki, or was there something else going on? The Jounin decided the only way to get the truth was to ask. "Hinata, we all know that Naruto killed Mizuki using a Jinjutsu. We don't know exactly what it was nor what triggered it. If you saw anything that could help, we need to know to better help Naruto master this power." He was beaten and broken, but something still gave him the mental fortitude and will to kill Mizuki with only a thought. What was it? The girl began to turn bright red as nervous sweat began to trickle down her face. Everyone watched as Hinata tried to open her mouth and talk, but only a squeak came out. It slowly began to dawn on Kurenai just what the girl said to Naruto to drive him forth to victory. Judging by the twitching fingers on Hayashi's right hand, he was getting it as well. "Hidno," the Hyuga clan head thought angrily to himself. "No way in hell did my daughter say what I think she said. She's much too young to be dating some blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy with only one thought in his little brain." Hamura, growing frustrated with the heiress, said forcefully, "Lady Hinata, please, we need to know." "Oh, you old fool, really." Koharu cut him off exasperatedly. "It's obvious what happened, you idiot. She gave Naruto a battlefield confession." Kurenai was trying really hard not to laugh as Hinata gave a sharp eep and ducked under the covers. Battlefield confessions were like a deathbed confession. The only real difference was you had a chance to survive the battle after confessing. Many young lovers had started out this way, and many popular love novels started with them as well, so they were a popular topic amongst both young and old kunoichi. Thinking to herself, Kurenai began going down the list. Let's see. There's Lord Hokage and his wife Biwako. Hayashi and his wife Hitomi. If the story's true, they consummated their love in the medical tent that very night. Who else? Enko, really that was more of an in-the-heat-of-passion romance that fizzled out quickly. Oh yeah, who could forget Naruto's very own parents Minato and Kushina? Kakashi told me he possibly saw Naruto's very own conception when he came to training early once. The best animal to describe those two would have been rabbit. As that last thought crossed her mind, the Jounin's eyes quickly found Hayashi. The clan leader was standing forcibly rigged, right hand twitching as if gripping an imaginary kunai, and his right eye had developed a tic. It was apparent his mind had gone to the same place as Kurenai's. Sarutobi just chuckled at the whole thing. "We'll let you rest, dear. That's all we needed, I think. You and Naruto will both receive pay for a mid-level B-rank mission, and it will be added to your ninja files." With that, everyone stood to leave. Hayashi moved forward and gave Hinata a small hug. In the hallway, Hamura stopped everyone just outside the door and said, I believe we should wake Uzumaki-san up now and ask him some questions, if nothing more than to confirm Lady Hinata's statement. Are you calling my daughter a liar, Lord Elder? Hayashi asked in a threatening tone. No, Lord Hayashi, of course not. However, some might say she made the story up and then explained everything to Naruto before we talked with him. The man said placatingly, to put rumors to bed before they can start, we need to act now. That boy's arm is a wreck, Koharu said, shocked by her colleague's suggestion. The downside to being an Uzumaki is that pain pills have no real effect. If we wake him and he's in pain, there's nothing we can do but apply a continuous relief jutsu of some kind, and those don't work much regardless. Sarutobi thought it over and realized both his old teammates had good points. Even if Hamuro was just holding out hope Naruto would incriminate himself somehow. A little pain now, to stop false accusations later, seemed like the better suggestion though. Giving the gray-haired old kunoichi an apologetic look, he said, I must agree with Hamura. Using Jinjutsu to alleviate Naruto's pain would be ill-advised since we don't know how his Yamigan would react, but medical jutsu will work. We'll have Nurse Hiromi handle it. Walking up to the ANBU, standing guard outside Naruto's room, the Hokage explained. You're relieved. I'm sure all we'll do in there is exonerated Naruto of any wrongdoing. Bowing the man left quickly by Shunshin. The 5 adults entered the room to see the short-haired nurse examining the young hero with a diagnostic jutsu. She looked up surprised at the visitors. Can I help you, Lord Hokage? Taking a moment to look over his surrogate grandson filled the old man with an immense fury. The blonde was shirtless, laid out on the bed with his right arm in a rigid sling forced to rest straight out from his side. A cast from wrist to collar covered the entire appendage. Even as he slept, his breathing was labored thanks to bruised ribs and strained muscles. Yes, nurse, the old man said with a forced smile. We believe it would be best to put this martyr to bed now and would like you to wake Naruto. However, can you stay to help should there be any pain? Well, if you insist, sir, but I think it's a bad idea, the woman said hesitantly. I will definitely stick around, though. Making a hand sign the woman did for Naruto as she had done for Hinata. However, unlike the girl's face of reluctance to wake the boys was pale white and filled with pain. Grimacing, he came to consciousness with a chalked grasp. The nurse quickly began a jutsu on his arm that seemed to help a little. Naruto, it's me, Lord Hokage. Do you remember what happened with Chunin Mizuki Tuji? We need to ask you some questions. Sarutobi quickly stated concerned. Hinata, is Hinata okay, old man? Naruto asked in a pain-filled, raspy whisper while gritting his teeth against his agony. Hiruzen was quick to comfort the boy. She's fine, Naruto. You saved her and the scroll. It's extremely important. Why did you take the scroll? Naruto closed his eyes against the pain, trying to remember. As best he could, the boy spit out. Mizuki-sensei said it was a test to become Chunin. That confirms Hinata's story. Hiruzen thought anxiously. He was about to signal the nurse to place him back under when Hamura stopped him. Angrily, the Hokage and everyone else gave the man cold looks. Ignoring the glares, the elder pressed forward with questioning. Naruto Uzumaki, do you remember what happened to Mizuki? Do you remember how you killed him? I killed him, the boy questioned, uncertain. I didn't mean to. He was a traitor, Naruto. Sarutobi said to calm him while mouthing idiot fool at his colleague. Turning back to the Jinchuriki, he said kindly, you did nothing wrong. You saved Hinata and the scroll. Lord Hokage is right, Uzumaki-san, Hayashi said, walking up behind the old man. You saved my daughter, and I should be proud of that. Not ashamed for a traitor's death. Mizuki was dead the moment he betrayed his village. Sarutobi signaled the Hyuga clan head to back off. He appreciated his words of comfort, but wanted to get this over with. He looked back to his surrogate grandson and asked, what do you remember of your fatal Jinjutsu? Naruto rolled his head around on his pillow, trying to find some comfort and think. On my Jinja, I don't know. Pant, my arm hurt. My head hurt. Everything hurt. Hinata said something. Can't remember. So much pain. Still pain, everything's fuzzy. Just wanted to stop Mizuki. Hearing enough, Sarutobi signaled the nurse to put the young boy back under. She quickly complied and placed 2 glowing fingers on the boy's brow. Everyone watched relieved as sleep took him once again. The Hokage turned to Hamura, but spoke addressing the group. I hope Naruto's testimony satisfied everyone, because it won't be given again until after he awakens naturally. No one made any comment regarding the man's statement. They thanked the nurse for her help and regrouped back in the hallway. Looking at his old teammates, the Hokage inquired, "Well, the only thing Naruto Uzumaki is guilty of is believing his sensei, correct?" "Yes, Sarutobi," Koharu concurred. "We can't fault him for trusting a man we ourselves trusted." Both looked to Hamura, asking silently for his input. Agreed. Uzumaki did nothing purposely criminal nor treasonous. Thinking it over, the man continued cautiously. He knew Sarutobi well enough to know that the man's patience was growing thin. "I admit this dojutsu of his has me worried. If what the boy explained is completely true, as in can he fully remember what happened, then the fatal genjutsu used against Mizuki was a reflex action. That's an extremely dangerous ability to not have full control over." Koharu nodded her head in agreement. "Truly, Hamura, you are correct." Looking thoughtfully at the closed door of the boy's room, an idea struck the old woman like lightning. "Perhaps there's information to be found in older families. I'm sure you, Sarutobi, have attempted to find facts regarding this ability with the shinobi clans and their records since the Uzumakis were lost. But did you check with the daimyo? His family records would possibly go back even further than many shinobi clans." "You have a point," the Hokage said, pondering the possibility. "I'll write the man as soon as I get back to the office." The old woman smiled amused. "It never changes, even after all these years. I'm still the only one that thinks on this team." Sarutobi chuckled amused as Hamura rolled his eyes. The old woman looked to Hinata's room next and said whimsically, "Poor little Hinata. She gives Naruto a battlefield confession, and he doesn't remember it. Of course, after he gets better, it might come back to him. Who knows? Well, if there's nothing more, I have a few older kunoichi to go gossip with." "I think we're done here," Hiruzen said. "Lord Hyuga, I'll see you at the next council meeting. Kurenai, good day." With that, the Hokage left, followed by the elders. Hayashi and Kurenai remained in the hallway, though, the Jounin trying to figure out what the clan head was thinking. They were soon interrupted by Dr. Kawamoto approaching. The man looked confused by the fact they were just standing in the hallway and asked, "Is there something wrong, Lord Hayashi, ma'am?" "No, nothing," the Hyuga said. "Tell me, doctor, can I have my daughter discharged? I would feel more comfortable with her at home." "I don't see why not, sir," Kawamoto explained. "All she needs is rest, and Lady Hinata can get that at home. Is it imperative she leave today? I would feel more comfortable with her at home. That's all," Hayashi explained. "Can you go and get her discharge papers?" The man bowed and left quickly to do as asked. Hayashi leaned against the wall next to Hinata's door as if standing guard, closing his eyes to think. Kurenai gave the man a bemused look and asked, "You can't honestly believe your daughter and Naruto would do anything inappropriate? Hinata being who she is, and Naruto the same, as her plus his injuries. As her father, I will sleep better knowing there's a village between my daughter and Naruto, rather than one empty hallway and 2 unlocked doors," was the answer Hayashi gave. Kurenai laughed a little and asked, "Seriously, sir, you're that worried about it?" "Honestly, no," the Hyuga clan head answered truthfully with a sigh. "However, I'm sure you've heard the story involving me and my wife. What most people don't know is that the night of her battlefield confession to me, I was too beaten and broken to move. So, who do you think crawled into whose bed and started that particular event? People say Hinata takes after Hitomi in both looks and personality. So forgive me if I'm concerned about my late wife's entire personality showing up in my daughter. As a husband, that side of Hitomi was appreciated, but I've learned the downside today." Opening his eyes and staring into the woman's red ones, the man continued, I'm also sure you've heard stories regarding Naruto's parents as well. Have you heard Kakashi Hatake talking about the training field incident? Kurenai nodded yes at the question, so Hayashi continued. I have a story of my own. Minato was late for a council meeting once, and I volunteered to go find him. I walked in on him and Kushina on his desk in the Hokage's office. She was bent over, and he was behind her. The man had the gall to look me right in the eye without pausing and say, "I'll be with you in a minute." Kurenai was forced to keep a straight face as she desperately tried not to laugh. It took a moment, but eventually she calmed down. Giving Hayashi a kind smile, she said, Kushina was somewhat known as a wild redhead. Lord Fourth would have had a hard time keeping his hands off her. Ah, the Hyuga Lord scoffed. Kushina, my foot, it was Minato that caused all those incidents. The man told me once that his darling wife had a weakness, her left earlobe. According to him, if you nibbled on it, the woman was putty in your hands. That day with Kakashi in the clearing, poor Kushina had just been bringing Minato his lunch that he conveniently forgot at home. Hell, the day I walked in on them in Minato's office, all the windows were open, and it was the middle of the afternoon. The fourth hit it quite well, but the truth of the matter was he and Lord Jiraiya could have competed for the title of biggest pervert, and now his son just found out my Hinata has a thing for him. And don't say Naruto will probably not remember after he recovers. I'm not that lucky. Kurenai couldn't take it anymore and began giggling. She then gave Hayashi a cocky look and said, smiling, "Be that as it may, sir, your daughter could have done far worse than Naruto Uzumaki to hang her heart on. Or would you prefer Sasuke Uchiha?" The cold look the man sent the Jounin was answer enough to what he thought of that scenario. He rolled his shoulders to get a little more comfortable on the wall and continued. I have nothing against Naruto. I never did. Despite Minato's proclivities, no one could ever doubt he loved Kushina with all his heart, and his son shall be the same with whomever he loves as well. Any father would be luck if their little princess got with a man like him. However, if he and Hinata do become a couple, the day will come when you see me chasing a little half-necked blonde boy down the street with a large katana blade, and Hinata chasing after begging me not to kill him. Both shinobi looked down the hall and saw the doctor approaching with the discharge papers in his hand. Hayashi sighed, resigning himself to the fact his daughter was growing up. He gave Kurenai a small smile and said happily, "It could be worse, I suppose. I could be the Jounin sensei in charge of those two potentially hormonal-driven teenagers." This comment caused the smile on Kurenai's face to leave. She hadn't thought of that. Another troubling thought crossed her mind as well. Has anyone had the sex talk with Naruto yet? Thinking to herself, the woman frantically concluded. Naruto doesn't have parents, so maybe Irika took the responsibility over. Please let him have taken the responsibility over. Crap, he's a man. They never take responsibility unless a woman forces them to. Early morning Hokage's office. Sarutobi sat at his desk, reading the final report pertaining to the Sacred Scroll theft incident. Officially, all matters were settled and Naruto was fully exonerated. However, despite everything they put the boy through to determine the truth quickly, many stubborn people still believed he was working with Mizuki, and that one idiot shop owner was still spewing the garbage that the Jinchuriki acted alone and the Chunin died trying to stop him. It was almost enough to sway Sarutobi to ram a kunai down the throat of the next person that accused Naruto of treason. The Hokage received word today that his surrogate grandson would finally be leaving the hospital. His arm had fully mended and everything was in working order. It had been 5 days since the incident occurred, which was longer than what had been predicted. Genin wouldn't be sorted into teams until this afternoon, so both Naruto and Hinata could attend. The young Hyuga heiress had her cast removed last night. Standing, Sarutobi lit his pipe and left to go visit his favorite little knucklehead. Chuckling, the old man remembered back on several complaints logged by Dr. Kawamoto that revolved around Naruto and Jinjutsu. Apparently, the blonde genin had picked up on the doctor's dislike and had begun making him see things with a false visual. The images ranged from zombies and ghosts to necked nurses and patients. Luckily, for everyone's sanity, Nurse Hiromi moved the troublemaker to the children's ward so he could entertain the younger kids and leave the doctor in peace. The walk through the village was quiet and uneventful. Approaching the hospital and making his way through the main entrance, Sarutobi approached the visitor's desk. Smiling kindly at the middle-aged plum woman, the Hokage said, "Good morning, ma'am. I'm here to see Uzumaki Naruto." "Oh, the cute blonde that all the children love." The happy woman gushed. It was obvious to Sarutobi that at some point in her life, the lady moved to Konoha from somewhere else, so therefore had never heard of Naruto. I don't know why that mean old Dr. Kawamoto finds that little boy so annoying. He's been using illusions to make all the sick kids from Konko village feel better. Hiruzen was forced to repress his anger as the kind woman unknowingly reminded him of the poor people recently subjected to a cowardly attack. Some piece of garbage tried to poison the whole village just to steal what little they had unimpeded. Luckily for the residents of Konko, a passing leaf chunin had noticed the signs of poisoning in the very young and elderly. Immediately notifying Leaf and requesting medical aid, the soon-to-be Jounin Kunoichi tracked down the bandit, identified the poison with questionable interrogation techniques, managed to get an antidote the man carried in case he accidentally poisoned himself, and handed it over to the 1st Division Medical Unit the moment they arrived, so as to begin duplication to treat the villagers. What little remained of the bastard bandit was entertaining Ibiki Marino at the moment, and it was doubtful he would ever again see the light of day. The younger children and elderly had been brought to Konoha for further treatment. They were no longer being poisoned, but were still in danger of dying because of complications. Unfortunately, most of the elderly hadn't survived the trip, and even more had passed away in hospital. Thanking the kind nurse, the Hokage made his way to the children's ward. Walking in, he saw 8 beds lined up on either side of the room, holding young ones, 3 boys and 5 girls, and Naruto sitting in chair, wearing blue scrubs with his right arm still in a sling as a precaution awaiting doctor's orders, making a large spider tap dance across the floor. All the young children watched on happily at the tap-dancing spider with white shoes and a top hat. "Well, I see you found a way to train while staying in the hospital, Naruto," Sarutobi said, smiling amused. The ever-exuberant blonde looked up quick at Hiruzen's voice. "Hail, man, what brings you here?" Several children looked up curiously at the Hokage. Some looked afraid of the stranger. Hiruzen tried to come off as lovingly as possible in hopes of placating their fear. "I just came to inform you that, as of today, your arm is completely fine. It was actually healed several days ago, but the hospital kept you longer just to be sure. Nurse Hiromi was worried about repercussions on your chakra network because of how badly you overused the divine embodiment technique. You could change back into your normal clothes and leave." "Yahoo!" the Jinchuriki exclaimed excitedly while jumping skyward. "No more hospital food, no more checkups, no more Kawamoto, I'm free." "Does that mean you won't play with us anymore, Naruto?" a sad little voice asked from a corner. It belonged to a small girl around the age of 4 with big green eyes and striking black hair done up in pigtails. "Of course it doesn't, Rio," the blonde said, quickly reassuring the small girl. "I'll come see you guys as often as I can. I can even send a shadow clone every day as well." Explaining that Naruto quickly formed one solid copy to demonstrate. The small children had big smiles on their faces at the sight of 2 older blonde kids. The Jinchuriki said goodbye to everyone and left with the Hokage to retrieve his stuff from his room. The old man turned to close the door and watched as the kids happily clapped at the colorful butterflies dancing across the room. Not much longer, the Hokage followed his favorite knucklehead out into the street. Sarutobi noticed that Naruto, now dressed in his usual orange jumpsuit, had a thoughtful look on his face. Such an expression was very unusual for the blonde. Curious, Hiruzen asked, "Is there something wrong, Naruto? Usually you're not this quiet. You haven't asked me to take you for ramen once." The boy didn't speak up right away. He took his time working out the words in his head before trying to start. "Gigi." Warning sirens began blaring in the 3rd Hokage's head. The fact his surrogate grandson was staring this conversation with Gigi and having a hard time finding the words just meant dangerously confusing and deep. He began looking for a way out quick. It wasn't that he didn't love the boy and want to help. Hiruzen just worked better as a sensei and teacher more so than a parent. Just ask his own kids. The blonde seemed like he had his question right in his head. Gigi, what do you know about? Oh, Naruto, I'm sorry. Hiruzen quickly said, laughing nervously. I just remembered some important paperwork back in the office that needs my immediate attention. Naruto sighed a little dejected, but brightened up immediately. Giving the Hokage a big smile, while scratching the back of his head, Naruto exclaimed, "Oh, well, okay, old man. I'll go get some ramen at Ichiraku's, then go train. There's still a jutsu I'm working on." Feeling a little bad about blowing Naruto of, Hiruzen said jovially, "Tell you what, Naruto, just have your meal placed on my tab. I don't mind." "Really?" the blonde said excitedly. "Yeah, now I can eat all the bowls I want. I'm going to have miso, pork, chicken, maybe all three combined in one bowl. Hell, I might even try vegetable. On second thought, who would want vegetable? Yuck." Sarutobi watched Naruto walk off, excitedly reciting all the ramen he planned to eat. The Kage felt his money pouch lighten with each word the young boy spoke. Completely worth it. It would seem Hayashi's fears have come to pass. Naruto remembers Hinata's battlefield confession. He was probably going to ask awkward questions regarding girls and relationships. More than likely, the dreaded sex talk was also approaching. Hopefully, he will feel comfortable talking things over with Ichiraku, but I better send for Irika just in case. Riverbank. Irika Yumino walked through the old wood path heading for Naruto's usual training area. The Hokage had sent word that the boy was working on a jutsu and would possibly need help. Never one to turn down a request from Sarutobi or a chance to help his little brother, the Chunin had hurried through the last of his paperwork finalizing teams and headed out to find the young Jinchuriki. Teams this year will be done differently. The new Genin wouldn't arrive at the academy until this afternoon. They would be told their teams and immediately head out with their new Jounin instructors. This was because of Naruto and Hinata mainly. They had been forced to postpone the team placement by several days, so both kids could heal up and be present. If not, then their classmates could have taken the true Genin exam and tipped of one of Team 8 to what happened. This would seriously undermine Sakura, Hinata, and Naruto's test result. Was there actual true teamwork and unity, or just clever kids passing? The fact such precautions were needed still filled the Chunin with anger towards Mizuki, though he hated himself most of all. No matter how many people told him it wasn't his fault, no matter how many people explained they worked with the white-haired bastard as well, no matter how many flat-out said he fooled them just as much as Irika himself, they couldn't deny the fact that traitor worked closer with the brown-haired Chunin than anyone. The scarred-faced man failed to see that bastard for who he truly was, and almost got 2 of his students killed. Coming to the edge of the woods, Irika saw Naruto reading something of a small piece of paper. Walking up, the eagle eyes of the man read a list of hand signs. Curious, he asked, "What you got there, Naruto?" Startled, the young boy turned quickly to see his favorite teacher walking up. "You scare me, sensei." Irika looked down at the boy expectantly with a kind smile. However, the expression left his face and was replaced by shock when Naruto folded the paper, placing it back in his pocket, saying, "It's not that important right now, sensei." Not important. Since when was a jutsu not important to Naruto? Was there actually something else on his mind more important than jutsu? A bewildered Irika pondered. "Sensei, what do you know about girls?" the young boy asked awkwardly. "Daimyo Hiruzen Sarutobi." The horrified Chunin thought in his head, now realizing just what the Hokage actually wanted. I was so close, damn it. He was getting a new sensei today, and now this conversation comes up. Out loud, the man calmly asked, uncertain. "What do you want to know exactly, Naruto? Is this a physical question or personal?" Blushing, the Jinchuriki admitted. "I already had the birds and the bees talk, sensei. Old man Ichiraku gave me that when I first broke into the adult bookstore. Looking at the pictures were confusing, so I asked him to explain what I was seeing. It caused a commotion when a 7-year-old flashed that kind of magazine in a crowded restaurant. Thank you, Tuchi Ichiraku, higher powers in the porn industry." Irika thought relieved. Looking closer at Naruto, he took an educated guess. I'm figuring you remember more about the end of your battle with that traitor Mizuki now that your arm's all better. The rumor mill has been churning all over the village. Apparently, Honorable Elder Koharu told everyone after Hinata explained what happened to the Hokage. The blonde blushed even deeper while thinking. Battlefield confession. I never realized they could be so awkward. The first time I heard the term, I pictured Sakura-chan giving me one right after defeating some powerful enemy. Oddly enough, he looked a lot like Sasuke in my head. Now, Hinata-chan gives me one while I'm suffering from a broken arm and not triumphantly standing over a defeated jerk, and I don't know what to do. Out loud, the orange-clad boy asked, "How do I know when I like a girl? I think I like Sakura, but Hinata said she loves me. So should I like Hinata instead? Also, when does like become love?" Irika was trying to break the boy's question down into actual coherent thought. Little tough guy doesn't want to say he might love someone, or he's just honestly confused by his feelings. Hinata loves Naruto, and Naruto might love Sakura or Hinata. Karina is going to have such a headache with this team. The only thing that could make it worse would be if Sakura had feelings for Hinata. Bad Irika, don't go there, bad thought, bad thought. Focus back on Naruto. Little brother needs brotherly advice. Look, Naruto, I can't really tell you when your emotions change from like to love. The Chunin tried explaining. That's something only you in your heart will know. However, just because Hinata confessed her love to you doesn't mean you're obligated to love her back. Try to be her friend first and see what develops. Get to know both girls. Don't just go by looks. You and Hinata might find you really aren't compatible as a couple and just stay good friends where you could develop true feelings for one another. That's really all you can do. Naruto didn't like the answer, but figured it was as good as he was going to get. Thanks, Sensei. I'll try getting to know Hinata better first and then decide. Irika looked at the blonde apologetically. He truly wished he could tell him exactly what to do, but this was a situation Naruto had to figure out on his own. It was just one of many trials life gave you growing up. Trying to take the boy's mind off his troubles, the Chunin asked, "So, what jutsu were you working on when I walked up?" The orange-clad boy seemed to come out of his deep thoughts to speak. He answered in an offhand manner. "Oh, I learned it from a sacred scroll, Exploding Shadow Clone Jutsu." "What?" Irika asked in a worried voice. "Yeah, I memorized the hand signs and wrote them down the moment I was able." The boy explained, unaware of Irika's growing fear. "I didn't have a chance to learn at the cabin while I was waiting for Mizuki. Would have been nice to have for the fight." Looking up at his sensei, happily Naruto asked, "Do you want to see me use it? I haven't tried to do it yet." Irika was still petrified with fear, so failed to stop the boy from making hand signs. The young Jinin happily called out, "Exploding Shadow, Clone Jutsu." A perfect replica of the Jinchuriki appeared and happily ran about 50 yards away. It turned back to his creator and Irika before smiling, waving goodbye, and detonating. The Chunin had begun hand signs the moment Naruto created the living bomb. Just as the clone exploded, the academy teacher erected a wall of rock with a cry. "Earth release, stone wall jutsu." The explosion and force were both immense. The ground shook as nearby trees were knocked over by the shockwave. Behind the wall of stone, Irika hunkered down with his student as the danger passed. Finally, when the Chunin felt the last tremor stop, the wall crumbled, and he and Naruto looked out at the destruction. The scarred-faced man looked out in shock at a 10-yard wide by 10-yard deep crater. The outer wall closest to the river gave way, and water began filling up the new pond. "That was awesome," Naruto exclaimed happily. "I could literally create an army of smart bombs." The brown-haired Chunin looked down at the boy, still in shock. Never before has a statement been so true and terrifying. The village is completely screwed. I need to warn people immediately. The blonde happily turned to his teacher to ask what he thought, but saw that Irika had disappeared in a hurry. "Probably want to tell Gigi just how awesome I am." Looking back at the new pond he just created and the blown-over trees, Naruto had another thought. It would probably be a good idea to find somewhere else to experiment with this jutsu. I don't want to destroy the woods. Academy entrance. Hinata walked through the large gates headed for class. She was excited about finally getting on a team and seeing Naruto-kun again. For the last few days, the shy girl had been on bed rest. Hayashi had never shown her so much attention, and the indigo hair girl was grateful to finally get some breathing room from an overbearing father. As Hinata approached the building, two people came up on either side of the girl and threw an arm around her shoulders. Startled, the young Kunoichi looked left and right to see both Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka grinning like cats that just trapped a canary. She also felt like the canary. The young Hyuga heiress had always admired both girls for their lovely long hair and confidence. She herself kept her hair short so it wouldn't get in the way when she fought, though she allowed two bangs in front to grow down her face. Looking left, Hinata asked the pinkette Sakura shyly, "Can I help you with something? We heard very interesting rumor recently." Ino said, mischievously forcing the trap girl to look right. "Honorable Elder Koharu had tea with my grandmother and told her something fascinating." The Hyuga blushed a deep red, realizing what the two gossipers wanted. However, seeing the shy girl turn an alarming shade of red told Sakura and Ino all they needed to know. Both smiled brightly as the truth was fully confirmed. "So, what are you going to do?" Sakura asked. "Apparently right after talking with you. The Hokage talked with Naruto to compare stories. According to Elder Hamura, the knucklehead doesn't remember much after Mizuki broke his arm." "What?" Hinata asked, startled. "No one told me that." "Yeah, we know it's a tragedy," Ino said sympathetically. "You give the blonde dope a battlefield confession and he forgets, though that does sound like something Naruto would do. Hey though, you never know. Now that Naruto's all healed up, he just might remember, or someone could walk up to him and ask questions that jogs his memory." Walking into class, all three girls separated and took their seats, Hinata in the back while Sakura and Ino sat up front. The blonde and pinkette continued to talk about the possibly new young couple, while the indigo-haired girl fantasized about holding hands on long walks with her Naruto-kun. It wasn't much longer that other kids began to arrive. One was a little light brown-haired hateful boy in a gray sock cap that wore his headband around his neck named Hibachi. This rude little runt hated Naruto because his parents told him the blonde was a no-good troublemaker and demon. Angrily, the boy marched up to the Hyuga heiress and demanded with a shout, "Why did you lie to save that traitor?" The young Kunoichi came out of her daydream in confusion as the class got quiet. Looking at the angry boy, Hinata spoke nervously. "Traitor, do you mean Mizuki? I didn't lie about anything he did, Hibachi-san." "You know damn well what I mean," the boy accused, outraged. "You lied about Mizuki-sensei being the traitor and Naruto being the hero. It was the other way around. Naruto kidnapped you and stole the scroll. Mizuki-sensei died stopping him." "What?" Hinata asked, shocked. She wasn't the only one either. The room wasn't even half full yet, but every child present was giving Hibachi looks of disbelief. Several looked like they were trying not to laugh at his stupidity. There came a sigh from the upper right corner, followed by a mumbled troublesome. The angry boy looked accusingly up at another young man that appeared to have been asleep in the right side corner, his light brown hair poking out the back of his gray sock cap, dancing through the wind from the speed of his head turn, and accusingly asked, "You got something to say, Shikamaru?" The genin, a boy with a wild ponytail of black hair that stood almost straight up resembling a pineapple, was Shikamaru Nara, easily one of the smartest kids of his generation, even if the grades didn't show it. He was the type that kept everyone's expectations of himself low, so he didn't have to try so hard. Even so, everyone in the academy knew of his formidable intelligence, as it was apparent when he actually participated in class, so his laziness greatly angered his mom and various sensei. Looking at Hibachi, the lazy genius asked, "Your dad's a chunin and owner of that corner store a few blocks from Memorial Park, right?" The angry brat glared up at Shikamaru and said, "Yeah, what of it?" Looking to the confused Hyuga heiress, Shikamaru explained, "The morning you, Naruto, and Mizuki were found along with the sacred scroll, several stories began circulating about what happened. Lord Hokage, placed a gag order on the investigation, but someone talked anyway. The two big theories were Naruto himself was working with Mizuki to steal the scroll and turned on Sensei when he saw him kidnapping you as well, or Mizuki forced Naruto to get it for him by using you as a hostage. That was why the Hokage and village elders were so quick to question you and Naruto about what happened. After the two of you confirmed the same story, the matter of Naruto's guilt or innocences should have been put to rest, but some people won't let it go apparently. Hinata looked at Shikamaru like he had turned pink. How could anyone think Naruto was a traitor? Towards the front of the class, Sakura began laughing at the absurdity of both Hibachi's accusations and the indigo-haired girl's face. This action caused Hibachi to turn on her. What do you find so funny, Sakura? At the boy's mean tones, Sakura sobered up. Glaring at the fool, the pinkette said harshly, I find it funny that someone as stupid as you would be given a headband. You honestly think Naruto Uzumaki, the most annoying person to ever attend the academy, the guy that does nothing else but go on and on about being Hokage, the guy that stuck it out, tried to pass the final exam 3 times and finally succeed on his 3rd attempt, decided to turn traitor the day after becoming Genin? It makes sense, Hibachi said, not wanting to concede the argument. His parents were hoping if enough people petitioned the Hokage about Naruto's guilty, the boy would at least be exiled. They had encouraged anyone that would listen to continue pressing the claim, and the foolish bully was determined to convince some of his fellow classmates. Think about it. Naruto probably thought when he became a Genin people would treat him differently. However, nothing changed or got better, so he decided to steal the scroll and kidnap Lady Hinata. Ino and everyone else had looks of complete disbelief. The Yamanaka shook her head bewildered and said, I'm really glad you're not blonde because we get a bad enough rep already. I wish I had a full-length mirror to hold up and show you just how stupid you look. Every brunette in this village should stone you into submission or until you grew something resembling a brain. Honestly, on behalf of me and my fellow blondes, Naruto included, thanks. Hibachi looked at Ino red-faced and furious. Calling him stupid was the same as calling his parents stupid. Opening his mouth to continue the argument, everyone heard another student interject coldly. Shut up already. The foolish boy looked to his left and saw 2 boys sitting at another table. One wore sunglasses, a baggy beige coat with a high collar, and a bushy hairstyle of dark brown hair. The second boy wore a light gray coat with a dark gray furry collar, had 2 red markings like fangs on his cheeks, and a slightly lighter shade of wild brown hair than his friend. A small white puppy was sleeping on the desk in front of him. What did you say to me, Kiba? Hibachi yelled. Just because you're from some big clan like the Inuzuka doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. You should be. The boy's companion spoke up as Kiba bared his dog-like teeth with a growl. You're speaking nonsense regarding someone that put his life on the line to protect our village and classmate. I, Shino Aburame, will gladly help Kiba in taking corrective action. Not that he would need any help. The room became filled with tension as everyone wondered what would happen next. Either the idiot Hibachi would back down or Kiba was going to beat the hell out of him. Such a fight wouldn't even be called fair, not even if the dog-loving Inuzuka tied both hands behind his back. It was quite possible the loud-mouthed idiot wearing the stupid sock cap was going to the hospital in multiple broken pieces. However, before any blood could be drawn, the tension was broken by the very ramen-loving idiot the class had been discussing. Naruto came in whistling as he happily thought of a prank he could pull on Sasuke and the kunoichi of his class. His happy tune came to a stop when every head turned his was though, even someone as oblivious as he could sense the dissipating tension. Hi guys, what's up? He asked with an uncertain smile. His eyes traveled the room before landing on Hinata. The moment his baby blues zeroed in on the pale-eyed heiress, the blonde blushed lightly while shuffling his feet. Every girl present in the room squealed in their minds. It remembers, yeah. Hinata's own face took on a scarlet color as she realized what the other kunoichi were mentally cheering about. However, before the blonde-haired hero could make his way up to the young girl and fumble his way through a love story scene. The newly dubbed biggest fool in the academy, Hibachi marched down to the former biggest fool in the academy, Naruto, and got in his whiskered face. "What are you doing here, traitor? How dare you show your face in this class?" "What?" a bewildered Naruto asked. Here he was still trying to wrap his mind around possible like feelings for both Sakura and Hinata, wondering which one he liked more, and Hibachi was talking nonsense. "You heard me, traitor!" The rude fool screamed his face. "How dare you show your face here in Mizuki-sensei's classroom after you murdered him?" Naruto just blinked rapidly, trying to catch his mind up with what he was hearing. "First of all, Hibika's, this is Irika-sensei's classroom, and Mizuki was the assistant sensei, not a full sensei. Second, Mizuki was the traitor, not me. So what are you talking about?" Kiba explained, still growling in anger. "This fool's father has been spreading a rumor that you were behind everything and Mizuki died stopping you. After which Lord Hokage and the village elders covered it up to protect you. Also, Hayashi Hyuga made Hinata lie to protect you, or something like that. Honestly, he never got around to explaining why he thinks Hinata's lying." "It's obvious," Hibachi said exasperatedly, as if everyone should already know. "She's been in love with this traitor from day one. Probably thought being abducted by him was romantic or something. Mizuki ruined her fantasy, so that's why she lied. Do you even hear yourself right now?" Sakura said, in complete shock. "Just when we think you can't possibly get any dumber, you surprise everyone by finding new depths to your own stupidity. What girl in their right mind would find being kidnapped romantic?" Ino was in complete agreement with her rival and friend. In the back, the blonde thought she heard a cough that sounded like Sasuke. Turning quickly, though the Yamanaka Kunoichi couldn't identify the culprit. Angrily, the blonde thought, "There's a big difference between a surprise romantic getaway and forceful abduction, jackass." Poor Hinata was cherry tomato red, as she was in fact guilty of fantasizing about Naruto, stealing her away for a romantic picnic one or twice. But to have the rude boy put it in such a scandalous way was so embarrassing. Shikamaru looked from the embarrassed girl to the angry Naruto and realized this was about to get violent. Trying to defuse the situation before Hinata's blue-eyed sweetheart pummeled the idiot standing in his face, the young Nara explained an obvious truth. "Hibachi, you realize you're pissing off the only genin in this class that has actually fought and killed an accomplished chunin. As Sakura said, you just keep finding greater depths to your own stupidity, and if you keep going, Naruto is going to help you find the bottom in a very painful fashion. Also, none of us are going to stop him. Unlike you, we aren't too keen on putting our lives on the line to discover Naruto's true ability." The idiot ignored Shikamaru and turned back to Naruto, only to be met with very cold blue eyes. It took all of Hibachi's self-control to not gulp. Trying to shake off his sudden fear, the boy rudely scoffed. "Hump, you're not worth the time and effort, traitor. I know the truth, and that's all that matters." Naruto watched the idiot walk off without comment. Sadly, he was used to people hating him for no reason. Shrugging while rolling his eyes, the blonde made his way up to the indigo-haired girl. "Can I sit here, Hinata-chan?" "Chan, he called me Chan." Hinata thought excitedly. Don't faint, don't faint, don't faint." All the poor girl could do was nod her head yes. The young hero happily sat down next to her right side. Looking at Hinata's forearm, he asked concerned, "Is your arm okay?" Hinata, who noticed every kunoichi was staring in her direction, said in a calm as manner as possible, "Oh yes, I had the cast removed last night. I've regained the full bone density." "Bone density? You mean how strong your bone is, right?" The confused boy asked for clarification. At Hinata's shy nod, he continued with a babble. "They weren't worried about my bone strength, just my chakra network or something. Apparently, overusing the jutsu Lord Hokage taught me, combined with a shattered collarbone, had several medic ninja worried. I don't really know why, though. I was still fine using jutsu to torment that mean Dr. Kawamoto by bringing my left hand up to my right. You know, because of the cast. Oh, that reminds me." Hinata felt the boy's chakra reacting so discreetly activated her Byakugan. She watched as Naruto's Yamigan became ignited by the dawn-colored flame while spinning this way, and that to look at every girl in class. By now, almost everyone had arrived, except for a few boys. The blonde snickered to himself and silently formed hand signs under the table. With a whisper, he said, "Jinjutsu art, false visual." Hinata watched through her special eyes as the young Jinchuriki's chakra pulsed out, followed closely by a purple pulse from his third eye. Everyone in class felt the chakra pulse, one that was much smaller and controlled compared to the hasty ones she witnessed battling Mizuki, but no one seemed to figure out where it came from. Most probably didn't know what they were feeling anyways. Hinata noticed two things in her field of vision. The first was two girls on the far left side, talking to one another, discussing why Naruto hadn't kissed her already. Apparently, several kunoichi were hoping for a storybook love scene. The other was Sasuke Uchiha walking down the hallway. The Hyuga was a little confused by what she was seeing, until she realized exactly what her not-so-secret-anymore crush was doing. Thinking to herself about the reaction this would cause, the Hyuga kunoichi just thought sadly, "Oh, Naruto-kun." Sasuke Uchiha strutted down the hallway heading for class. Thanks to all those annoying fangirls, the boy was forced to arrive exactly at the bell. Otherwise, the kunoichi, a term he used sarcastically, tried to sit next to him and talk, or in many cases beg for a date. None of them realized that the boy couldn't give them what they wanted until he avenged his fallen clan. He was an avenger first and a potentially Uchiha clan head and father second. Walking through the door, the boy prepared himself for the squeals of Sasuke-kun as he headed for his usual seat. However, hearing instead the sounds of girl talk go eerily quiet, the Uchiha paused in his walk to look at his fellow classmates. What he saw in the faces of every girl, except Hinata Hyuga, filled him with an uneasiness. Every kunoichi was red-faced, and a few had blood leaking from their noses. The young boy felt like a rabbit being stared at by hungry wolves. Up in his desk, Naruto couldn't take it anymore and hit the ground, laughing his ass off. Poor Hinata didn't know who to be more ashamed of really, her crush or the kunoichi that feel for such an obvious jinjutsu. Shyly, the Hyuga heiress explained to the class. Every kunoichi, Sasuke isn't really necked. Naruto-kun just placed you all under a jinjutsu to see him that way. The boys around the classroom began looking to the laughing Naruto on the ground, the red-faced hungry-looking kunoichi still staring at Sasuke, and the angry, embarrassed Uchiha standing in the front. Everyone either not affected by the jinjutsu or those who snapped out of it at Hinata's words began helping those still affected. Finally, having enough of Naruto's laughing, Sasuke marched up the stairs and demanded, "What the hell is wrong with you, idiot?" The look, "Ha, on your face, priceless." Naruto gasped out between laughing. The girls looked so excited. Ha. Growling at the fact the blonde wasn't intimidated by him in the slightest, Sasuke demanded, "Where the hell did you learn Jinjutsu anyways?" It took the Jinchuriki a moment to calm down enough to choke out, "Irika-sensei." Ha. However, Naruto's laughing came to a crashing halt when he felt a large amount of killing intent. Quickly jumping up at the feel of danger, the boy saw every kunoichi glaring daggers at him, Sakura in the lead. "Naruto," the pinkette said menacingly while cracking her knuckles. "You're so dead. Can't we talk about this?" the blonde asked fearfully. Hokage's office. Hiruzen stood around a small crystal ball with those jounin chosen to be sensei this year. Within the orb, everyone present could see what was going on inside Irika's classroom. The Hokage had already made a note to call in Hibachi's soon-to-be demoted back to Genin father and berate him for blatant stupidity. He, along with everyone else, had seen Naruto use Jinjutsu against the kunoichi of his class. The shinobi present were appalled by just how easy the young girls of this year fell for such an obvious illusion. Well, most were anyway. Ha. Did you see their faces? Anko Mitarashi said, while laughing in a corner. "I thought they would eat him. I also thought Sasuke was about to jump out a window. Ha ha ha. It's not funny, Anko, Kurenai said with an angry frown. You do realize those girls represent you, me, and every other woman that has ever worn a headband. I have half a mind to go down there, demand they all return their headbands, and go home. That would be an extreme reaction, don't you think? Asuma Sarutobi, the oldest son of Hiruzen, asked his not-so-secret girlfriend. The angry red eyes of Kurenai told him all he needed to know. Wisely, he backed down without another word. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on. Where in the name of Konoha was Irika anyways? The only reason any of them were still here was because the Chunin had failed to show in hand in his final report on Genin teams. He still had to go down and tell the students exactly which team they were on. A knock came from the door as the Chunin finally showed up. Everyone noticed that a fine layer of dust and sweat clung to his usual pristine clothing. Sorry I'm late, Lord Hokage. Everyone, but I was refortifying my apartment. The assembled Jounin were confused by this statement. You only refortified living dwellings when attack was a strong possibility. The Hokage asked curiously, Is there something wrong, Irika? Last time I checked, there wasn't an army heading for Hidden Leaf. Irika gave a humorless laugh and said, What would be preferable to the horror I just witnessed? Turns out Naruto didn't just learn the shadow clone jutsu from the Forbidden Scroll. Oh no, he happily told me about the second one, then demonstrated the exploding shadow clone jutsu. There's a new pond where the training field by East River used to be. The Hokage, along with everyone else, stood in horrified, shocked silence. Hiruzen was concerned about the paperwork this would possibly involve. This was potentially a worse disaster than the time a bunch of faulty paper bombs got sent through the mail as a joke. No one was hurt, but hardly anyone had eyebrows for weeks, and the horrifying amounts of paperwork. It was one of Kushina's greatest pranks ever. The old man calmed down when he remembered the cherished knowledge Minato had left him with regarding shadow clones, and notice me not, Jinja. I could see why such a thing would be concerning Irika. The Hokage said kindly. However, I doubt Naruto would use such a dangerous technique within the village itself. I and Naruto would both be dead right now if I didn't know the Earth Release, Stonewall Jutsu. The Chunin growled back defiantly. Hiruzen thought it over and said, Well, yes, I'm sure Kurenai can fully stress the importance of jutsu safety. The horrified Jinjutsu mistress was wondering if it was too late to switch the teams back to their original order. Kakashi was happily thanking whatever higher power had gifted Naruto with Yamigen. 1. Irika's classroom. The academy sensei walked in to see his former pupils setting quietly, the Kunoichi and Uchiha still fuming. Naruto sat in the back by Hinata. The girl was placing an ointment on a large black eye. Every young girl except the Hyuga heiress looked to Irika expectantly. It was Ami, one of the new Genin Kunoichi and former class bully, that spoke up before anyone. Sensei, she cried. That idiot Naruto attacked all the girls with a Jinjutsu. The scarred-faced man had already been informed about the incident from Hiruzen. He looked at the young, brightly purple-colored haired girl and stated with amused authority. Those accusations are quite serious, Jininami. Tell me exactly what this technique did, please. Embarrassed, the girl explained what she and every Kunoichi saw. Irika shook his head at the girl's statement and clarified. All the girls saw Sasuke Uchiha walk in completely nude, and not one of you snapped to the fact it was Jinjutsu? Sheepishly, the Kunoichi all around the room blushed embarrassed. Irika looked at each one, studying their young faces to make sure they understood just how pathetically simple that technique was. Also, how pathetic they themselves had been for falling for it. Wanted to make sure the lesson sunk, and he explained. Had Naruto been an enemy trying to distract you to quietly slit your throats, he would have succeeded. Let's hope our enemies don't learn the collective weakness of every Kunoichi in your generation. You're being a little hard, aren't you, Irika-sensei? Naruto said, coming to the defense of the girls. It was a harmless prank. That's the problem, Naruto. You literally beat every Kunoichi minus Hinata, without even really trying. Irika explained, "Do you remember the various pranks you've pulled over the years? Do you remember the punishments you received for the different ones? If not, I can help you out without looking over your record. Any prank that was simply property damage, like painting the Hokage mountain, got you detention, while any prank that taught a lesson got you affirmed talking about respecting your classmates." Sakura, Irika barked. The young girl jumped in her seat, giving the man her full attention. "Do you remember the first prank Naruto pulled on the entire class?" The pinkette thought about it and said, unsure. "Was it the paint bombs in the lockers?" "Yes, it was," the Chunin answered. "That little prank ruined a lot of your clothes because Naruto didn't use washable paint. Many of your parents, those of students that fell for the prank anyway, came to Lord Hokage to demand restitution for the ruined clothing. Do any of you have any idea what words Lord Hokage spoke to your angry parents to make them drop their claims without payment?" The stunned students said nothing as they were mesmerized by their sensei's lecture. Seeing no one had an answer to his question, Irika continued. "He asked your parents what was more important, your children's clothes or their lives. During times of war, enemy nations can and will attack the children in hopes of removing the adults well to fight. Had that been an actual enemy attack, those paint bombs would have done far worse than embarrass you and cost your parents some money. They could have been paper bombs, poison-release pellets, or shrapnel bombs. Your classmate taught you all a valuable lesson about enemy traps, and you all failed to learn from it. You're Genin now, not snot-nosed academy students. Act like it." Irika allowed the kids a few moments of silence, giving time for his words to sink in before continuing. "I will now assign you to your teams. Your new Jounin sensei will come and get you during the remainder of class. You will sit and wait for them here. Some of you won't like the people on your team. I assure you that no one cares. Live with it. If not, you can hand over your headbands and leave." When no one volunteered their headbands, Irika began calling teams. After the first 5 teams, he came to the last 4. Team 6 will be Hibachi Adachi, Ami Sita, and Toru Fuse. Both school bullies looked over at a kid with ankle-long black hair and a samurai sword at his hip. He gave no reaction to the team at all except to straight his brown battle kimono. Team 7. Irika continued. Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame under Jounin instructor Kakashi Hitaki. Ino and Sakura had looks of disappointment on their faces at not getting on Team 7. However, Shikamaru had a thoughtful look on his face, thinking, "There's still 3 girls and 3 boys remaining. That means one team is going to have 2 girls possibly, or a team of 3 girls. Please don't let me be on a 2-girl team. I know the possibility is small, but please not me." Irika looked down at his list and read, Team 8, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Hinata Hyuga under Jounin instructor Kurinai Yuri. "Thank you, higher powers," the Nara thought, relieved. A team with 2 girls and a woman. Oh, the horror. Poor Naruto is going to have 3 of them demons nagging him daily. Team 9 is still in circulation. So, Team 10 will be Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka under Jounin instructor Asuma Sarutobi. The Chunin sensei finished. That is all. Good luck, everyone. The teams began to group together and talk. Sakura wished Ino luck and moved up to Naruto and Hinata. "Hi, guys." "Hello again, Sakura," Hinata said with a timid smile. "I've known Kurinai-sensei for a few years. I'm sure you will both like her. She's an expert on illusions, hidden leaves, Genjutsu mistress." "So, she's going to teach us Genjutsu?" Sakura pondered. "That's cool, I suppose. Several of the academy teachers have told me it would be one of the best fields to try and master with my current abilities." As Hinata and Sakura talked, Naruto sat quietly thinking. Of all the rotten luck, I don't mind being on a team with either girl, but I was kind of hoping for some distance to get my feelings straight. Now, both will be with me daily. How can I possibly figure out what my feelings are with both girls I possibly like hanging around me all the time? Oh well, at least I'm not on a team with that jerk Sasuke. As Naruto sat contemplating his current girl troubles, A beautiful raven-haired woman with striking red eyes and a shirt made of wraps came in. She looked up at teammate and waited for Hinata to recognize her. The young heiress noticed her mentor almost right away and brought both her new teammates down to meet their new sensei. "Hello, everyone. I'm Kurinai Yuhi." The Jounin introduced herself. "Meet me at Training Ground 3 as quickly as possible." With that, she puffed away in a cloud of smoke. All three genin said goodbye to their old class and Irika-sensei. Leaving the building, Naruto asked out loud, "Do you guys know where Training Ground 3 is located?" "Yeah, Ido," Sakura said, angrily annoyed. "I read about it when I did my book report on the Third Great Ninja War. It was created to simulate battlefields located in the land of Earth. It's a giant rocky terrain located out by the West Gate. There's not much over there really, practically deserted except for a few small farm huts and military outposts. I wonder why our training field is so far away." Hinata pondered. "It's like they don't want our training to destroy anything important. I don't see how Jinjutsu training could be so destructive, though. You would think Team 7 would need a place such as that to train, not us." The orange-loving blonde wisely kept his mouth shut as an image of a new pond surfaced to the front of his mind. "I guess Irika-sensei told Gigi just how badass I am." Teammate walked past the last little farm hut and village gate, heading further into the barren landscape of Training Ground 3. In front of them lay nothing but a few scattered trees and rocky hills. Sakura looked to her quiet teammates curiously. Usually Naruto would be going a mile a minute, but today he actually appeared deep in thought. It was a little unnerving. "So what actually happened during Mizuki-sensei's betrayal?" the Pinkette asked in hopes of breaking the silence. Naruto blinked, coming out of his head, and focused on the girl. He thought about it for a second and asked, "What all did you hear?" Hinata looked between her teammates, curiously wondering the same thing. Throughout her recovery at home, no one at any time bothered to mention that Naruto himself had been accused of treason. The pale-eyed girl was wondering what else people got wrong. Sakura was a little taken back by the question. "Oh, it was rumors at first mostly. I think the most outrageous one I heard was Hidden Stone or Cloud tried to kidnap Hinata while stealing the scroll. Naruto and Mizuki were in the woods training and accidentally stumbled over the plot stopping it. It wasn't long before the official story came out, though," the Pinkette assured her stunned teammates. "Honestly, I never heard of anyone accusing you, Naruto, of treason until today. I heard wild rumors regarding how you killed Mizuki, since that part of the story was never fully explained. Something to do with village security was the official reason given. The many ways you took Mizuki out range from casually ripping him limb from limb with brute strength to S-ranked jutsu. I also heard someone say you turned into a monster and ate him. Several people also thought Hinata was a Jounin-level taijutsu master, and she actually took the traitor out all by herself. But that rumor died quickly since she was abducted by Mizuki so early in the day." Naruto was going over what Sakura explained. Honestly, the brute strength part was somewhat accurate, and he understood the dark idea of him becoming a monster so as to eat Mizuki, stupid fox. "Lord Hokage did teach me a strength-enhancing jutsu, but it wasn't much help. If that bastard Mizuki would have held still long enough, I could have caved his skull in with a single punch. His taijutsu was just way better than mine." "Don't get discouraged, Naruto. He was a Chunin after all." Hinata comforted the blonde. "I don't really know if any of our classmates could have taken him one-on-one, or even two-on-one." "Thanks, Hinata," Naruto said, smiling. The young Hyuga smiled happily while blushing and looked away. "Oh, they're so cute together. I gotta help Hinata land him. Plus, he'll leave me alone." Sakura thought, gushing. Giving both her new teammates curious looks, the Kunoichi asked, "So how exactly did you guys defeat Mizuki?" Hinata was unsure how to answer that question. She understood Naruto's Yamigan killed their former sensei, even if the girl didn't know how it did so exactly, but it wasn't her secret to tell. The Hyuga looked to the blonde and waited to see what his answer would be. "Not sure what happened, really." Naruto began, honestly confused. "One moment he had me pinned on my knee with a busted arm. The next, I'm waking up in the hospital. I remember everything that happened up until a funny feeling in my head, and that's about it. Shocked, Hinata realized that the boy was being completely honest. That means he doesn't know about the Yamigan. No one has told him yet exactly what is going on with his body. Why would they do that? Should I tell him or wait and talk with Kurenai's sensei? Seeing Naruto's confused, angry pout, Hinata decided that the blonde had a right to know. Naruto, do you know how you perform Jinjutsu? The Jinchuriki looked at his shy teammate, asking, What do you mean? I just mold my chakra, make the hand signs. Sometimes I visualize what I want people to see, and sometimes I don't need to because the Jinjutsu can't be modified and cast a jutsu. Oh yeah, sometimes I have to focus on an individual person's chakra or just the area they're standing in. Sakura was shocked by the back-worded way Naruto described his abilities. Jinjutsu was far more complex than that. You had to regulate chakra and release enough power to preform the jutsu, but not so much it would unravel before actually doing anything. Jinjutsu were very delicate. How did you place every kunoichi under that illusion back in class? Sakura asked curiously. It really just dawned on her that the boy had shown an incredible capability with Jinjutsu back at the academy, something that Sakura thought impossible. The Pinkette had been so mad by the trick, she hadn't really thought it all through until now. Scratching the back of his head, awkwardly Naruto apologized. Yeah, sorry about that. It was just supposed to be funny, and Irika-sensei turned it into a big deal. Anyway, all I did was lock on to every kunoichi's chakra signature in class, and use my false visual jutsu in the form of a command to make them see Sasuke the way they would imagine him necked. Suppose I could have used my false visual jutsu in its illusion form, but I would have had to actually envision necked Sasuke myself to create the image. With that, the blonde gave a small shudder. Sakura was completely shocked. Naruto was describing extremely advanced techniques that usually took some time to learn. Most people focused on extensive study with basic illusions before moving on to actual commands. Some people could attempt a basic low-level command or two, but a command to make you see an actual image that wasn't true on someone else was Chunin to Jounin level. It was much easier to make them see something different about yourself and someone else. Looking at both the shocked Pinkette and confused blonde, Hinata pressed on. Naruto-kun, has anyone told you about the Uzumaki clan's special abilities? Uzumaki clan? The boy asked in wonder. Yes, the Uzumaki clan that hailed from Hidden Whirlpool. Hinata clarified, confused. Didn't her crush at least know the basic history of his family? The village itself was destroyed during the Third Great Shinobi War by the combined forces of Stone and Cloud. To my knowledge, you are the last of your clan. Really? Sakura asked, surprised. She had heard of the Hidden Whirlpool village before, but never made the connection to Naruto. She couldn't remember ever hearing about an Uzumaki clan. Naruto was also surprised to hear all of this. Why didn't anyone ever tell me this before? All the times I asked the Hokage about my parents and received no answers. Why didn't he tell me about my clan? Shaking his head, the blonde focused back on the Hyuga heiress. What about these special abilities? Hinata tried to remember every story she had ever heard. Well, I know the Uzumaki were exceptional at Fuinjutsu. They were said to make masters outside their own clan appear to be no more than novices. However, some Uzumaki were born with special abilities associated with their unique chakra. You, Naruto, are one such Uzumaki. You possess a third eye in your head that utilizes a small amount of chakra every time you preform Jinjutsu, so as to actually preform the technique for you. The chakra it radiates appears to be purple in my sight. There's a third eye in my brain, Naruto exclaimed, shocked. Yes, Hinata assured him. It's the Dōjutsu called Yamigan. What I remember from stories regarding the Uzumaki clan, some had special physical anomalies that could only be worked with the Uzumaki's unique chakra. That's what your third eye is, a special physical anomaly. Sakura asked the young heiress curiously. When you say only works with Uzumaki chakra, you mean if an enemy removed the third eye from Naruto and grafted it to their body somehow, it wouldn't work at all? The Hyuga heiress gave a confirming nod as she studied Naruto. The blonde seemed so lost in thought. However, the pinkette had another question. What does it look like Hinata, with your Byakugan side, I mean? The small heiress explained the four Tomo and dawn-colored flames. How the eye would focus on who Naruto was trying to sense, so as to lock onto them, or so she figured. Sakura was very fascinated by this development, while Naruto was more and more confused. Why didn't anyone tell me any of this, damn it? I had a right to know. The group walked on in silence, coming up on a hilly rocky area with very little vegetation. Standing in the middle was their new sensei, Kurenai Yuhi. She smiled at the group of genin as they stood in front of her. Glad you all got here so quickly and that you stuck together. Shows unity. I thought we would start with simple introductions. Names, hobbies, something we hate, and dreams for the future. However, before anyone could begin, Naruto asked accusingly, Sensei, did you know I had a third eyeball in my brain? Kurenai's train of thought was derailed by the question. She glanced at Hinata to see the girl blushing while doing her nervous finger tap habit. Looking back to the boy, the Jounin explained. Yes, Lord Hokage informed me about the development when he made me your sensei. When was someone going to tell me? Naruto demanded angrily. Lord Hokage wanted me to tell you to go and meet with him later today. Kurenai lied smoothly. I believe he wanted to get teams out of the way before telling you everything. He didn't believe the hospital was the best time as you were still recovering. The Jinchuriki didn't look too convinced but let it go for the moment. Pouting, he thought angrily. The old man better have a damn good reason for not saying anything. Seeing as the boy was placated for the time, being the Jounin continued with introductions. My name is Kurenai Yui. My hobbies include romance novels, sushi, and sampling different types of sake. One thing I hate are men that look down on me, because I'm a woman. My dream for the future is to one day have a family and see all of you become the best shinobi you can be. The mad blonde boy figured he might as well get it over with. He focused his grumpy face on his sensei and said, My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Hobbies are pranks and ramen. I hate it when people keep secrets from me, especially if those secrets pertain to me specifically. My dream is to one day become Hokage and to find out why our current Hokage keeps lying to me. Kurenai resisted the desire to roll her red eyes. Honestly, the Jounin never understood why his mom and his clan were kept secret from him. The worldwide irrational fear Hidden Leaf's enemies had of a resurrected Uzumaki clan paled in comparison to a resurrected Yellow Flash. With that logic, keeping Minato Namikaze a secret made sense, but not the history of Hidden Whirlpool. Giving Naruto some knowledge of where at least half his blood came from would have provided some comfort growing up. For everyone's sake, the Genjutsu mistress hoped Hiruzen Sarutobi had a damn good explanation to give the angry Jinchuriki. Looking to Sakura, mainly because she knew Hinata had a hard time talking to a group, the sensei singled the pinkette to speak. The young Kunoichi straightened her shoulders proudly, saying, My name is Sakura Haruno. My hobbies are studying, and, that's really all I got. Dreams for the future. Being a strong kunoichi and marrying SAS. Whomever I fall in love with. Things I hate. Kind of I guess. Sakura was blushing slightly at her slip-ups. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of an accomplished Jounin kunoichi by saying her hobbies were studying and fantasizing about her future kids with Sasuke Uchiha. Also, though the pinkette would never admit this out loud, she was also a little afraid of what Naruto was capable of and didn't want to anger him by saying he was the thing she hated most, while found most annoying anyway. The kunoichi didn't hate the whiskered blonde directly, just the fact he was always pestering her for dates. Kurenai once more resisted the desire to roll her eyes. She saw right through the pinkette's little speech. Giving Hinata an encouraging smile, the Jounin signaled her to finish. My name is Hinata Hyuga. My hobbies are gardening and flower pressing. I can't really think of anything I hate, but some stuff makes me sad. The seal my family uses to protect the Byakugan and the unfair way some people in the village are treated. dreams for the future, to repair the rift between the houses of my clan. Kurenai smiled encouragingly at the young heiress before addressing the whole team. Good. You all have goals and ambitions. Some have stronger meaning than others, but that's okay. I truly believe this team has great potential. Now, do any of you know how the village structures teams? All the genin looked unsure about the question. Finally, Sakura voiced a guess. They try and balance the strength of each individual team, I think. Yes and no. Kurenai answered. That doesn't always work, even if it is what is more or less desired with each academy class. By balancing the strength evenly amongst genin teams, you have a greater chance of each team surviving an unexpected mission event. A client lies about potential dangers to keep the mission cost low. Rogue ninja looking for a payday by killing the Jounin sensei for a black market bounty. Or some village hoping to acquire a Kekiai Genkia they don't have for themselves are a few potential unknown dangers you could face in the real world. However, when the Hokage and Academy structure teams, they also look at each child's overall potential, especially in various areas of shinobi duties. Think about it. Almost all the majority known strength of your class was put on Team 7. That's not to say they're the strongest team of your class. I can almost guarantee you Team 10 has by far the greatest unity or teamwork, which at times can overcome greater individual strength. Divide and conquer, if you will. If Teams 7 and 10 were to fight right now, Team 10 has the better chance of victory, though only by a small margin. When a village structures genin teams, they try and predict the future of each child's training and where it will take them within the shinobi fields. Team 7 has 2 boys with exceedingly high potential in tracking, and all 3 boys have predicted strength in ninjutsu and taijutsu. One has strong predicated strength in Jinjutsu as well. Overall, the team is well-rounded with a high expectation of success. Team 10 has a Nara, a Yamanaka, and an Akimichi, which is a tried-and-true method of overall success. Even more so since all 3 are clan heirs with high predicted individual strength. Naruto's mood was souring as his sensei kept talking. To him, it sounded like this team was just a place for those with no real potential, but that couldn't be right. He remembered not only an hour ago, Shikamaru himself praised him for the fact he had defeated an accomplished Chunin. Hinata was the Hyuga clan heiress, and Sakura was the smartest kid in their class. Looking at Kurenai, the boy asked in a deadpan voice, "What about our team, sensei?" The raven-haired beauty smiled happily down at her students. Kurenai wanted no doubt in their minds that what she said next was an exact true belief. This team Naruto has by far the greatest potential of any that has come out of the academy in the last 5 or 10 years. All 3 genin had shocked looks on their faces. Kurenai had just done nothing more than hype up Teams 7 and 10 only to say their team was potential stronger than them. It just didn't make sense to the kids. Sakura came out of her confused shock first. Hold on, sensei. You just said the 3 strongest genin of our class all made the same team. How can we possibly be stronger than them? This time, Kurenai didn't resist the temptation to roll her eyes while thinking. With that attitude, you'll never get anywhere, Sakura. Focusing back on her students, she explained. Because of their individual abilities combined with their overall teamwork capabilities, Team 7 will be trained as if they were a tracking and tactical assault unit. Team 8 will be trained as if they were a live capture and reconnaissance unit. However, each member of this team has potential to learn and possibly master Jinjutsu. That is why you will be trained in espionage, unless something changes. Something changes? Hinata asked timidly. The woman focused her eyes on the Hyugas, saying, "You're going to be trained predominantly in espionage because that is where your known potential lies." Looking to the young Pinkette, Kurenai explained, "Sakura, your natural-born chakra control combined with her intelligence makes her suitable for both medical jutsu and Jinjutsu. But if you become more dominant in medical jutsu, then the village could decide to switch the focus of her training to the medical core." Hinata, the red-eyed Jounin, spoke, looking to the young heiress. "You yourself have the Byakugin and an almost unnatural flexibility that makes you ideal for taijutsu, As well, the Hyuga's trained chakra control that makes you ideal for Jinjutsu. Plus, your overall documented imagination. However, during the course of your training, it may become apparent that the village guard unit is better suited for you opposed to field work. Nothing wrong with that at all, dear. The weak and vulnerable need a strong shinobi to keep them safe at times. 1. Turning to the orange-clad boy, the woman finished her analysis. It goes without saying that you Naruto have excessive potential in both Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Your Yumigan may allow you to do things no one else can with the illusion art, and we have no idea what other abilities may come of it later on. Your reserves of chakra are larger than most Jounin. I know, even though you waste so much it hardly matters, but that can be easily rectified by training and learning better control, which would allow you to use immensely more powerful ninjutsu. Down the road of your career, it may become apparent that heavy infantry is more suited for your duties to the village. Addressing the whole group, the Jounin finished. The village educates based on what is apparent in each individual student, doing its best to place you as accurately as possible for maximum effectiveness. As you grow and learn, new variables may present themselves that place you in other areas. There is nothing wrong with this at all. However, it is extremely rare for a Genin team to be restructured. I think it happened once 15 years ago. The three Genin thought about what their sensei explained. It was Naruto that asked the first question excitedly. So, we're going to do super cool spy missions. Kurenai barked loudly. Do you really think the village would let Genin right out of the academy go behind enemy lines? This team has been structured to be an espionage until that doesn't make you one right out the gate. It takes training and hard work before you guys get to attempt anything more than a C-rank mission, and you haven't even done one D-rank mission yet. You also haven't passed my final test either. Final test? Sakura exclaimed. What do you mean final test? We passed the academy, didn't we? That makes us Genin. Congratulations. Kurenai mocked. You memorized a bunch of facts, learn how to throw a kunai half straight, and you can make 2 or more illusions of yourself. I'm sure you'll be great entertainment at a little kid's birthday party. However, if you want to be a shinobi, you better learn how to apply that knowledge in the field. Otherwise, all you'll be is dead. The academy gave you headbands, but I can take them back. All 3 kids gulped as their sensei continued. Your test is simple. All you have to do is touch me. The first 2 Genin to touch me pass, and the last fails. Espionage units work better in smaller numbers than other teams, so I'm only teaching 2 of you. However, if all 3 of you fail to touch me, then the whole team fails outright. You have until sunset, roughly 3 hours. You may begin when ready. With that, the Kurenai talking to them faded from existence. Naruto looked around the empty field confused. Wait, what? Was she an illusion the whole time, or just at the very end? I'm not sure. Hinata spoke up hesitantly. I never thought to check with my Byakugan. Sakura was quietly thinking about what Kurenai said. Only 2 of us will pass. That makes no sense when you factor in everything she explained about the teams and teamwork. All 3 of us must touch her, but only the first 2 can pass also makes no sense. Why should the last person in line bother trying to touch her just to help the 2 ahead of him or her stay Genin? Thinking it all through again, Sakura came up with the answer. The academy stressed overall importance on teamwork. Kurenai herself stated the teams themselves were structured based on how each kid fit with the others, who makes the strongest team. They had to work together as a team to pass, or they all failed as a team together. This test was structured to pit them against one another to see if they would value the team over themselves. Basically, if one Genin would sabotage the other's attempts just so they would grab Sensei first. It's teamwork. This is a test to see if we can work as a team. Sakura explained out loud to Naruto and Hinata. But Sensei said only 2 of us can pass. Naruto questioned confused. Hinata nervously tapped her fingers together and explained. Sakura is right, Naruto-kun. I'm sure of it too. It's the only answer that makes sense, otherwise the third person who has yet to touch Kurenai won't bother trying. Thus the whole team fails. Naruto thought it over and agreed. Honestly, had both girls touched Kurenai-sensei before him, he still would have gone all out just to prove he could also grab her. Still, it didn't solve the problem of actually finding their sensei to grab hold of. Looking to Hinata, the Jinchuriki asked, "Can you find her with your Byakugan?" The girl was already looking around, trying to do just that. It didn't take her long to spot the Jinjutsu mistress sitting cross-legged under a naturally made overhang at the bottom of a small stone hill. Hinata quickly relayed what she was seeing to her two teammates. "While I seriously doubt we could simply charge her and win," Sakura thought out loud. "Let's compare notes and see what abilities we can use." Sakura proudly proclaimed her knowledge and strengths with the Academy's Big Three: Clone, Substitution, and Transformation Jutsu. Plus, she was the best trap maker in class next to Sasuke. Hinata kindly explained that she was proficient with the Big Three as well, plus her Juken. Naruto happily said he was very good with Clone and Transformation, but not so much with Substitution. Plus, he had the Shadow Clone, Shadow Weapon Clone, Giant Shadow Weapon, Divine Embodiment Jutsu, Rolling World View, and False Visual Jinjutsu. He also explained about his Exploding Shadow Clone Jutsu, but said it was too dangerous to use unless there was a safe way of factoring it into a plan. 2. The Pinkette gave her blonde teammate an envious look. Since when did he get an arsenal of jutsu? Hinata just looked at her blonde heartthrob in complete awe. Naruto-kun is so amazing. The three genin hashed out their idea and plan of attack. As one, they crept through the rocky terrain, heading for their sensei. The kids laid on their stomachs, looking over a small hill towards the raven-haired Jounin. Like Hinata had explained, she was sitting with her back to a straight slab of stone reading a book. Sakura grumbled something inaudible when she saw the cover. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked in a whisper. "It's nothing," Sakura whispered back. "That book she's reading is a really popular true story romance novel that my mom also likes. The problem is it was aimed at kunoichi, so possesses a lot of shinobi terminology and lingo. My mom constantly bugs me with questions about stuff she reads and wondering if some things the shinobi do are actually possible. It's really annoying." "What's the book called?" Hinata quietly asked. "Love Between Nations," Sakura answered, still whispering. "It's about a rock jounin that fell in love with a sand chunin he captured during the Second Shinobi War. They tried to run away together and join up with Cloud, but the Raikage betrayed them both. Some bid for a peace treaty that failed, and Hidden Rock executed the jounin before handing the chunin back to Hidden Sand. It's very tragic. The author is the son of both the Sand Chunin and Rock Jounin." "That sucks," Naruto said, summing up the book nicely. "Asshole Raikage, you should never trust Cloud Ninja, or Rock Ninja for that matter." Sakura said nothing, as it didn't real matter at this point. The Pinkette had a clearer understanding since she had read the book. The Raikage had been hoping that his actions would lead to a ceasefire with Hidden Rock. Instead, all it did was lead to a ceasefire between Sand and Rock. The Tsuchikage executed the Jounin and traded the Chunin back to Sand so that it could execute their own traitor. But the Kazekage gave the Kunoichi the benefit of doubt when she explained that it had all been a trick to escape and return home. She had been forced to denounce the man she loved most of all while pregnant with his son, just so they could both live. After she died, the boy published the book in hope of honoring his parents' forbidden love. He was a civilian that lived somewhere in the land of tea. "All right, remember the plan," Naruto said as he slowly began making his way towards his sensei. Kurenai was just getting to a good part in the story when she felt the presence of her squad. "Well, damn, guess I could just be like Kakashi in Red while fighting, but Juken hurts like hell." The Jounin put her book away and stood up stretching while discreetly sensing out for chakra signatures. Just Naruto. I was hoping they would figure out teamwork was most important, but it feels like he's split up from the girls. With the way Naruto and Hinata help each other battling Mizuki, you'd think, oh, there's the girls. I'll play along to see where this might lead. Faster than most eyes could follow, Kurenai spun around and caught Naruto's wrist easily as he tried a surprise attack. The boy tried to pull himself in to kick the woman in the shoulder, but the Jounin flung him away with little difficulty. Sakura and Hinata appeared behind the raven-haired woman just as she let the Jinchuriki fly. Quick as lightning, the Jounin jumped away to avoid a Jukin strike to the spine that would have temporarily paralyzed her. The two young Kunoichi charged as Naruto returned to their side. This would appear to be a rather straightforward attack, Kurenai thought, smiling. However, appearance can be deceiving. An explosion came from behind the hill she had been resting under as one of Naruto's hidden exploding shadow clones detonated. The entire hill began falling over as the shockwave shook the entire training field. Kurenai thought frantically as she backpedaled. Son of a bitch, Irika hadn't been exaggerating one bit. These kids are going to kill me one day. The woman watched as the three clones in front of her were buried under tons of rock and rubble. The two transformed to look like the girl smiled and waved as they were crushed. A thick cloud of dust and dirt covered the entire area as Kurenai began coughing while trying to look around. She felt a sharp pain in both of her thighs that was easily recognizable as Jukin strikes. The Jounin grimaced and began trying to leap away to get her bearings back. The dust appeared to be getting thicker as Kurenai's coughing lessened. Nice try, Naruto. The Jounin Kunoichi thought as she broke the illusion. Casting a false visual command against me to continuously be blinded by the dust while I was distracted by the explosion was smart, but you still have a lot to learn about Jinjutsu combat. As the illusion vanished, the Jounin found herself being charged by all three of her genin, apparently the real ones this time. Naruto came at her head-on with Sakura on the left and Hinata on the right. All three had at this time passed the teamwork test, but the woman wanted to see exactly what they were capable of. Grabbing Hinata's outstretched left arm as the heiress tried to jukin her sensei's abdomen, Kurenai threw her into Naruto's chest while back-flipping over Sakura, who was coming in low at the ground, and gained some distance. So far, I'm not overly impressed by their individual and group hand-to-hand tactics and skills. The woman thought as she looked down at her right foot, amused. However, their individual abilities are pretty good. I'm guessing Sakura did this, since her records say she had top marks in both books and traps. A thin wire snare was wrapped firmly around the woman's right ankle. Sakura had purposely come in low, so Kurenai would back-flip in the direction the Pinkette wanted. The red-eyed Jounin was about to snap the wire when she felt someone small leap on her back while wrapping their arm around her neck. I completely missed that. Kurenai thought, amused as she looked over her shoulder and into the grinning face of her tallest female student. It wasn't Sakura that leaped at my feet, but another transformed clone of Naruto. Hurry up, Naruto! Grab her while she's pinned. The girl screamed right in her sensei's ear. Zero of Kropka, Kurenai thought as she flipped Sakura over her shoulder, throwing the Pinkette hard into the arms of the onrushing knucklehead. Naruto skidded across the ground on his back, protecting the girl from the rocks and rubble as Hinata leaped over her teammates and pressed an attack all by herself against the Jounin. Ducking and weaving, Kurenai analyzed the young heiress's taijutsu. She's definitely light years ahead of both Naruto and Sakura, which sadly isn't saying much. All three need help in hand-to-hand combat. Sakura needs to get better stamina, and Naruto needs better technique. Hinata's technique seems more forced and rigid than what I was expecting. It's possible the standard Jukin doesn't work well with her body type. Didn't someone mention Hitomi had the same problem in her youth, maybe? I'll have to talk with Hayashi at some point, it seems. Growing tired of the exchange of fists, the older woman spun around Hinata, grabbed a fistful of baggy jacket, and tossed her toward the returning Naruto and Sakura. The boy appeared to learn from his mistakes and centered his feet before catching the girl. Unfortunately, he decided to wrap his arms around the Hyuga's waist, allowing her legs to wrap around his hips. This action placed his face directly in the middle of the mortified girl's more developed than average chest. The young heiress leaped at the blonde-haired boy so fast you'd have thought he was scolding hot. With a blush that scared Kurenai into thinking she would faint dead away, Hinata looked at Naruto while hugging herself tightly, saying, Naruto. Naruto, how was determined to look at anything else but his friend, said bashfully blushing. Don't worry about it. I'm sure these things happen to everyone. You're right, Kurenai thought sarcastically while fending off Sakura. If the men in my life find out I help my only male student cop a feel, they'll never let me hear the end of it. Not to mention what Hayashi will do to me. Hey, lovebirds! Sakura screamed while attempting a roundhouse kick to her sensei's temple. We're still in the middle of a fight. Get over here. Both Hinata and Naruto snapped out of their embarrassed state at Sakura's scream. Rushing quickly as possible to the girl's side, both got back in ready positions. Kurenai looked them over up and down, judging their physical status. Sakura's red shirt dress was covered in dirt and had a small tear on the left shoulder. The pinkette was also huffing and puffy, as if she had just sprinted a mile. Hinata's baggy beige jacket was also covered in dirt, but her breathing was shallow and calm. Naruto's orange outfit was easily the dirtiest of all. Skidding across the ground earlier had torn a small hole in the left sleeve. Other than that, he was smiling happily and didn't appear to have even broken that much of sweat. Kurenai ran through hand signs while calling out, "Jinjutsu art, hypnotic body armor." The kids watched awed as the markings that decorated their sensei's ninja wrap made shirt began moving. Some of the markings ran up the strap they were on and some down the other way. Each strap had a methodical speed to the movement, but not one had the same level of movement. The genin found it difficult to focus on Kurenai's person as the image made them dizzy. The young students charged the older Kunoichi in hopes of somehow catching her off guard, but the more they tried to focus on her movements, the more nauseous each child became. Even Hinata's Byakugan wasn't helping much. Through her sight, the markings continued to move even as she analyzed that Kurenai was covering herself in an illusion. The nauseating feelings they were being bombarded with came from what they were actually seeing, not a jinjutsu cast against them. Growing frustrated, Naruto produced a kunai and threw it with all his might at Kurenai. The woman watched the boy make hand signs before calling out, "Ninja art, giant shadow kunai jutsu." The lone 9-inch-long kunai expanded into a 9-foot-long kunai. Kurenai managed to bend backwards at her knees while keeping her feet glued to the ground with chakra, allowing the weapon to miss her completely. She straightened up quickly and blocked Naruto's follow-up knee to the face. The Jinchuriki tried to grab hold of the woman's arm, but she easily avoided him while retreating. "You better hurry, Naruto," the Jounin taunted. "Sakura and Hinata have both touched me, but you haven't yet. Sun's going down, and you all fail if you can't lay a hand on me." "I know," Naruto growled. Going for broke, the boy spammed about 50 clones and charged. Just as the clones were almost upon her, Kurenai turned invisible and began taking them out one by one. With her Byakugan, Hinata tracked the Jounin's movement and placed herself in a good spot to intercept. Just as the woman vanquished a clone by dropping an elbow on its head, the little Hyuga struck. A small wave of chakra left the indigo-haired girl's palm with just enough strength to break the invisibility technique her sensei was using. This allowed the remaining Naruto clones to dogpile on top of the Genjutsu mistress, or so the Jinchuriki hoped. "It won't be that easy, Naruto," Kurenai called while casually standing 10 feet away from the dust cloud the boy had created with his dogpile. The moment Hinata had disrupted her invisibility technique, she substituted with a clone at the edge of the pack and retreated. "You'll have to come up with something better than that." Sakura and Hinata had regrouped and were silently going over possible plans of attack. The pinkette urgently whispered to the Hyuga, "Maybe if we all tried transforming into each other, we can confuse." However, the plan died on the girl's lips as she saw what emerged from the dust cloud. Sakura, Hinata, and Kurenai looked on stunned, speechless, as a completely neck version of the Jounin sensei strutted out onto the battlefield and blew her real self a kiss. As the shocked and embarrassed woman looked on, Naruto came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Huh, got you, sensei," The woman looked behind her at the young prankster, still shocked. She looked back up in time to see the transformed clone pop away in a cloud of smoke. Her mind started catching up to the fact her only male student had just passed with a childish prank. Amused by the whole outrageous tactic. After all, no one had ever thought to attack with a necked version of her own person before. The sensei laughed. Ha 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 ha. Okay, you got me. Now get off, Naruto. The boy happily let go and jumped back to stand with the girls. All three genin looking at their sensei expectantly. Kurenai happily said, "Congratulations, as of today, we are officially Team 8 of Hidden Leaf. We'll train out here in the mornings and try for a mission sometime after lunch." Growing serious, the woman continued. "I did see several problem areas that we need to cover. The biggest ones for each of you would be Sakura's stamina, Naruto's taijutsu, and Hinata's stiffness while utilizing the Juken. I'm going to talk with Lord Hayashi regarding ways that I believe will help, and we'll go from there. Sakura, I'm going to set you up some additional training at the hospital, since there's no reason you couldn't learn medical jutsu easily with your brain and natural chakra control. However, I want you to meet me in Naruto here every morning at 5 o'clock for endurance training. Naruto, me, and you'll focus on chakra control, katas, and the proper ways to use a jutsu." With that last statement, Kurenai looked over to where the hill used to be. All that was left was a crater and scattered rubble. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head at the woman's statement. Sakura, however, looked like a fish the way her mouth was opening and closing. "Sensei, did you save Met at 5 o'clock? The pinkette asked, finally finding her voice. "That's a little early, isn't it?" "Yes, I suppose it is," the red-eyed Jounin said rather uncaringly. "It's your own fault, really, Sakura. Had you been more worried about your strength rather than your slim figure, you'd be a much more decent kunoichi. If I must sit at your dinner table and shovel food down your throat, I will. You'll be doing extensive exercises that require you to have calories to burn. So, go get them." Sakura gulped but said nothing more about it. Naruto himself wasn't that keen on a 5 o'clock start time either, but he'd do anything to get better. Hinata was wondering if she herself should also arrive at 5 with her teammates. Such an hour would cut into her time with Hanabi and breakfast. Kurenai looked at each child's face and asked, "Do any of you have any questions before I release you and report to Lord Hokage?" "I got one," Naruto asked excitedly. "Can you teach us that cool hypnotic body armor jutsu and that invisibility technique?" "I can and will. I'll teach you those and much more," Kurenai assured the Jinchuriki. "If you really want to learn my self-created ninja rap, Jinjutsu, you'll need an outfit like my own. There's a small shinobi outfitter's clothing and basic weapon store I use called Gear Up. You'll find it close to Memorial Park, just a block away heading back towards the Hokage Manor." Seeing as no one else had a question, Kurenai left by Shunshin. Team 8 walked up to the crater that Naruto's exploding shadow clone had created. Shaking her head, Sakura turned to her new teammates and said sarcastically, "Well, I suppose now we know why the village stuck our butts way the hell out here." Naruto chuckled happily and said, "Oh, come on guys, you know my jutsu's awesome." Sakura rolled her green eyes sarcastically. "Yeah, awesomely scary that an idiot like you has a technique that can level a small village." "Hey, I'm responsible," Naruto defended stubbornly. "Besides, that new pond by East River looks nice, much better than that small training area they had before." Hinata giggled at her crush's childish antics, while Sakura just shook her head once more at his stupidity. Smiling, the pinkette said happily, "Well, come on, you two. Let's get to that clothing store that Kurenai-sensei mentioned. I want to learn that hypnotic body armor jutsu." Both Naruto and Hinata had uneasy looks for different reasons. The young Hyuga liked her baggy jacket for 2 very embarrassing reasons, and the blonde was usually thrown out of most stores except for the few that would serve him. However, neither teenager really knew how to voice their concerns to Sakura, so reluctantly followed the pinkette back to the village. "Gear up." Sakura, with some relieved happiness, lead her 2 oddly quiet teammates inside the large store. She expected Hinata to be shy and awkward, but silent Naruto was getting unnerving. The blonde hadn't said one real word since returning through the village gate, and it was starting to make the Pinkette anxious. A pretty teenage girl walked up, smiling. She had deep purple hair that was almost black done up in pigtails and was wearing shinobi-style pants with a black shirt, the store logo on front. "Hello everyone, and welcome to Gear Up. I'm one of the assistants, Mako. How can I help you?" Naruto brightened up considerably at the girl's happy attitude. "We're looking for special shirts made from shinobi wrap. Our sensei Kurinai suggested this place." "Oh yes, I know her well," Mako said happily. "I believe she's an old friend of the owner. If you'll follow me, I'll show you our stock of ninja wrap for the shirts. You can pick out what wraps you want to use and come back in an hour or two to get them. They don't take long to make." The genin followed the nice woman deeper into the store. As they made their way past a display of bow staffs, an older man, around 50, spotted Naruto. He straightened his skinny shoulders while narrowing his beady eyes upon the young blonde, saying coldly, "I didn't know they allowed your kind in this store." "Sir," the store assistant asked, unsure, "is there a problem?" "I just didn't know you allowed filthy traders into your establishment," the sandy thin-haired man said hotly, "not to mention the other horrible things he has done." "Oh, please, don't tell me you're one of those idiots that thinks Naruto was the traitor and Mizuki was the hero," Sakura asked, disbelieving, coming to her teammate's defense. "Trust me, I've known this guy my entire childhood. If he's the traitor, then I'm a Sannin. I know things about him that would turn your pretty pink hair white, you foolish child," the man said angrily, rounding on the tallest member of Team 8. "Don't speak of things you don't understand. What was the Hokage thinking, making someone as fool-headed as you a kunoichi?" Sakura was so stunned by the man's rudeness she couldn't argue back, but Hinata could. "I know exactly what you're referring to, sir. Mizuki explained it all when he was trying to kill me and the boy you're disrespecting in the woods. You yourself are bordering on treason right now and might want to be quiet before I carry out the Hokage's law to the letter." The rude man looked at Hinata, shocked. By her eyes and uncovered forehead, it was easy to determine that she was a main branch Hyuga. How could one such as you defend this monster when you know exactly what he is, what he's done? Have you gone mad, girl? Mako looked between the genin and older man, worried. The last thing she wanted was a fight to break out on her watch. "I'm going to have to demand you leave right now." The children looked at the purple-haired girl, shocked, while the old man gave her a triumphant grin, until he noticed the assistant was looking at him with a stern face. This teenage brat had the audacity to throw him out before the demon. What was this village turning into? "Fine, I'll go, and believe you me, I'm telling everybody about this joke of a shop. I'll see it shut down for this, I swear." Naruto watched the mean man leave, still in shocked silence. Not only had his teammates stood up for him, but also the store assistant. Hinata wasn't surprising because of what happened with Mizuki, but he didn't think Sakura would bother, at least not to the degree she had. It made him feel warm inside. Guys, thanks." Sakura looked at Naruto. "You don't need to think us idiot. That man was just flat out stupid." Giving her teammates curiously looks, the Pinkette asked, "What was he talking about, though?" "He said facts that would turn my hair white." "You know what he meant, Naruto, Hinata." The blonde hero scratched the back of his head nervously. Naruto wasn't sure he wanted to answer that right now. The young heiress noticed her crush's nervous attitude and came to the rescue. I was serious when I spoke of treason, Sakura. The secret pertains to Naruto directly, but could endanger the whole village if it got out. For now, it would be best to let it go." The young Haruno crossed her arms with a huff. "Fine, but you two know how much I like to gossip. This is going to bug me so much." Not much longer, the group came to a rack of ninja rap samples. Looking around, the young genin saw several with traditional designs similar to their senseis, but also some that had more personality. Hinata was drawn to one with multicolored small birds, while Sakura found one with actual sakura tree petals. Naruto, however, found one that was a little more daring, at least for him. The strap he was looking over was covered in what was easily distinguishable as fox footprints. Mako noticed what Naruto was looking at and came over. "Ah yes, possibly one of our least favorite sellers for obvious reasons. We actually sell it in a variety of colors, while actually changing the strap. Coloring isn't so hard really, just a basic chakra control technique. What you see on display is just the most appealing color. Does it come in an orangish red? Naruto cut her off, determined, thinking. If people want to associate me with the damned fox, I'll give them a reason. The assistant was taken back for a second because of such an unusual request, but quickly recovered. Yes, like I said, changing the color is a simple process. Is this the wrap you want for your shirts? Not just shirts, Naruto said excitedly. I want to cover myself from wrist to ankles. A complete suit made of ninja wraps. Somewhat unusual but doable. Mako explained while playing with her dark purple pigtail braid. Making the actual outfit is simple since we just sew it over pre-made fishnet underarmor. The wraps themselves have metal mesh sewn into them, already making them like cloth armor. The fishnet just provides the actual form and extra protection from small weapons. When most people get ninja wrap articles of clothing, it's usually just arm or leg guards. Not many want entire articles of clothing made from wrap. Still, an entire suit won't take but a few minutes with chakra control applications. A store's secret I can't go into. What are your sizes? Naruto went ahead and paid for the suits after giving the girl his sizes. The teenage assistant walked up to Hinata to see if she needed anything. The young heiress showed her the colorful bird-decorated cloth and asked, "Can I get 5 long-sleeve shirts made from this? Only I want the birds to match my lavender eyes. Also, the same kind of ninja wrap shorts Kurenai Yuri wears." Mako wrote the order down on her pad, as well the heiress's sizes, and walked over to Sakura. The Pinkette had found a different wrap design that she liked better. Seeing the assistant approach, she inquired. This wrap has a design of a continuous vine traveling over it with red rose blossoms. Can I have the green vine turned into brown bark and the rose blossoms turned into sakura tree blossoms? I'll keep my black shorts though. The assistant happily wrote the order down as well and took each child's advance payment. It was unfortunately, but these purchases were non-refundable as the articles of clothing made became permanent. Mako explained their orders would be ready in an hour or so and to come back later. Teammate left back out into the street, not really knowing what to do. You guys want to go grab dinner? Naruto volunteered. There's a restaurant close that Choji likes, Yakiniku Q, or we could go get ramen. Sakura was about to say no until she remembered Kurenai's warning about calorie intake. The Pinkette shrugged her shoulders and said, I'm down for Yakiniku Q. Hinata was torn between her own like of ramen and love of the boy she knew wanted Ichiraku, against the fact if she agreed with the blonde Sakura would embarrass her by saying she only wanted ramen to make her crush happy. A little reluctantly, the heiress spoke. I'm also good with Yakiniku Q. Naruto sighed a little disappointedly, but resigned himself to a ramen-less dinner. Yakiniku Q it is. Walking 2 streets over, the kids came to the restaurant. It had big open windows and a lovely atmosphere. Walking through the front door, they asked the hostess for a table. The older woman took one look at Naruto and was about to throw the genin out until she took a closer look at Hinata. The Hyuga were part owners in the establishment, and she didn't want to anger her bosses by kicking out the clan heiress. Reluctantly, she showed them to a table while allowing her distaste to be known. What a rude woman, Sakura commented angrily, throwing her hair over her shoulders. The Pinkette sat down across from Naruto and Hinata. I wonder what her problem was. Hinata shrugged, not getting it either. The young heiress had never experienced life with Naruto and didn't fully understand the widespread hatred so many people had for him, so overlooked the obvious. The young Jinchuriki didn't miss it though. He was getting tired of people hating him for something the 4th Hokage did. Not that he hated the man, but it was hard to have some resentment. A waiter walked over with menus for everyone. Sakura read it over, pondering out loud. I wonder what's good here. Try the salted beef tongue with onion, someone said, walking up, though the short ribs are good too. Teammate looked over to see Team 10 approaching. All 3 looked slightly dirty, but happy. Well, Ino and Choji looked happy. Shikamaru looked like he was struggling to stay awake. Naruto smiled excitedly and exclaimed, "Hey guys, what are y'all up to?" "Well, isn't it obvious?" Shikamaru said with a tired groin. Naruto could be way too loud and obnoxious at times, and the Nara just knew Ino and Choji would want to set with the other Genin team. "We just passed Asuma-sensei's damned exhausting test, and now we're hungry." "It wasn't that bad," Ino said, sitting next to Sakura, followed by Choji. "It was just a basic skill assessment followed by an all-out spar. We had to attack him at full power continuously to prove we were ready to be Genin." "Yeah, like I said, exhausting." Shikamaru grumbled as he sat next to Naruto. Chuckling, Choji said, "Anyway, the best thing here is their salted beef tongue and onion, but the short rib is arguably the second best. I get both every time I come, usually with a side of soy sauce for dipping." "Sounds good to me," Naruto said simply. Hinata agreed as she anticipated the wonderful food. Ino began scanning the menu for a salad along with Sakura, until the Pinkette remembered Kurenai's warning about force feeding. She placed the menu down, resigned to the tummy ache that was coming. "Just order a large helping of tongue and ribs for the whole table to share." "Really?" Ino exclaimed. "Have you finally given up on Sasuke-kun?" "Never, Ino pig." Sakura shot back. "Kurenai-sensei just threatened to force-feed me if I didn't stop dieting. I'm quite sure she meant it to." The Yamanaka was surprised by this, but was interrupted by the waiter returning. "Are you ready to order?" "Yeah," Choji said for everyone. Thinking about the pink-haired Kunoichi, the boy ordered. "We'll have 2 extra large orders of salted beef tongue, short ribs, vegetables, and plenty of onion with 2 large pots of honey green tea." "I'll take the blue cheese salad," Ino said quickly. 3. The waiter left to place the order and soon returned with seasoned raw meat and Ino's salad. He prepared the chakra grill on the table after placing a teapot at either end, leaving with a bow. "If you need anything else, please let me know." The Genin silently volunteered Choji to be the table's chief since he knew what he was doing. However, Hinata grabbed the vegetables and started grilling them herself. It wasn't long before everyone had a plate full of food. Naruto grumbled to himself when his lavender-eyed teammate placed a generous portion of the grilled green hated enemy on his plate. Like most little boys, the Jinchuriki avoided vegetables at all cost, unless Ichiraku snuck them into his ramen when he wasn't looking. "You need to eat vegetables, Naruto," Hinata said somewhat sternly. "If you don't, you'll never reach your full height. Do you want to be short forever?" "I'm not short," Naruto grumbled. "Old man Hokage says I'll have a growth spurt any day now." "You're right," Ino scoffed after a bite from her salad. "The only person at this table smaller than you is Hinata, and that's because she's naturally petite." The boy shot his fellow blonde a dirty look and shoved a full grilled cucumber into his mouth. It was surprisingly good, as Hinata was an excellent cook. The little green circle was seasoned to perfection and grilled just right. "Wow, Hinata-chan, this is amazing." The Hyuga blushed scarlet at the blonde's praise. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. It wasn't really that hard to do, though." The boy said nothing as he quickly piled more cucumbers and asparagus on his plate along with tongue and ribs. Soon even Choji was eating vegetables as well, shocking both Ino and Shikamaru, since they knew the boy well. His mom usually had to give him the sad puppy eyes to get him to even touch something green. As the pile of food began to grow smaller, and smaller talk returned to teams and tests. "So, how was your first team meeting Sakura?" Ino asked excitedly. "What is Kurenai-sensei like?" "She's cool," the Pinkette said simply. "Apparently she knows a lot about Jinjutsu, but she didn't really show us much except this cool, hypnotic body armor technique. She promised to teach all of yous the jutsu, but we will need clothing like hers, so we just went shopping and bought some. We're going after dinner to pick them up. They're being made right now." "Oh, can I go with you?" the blonde asked excitedly. "Yeah, I don't see why not," the Pinkette said, uncaring. Both Naruto and Hinata didn't have an objection either. Shikamaru just closed his eyes, thinking relieved. "I'm so glad I'm not on that team. Ino's bad enough, but Sakura, this Kurenai-sensei, and even Hinata are already trying to control Naruto, making him eat vegetables and dragging him shopping to change his look. This guy doesn't know the hell he's in for, poor idiot. Leaving the restaurant, Choji and Shikamaru said goodbye and left, the lazy genius leaving faster than his friend out of fear Ino would force him to hang out longer. Naruto and the girls made their way to gear up to see if the ninja wrap clothing was ready. Walking in, they saw Mako behind the counter reading a magazine while absent-mindedly playing with her pigtails. "Oh, hello again," the purple-haired girl said when they came up to her. "Your clothing is all ready. Please follow me to make sure they all fit." The group walked with the older teenager to the back of the store where fitting rooms were located. Naruto went first, happily bouncing inside to change. When he emerged, the girls were all impressed. The entire suit looked to be just one giant onesie, since it was impossible to tell where the shirt ended and the pants began. The wraps were done up in a crisscross pattern all the way up his legs, down his arms, and across his torso. The orangish-red fox paw prints were easily recognizable on the white straps. "What do you guys think?" he asked, checking out his own threads. Getting an idea, the Jinchuriki created a shadow clone to view himself. Ino was a little shocked by the technique. She had enough education and knowledge to know the clone was real and not an illusion. Still, she voiced her opinion seriously in a joking voice. "You look much better in that than you do that orange disaster of an ensemble." "Yeah, I got to agree with Ino on this one," Sakura said, looking her teammate up and down. "It's a definite improvement." Hinata looked at the clothes a little concerned. Unlike her two fellow kunoichi and the store assistant, the Hyuga heiress understood the symbolism of the fox footprints. Still, the outfit did look much more professional than the jumpsuit, so she smiled approvingly. Seeing as the girls all liked it, Naruto returned to the changing room to put his original outfit back on. Store policy was you couldn't wear clothing purchased out the door. Sakura decided to go next after the blonde boy. It didn't take her long to emerge in her new threads. Like Naruto, the straps were done up in a crisscross pattern, but the sleeves only went to just past her elbows. The sides of the shirt hung down to the bottom of her black shorts, just above her knees. The pinkette's collar was a V-cut that showed the fishnet armor underneath. The redesigned image of a continuous tree branch and sakura blossoms looked beautiful going along the straps. "Well," the pinkette asked, striking a pose with her left hand behind her head and her right hand on the hip. "You look great, Sakura," Naruto exclaimed happily. Ino and Hinata both gave nods of approval, and the young kunoichi returned to the dressing room to put her red dress back on. Next was the young Hyuga herself. Mako stood up to the side, trying not to laugh as the shy girl walked into the dressing room. The three remaining genin waited outside, what seemed like 10 minutes before Sakura impatiently shouted, "What's taking you so long, Hinata?" I'm not coming out," came the young girl's nervous reply. The older teenage assistant snorted and covered her face with both hands. "Oh, yes, you are," Sakura shouted back. "We all showed off our outfits, and now it's your turn." "Yeah, Hinata," Naruto said encouragingly. "If there's something you don't like, we can always have it fixed." "Okowo," Hinata called, unsure after another minute. "I'm coming out." Slowly, the changing room door opened and the heiress reappeared. Just like her teammates, the wrap was done in a crisscross pattern with the lavender birds drawn all over the surface. Unlike Sakura, her ninja wrap shorts were much shorter, stopping at the top of her thighs like Kurina's. The sleeves of her shirt also went to the palm of her hands, with the crook of the girl's thumb covered by wrap as well. The thumb and forefingers still fully exposed. The same V-cut the pinkette had was also at Hinata's neckline, showing off the fishnet armor. However, thanks to the indigo hair girl's natural-born attributes, the material fit her form much tighter than her two friends, showing everyone exactly what her baggy jacket had been hiding for the last few months. Hinata tapped her fingers together nervously before folding her hands behind her back, fully showing the uniform off. Mortified, the Hyuga asked, blushing, "So, how do I look?" Ino thought, stunned. How is this fair? She gets to be a Kugin in those. If Jukin doesn't work, she can always smother her enemy to death. Seriously, how does she not have back problems? Sakura was looking between her two teammates while remembering the incident that happened during the teamwork test. Thank you, higher powers. Hinata doesn't have a thing for Sasuke-kun. Honestly, I wonder what's going through that blonde prankster's head right now. Naruto stood petrified, trying to find the words to not sound like a pervert. He hated perverts. However, as he took in his shy teammates, his mind kept going back to the teamwork test incident. So squishy and soft. I had no idea. Mustn't look, focus on Hinata's eyes, her nose, her mouth, anything above her neck. Look up, Dame's stupid eyes look up already. I have to say something nice, dame it. ULL look, oh lovely Hinata-chan, real big beautiful. The boy stumbled out with a bright red blush, finally tearing his eyes upwards to the young heiress's face. Mako stood up to the side, laughing silently while desperately staying upright. These guys were the best customers she ever had. Having gotten Naruto's compliment, Hinata bolted back into the changing room, desperately hugging her beige jacket. Silently, the genin left the store. On the way out, Naruto bought a pack of sunbon needles because he had never seen any before, also because he wanted something else to focus on besides the image in his head. The four genin said goodbye and left to go their separate ways. Jounin Lounge. Kurenai sat, drinking her sake in a corner table while waiting for some of the other sensei. She knew it wouldn't be much longer. A few had given their teams the final exam today, but most would do it in the morning. The Jinjutsu mistress was wondering who all passed so far. Hey, Kurenai. The raven-haired woman heard someone calling. Looking towards the door, she saw Anko Mitarashi walking in from outside. Hey, Anko, just have dinner? Kurenai asked curiously. Just sweet dumplings and red bean soup, was the snake mistress' reply as she grabbed the bottle of sake. Still waiting on the others, I see. How did your team of espionage experts do? They did okay, but there's definite room for improvement. Kurenai said, taking her bottle back. Get your own. Anko smirked at her friend while signaling the bartender for a bottle. So, but viel confession, spiel. Not much going on in that department. Kurenai answered honestly. If anything, Naruto's trying to get to know Hinata better, so they're talking more, but not much else. Oh, come on. The special Jounin whined. No kisi is mochi as much. Nothing at all. The sensei of Team 8 shrugged her shoulders, uncaring. It wasn't like Kurenai herself hadn't been hoping for fireworks as well, mainly because the Jounin was always rooting for Hinata, but that didn't mean she wasn't a realist. Both kids were still a young 13 and had plenty of time for sugar-sweet nothings. Both women looked up at the sound of the door to see both Asuma and Kakashi enter. The two men came and sat with the two women, Asuma next to Kurenai and Kakashi next to Anko. The snake mistress slithered up to the famous copy ninja and wrapped her arms tightly around his torso. Hello, Katasurun. Anko, lovely as always. Kurenai, the same. The masked man said offhandedly. Always such a charmer, Kakashi. The red-eyed Kunoichi said sarcastically. Please stop, you're making me blush. Hey, Asuma said in mock outrage. That's my job. The masked Jounin gave his friends a look over and asked, well, how did everyone do? Team 10 passed. I just gave them a basic skill assessment while having them attack me full out. The bearded Jounin said while placing an arm around his girlfriend. They could do with some conditioning, but otherwise their teamwork is flawless for Genin. Team 8 also passed. Kurenai said, brushing back her raven hair. Naruto proved just as impossibly gifted with Jinjutsu as promised. He also proved just as destructive as promised. Sakura needs about 10 pounds of solid food daily shoved down her throat, and she'd improve in a few weeks. Hinata was easily the best at taijutsu, but that wasn't saying much. Honestly, Naruto's hand-to-hand training will be the most difficult. I noticed several ingrained bad habits I need to break. Anko shrugged, saying, you won't believe it, but Team 6 also passed. You're right, I don't believe it. The former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja said while lighting a cigarette. They were predicted to fail horribly. Don't dismiss a scary kid with a large sword. The special Jounin Kunoichi said humorlessly. Toru Fuse Strong armed his two teammates into compliance. They just pulled of enough passable teamwork to defeat my snake summons in the end. You should have given them a harder test, Anko. Kakashi reprimanded while signaling the bartender to bring him a bottle. Those three aren't ready for the shinobi world. Maybe Toru, but not Hibachi Adachi or Amisita. Kurenai looked at the snake mistress sadly. She fully agreed with Kakashi and knew so to Didasoma. Anko had read the team wrong and given them to easy a test, as she hadn't wanted to hurt them too badly. Definitely not something one would expect from the special Jounin. The red-eyed woman asked cautiously, "What did Lord Hokage say when you told him?" "He told me pretty much what all of you have said so far." The woman explained, pulling off her coat, exposing her tight form-fitting fishnet shirt. "Told me to whip Hibachi and Ami into shape pronto. They will be doing D-rank missions for a while." Sighing sadly, the soft brown-eyed woman finished. "That also means I'll be doing nothing but supervising D-rank missions for a while. Suppose you'll give Team 7 their test in the morning, right, Kakashi?" Asuma asked his old friend. "I told him the morning, but really sometime around noon," the famous man said with an eye smile. The four friends continued talking about their students late into the night. Naruto woke up the next morning at 4 o'clock glaring at his blaring alarm clock, as if the device was to blame for Kurenai's unreasonable training start time. Yesterday, the young Jinchuriki hadn't said anything in defense of Sakura when she questioned their sensei, but now that he experienced the early morning hour, the boy wished he had complained as well. Maybe the woman would have said 6 instead. Grumbling, the blonde pulled himself from his nice warm bed. Leaving the bathroom after his morning routine, Naruto went to the kitchen for his breakfast ramen. Heating up the water in his teapot, the blonde sat at the counter to wait. On top of the wooden surface was a book the Hokage gave him yesterday during their talk. It was titled Hidden Whirlpool, Facts and Fiction. It gave a detailed account of the rich history surrounding his mother's clan. There is quite a bit of unrealistic beliefs surrounding the Uzumaki. So long ago, one of his ancestors wrote this book to dispel several. Like the fact they trapped otherworldly demons to cross blood and chakra with their own in hopes of gaining otherworldly abilities. Complete crap. The born abilities, longevity, and chakra of the clan were just results of evolution. No different than those clans that wielded Kekkei Jinkia like Dōjutsu or higher nature chakra changes. The blonde remembered angrily demanding to know why the Hokage had never once mentioned his clan. The old man had said it was to protect him from bitter enemies that still held hatred for his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, cowards who might strike at a dead woman's son because of resentment and misplaced hatred. His Gigi had apologized for not saying anything sooner, though. The last reports from various spies suggested those in power that might pose a problem had been slowly losing political strength in their individual nations. It was to the point they couldn't really do much about Naruto's existence anymore, but complain and demand action that would never be taken. Another reason Lord Hokage had given for not saying anything was because he didn't want to see Naruto despairing over trying to live up to the Uzumaki clan's expectations. His mother's people had never been big on such practices, according to the old man. They believed a person should be allowed to grow and mature at their own pace, so as to keep individuality and imagination. More often than not, the two most fundamental factors in creating new jutsu or techniques. With most of the clan's knowledge lost, along with the ancestral village, the only real power remaining of the Uzumaki were its powerful born abilities like the Yamigan. Gigi had promised him the Leaf Village was doing all in its power to find out more regarding the Dreamweaver's third eye, but so far there just wasn't anyone living that could pass on knowledge. It would seem Naruto was on his own regarding the Dōjutsu. 1. The kettle screamed as steam poured out. Naruto grabbed it and emptied some of the hot water into his ramen cup. The blonde then glared down at his raw meal, thinking, "Great, now 3 minutes to let it cook. You think someone could have found a faster way to make cup ramen by now?" Next to the history book was an old file. Opening it, the blonde saw a picture that made him smile sadly. It was a young kunoichi around his age with a round face, red hair, and violet eyes. Looking through the file showed the girl growing up picture by picture until the last one where she sat smiling while rubbing a large tummy. His mother looked so happy pregnant with him. If only he could have met her. The old man had also told Naruto that he knew his father, but the man was even more feared than Kushina Uzumaki, and his enemies were still far too great. The explanation hadn't done much to quell the Jinchuriki's anger at not being told the man's name. Placing the pictures back in the file, Naruto scarfed down his single ramen cup breakfast. Getting dressed in his new fox footprint wrap made suit, the boy headed out. Walking through the village so early was peaceful as no one was there to glare at him. One of the few times he could remember that happening. With hardly any people on the street, the boy was able to run full sprint, making it to training ground 3 with 10 minutes to spare. Seeing Kurenai in the distance, the boy hurried over. "Hey sensei, like my new threads?" Hee hee. The Jinjutsu mistress didn't really indicate any feelings as she looked the boy up and down. The reason she didn't actually tell the genin what kind of design to get on their wraps was because imagination and willpower were the most effective weapons to weld with Jinjutsu, and she wanted all three to have those at full strength. Such an outcome wasn't really something you could really get with repetition training to beat the knowledge into the brain. You couldn't learn Jinjutsu like you could ninjutsu or taijutsu. The illusion art was more than hand signs and knowledge. To truly master it, you needed a mind fully honed to wield the power. 2. Bold and daring, about what I expected from Leaf's #1 knuckle-headed prankster. The Jounin said, smiling. Just 2 minutes to 5, and Sakura dragged herself on to the training field. The young Kunoichi's hair was disheveled, and her eyes were only half open. The girl was also wearing her new clothes. She looked at Naruto enviously and asked grumpily, "How the hell are you fully awake?" Hee hee. "I'm always wired to learn something new," Naruto said, smiling. Kurenai smiled at her 2 students. "Okay, first thing first, Sakura, give me 2 laps around the perimeter of the training field." The pinkette looked at her sensei, flabbergasted. That was roughly 5 miles each lap. "Can I start with 1? You want to make it 5? Kurenai asked, threatening. The young Kunoichi wisely shut up and started running. The red-eyed Jounin watched her leave with a satisfied smirk. She turned back to a still happy-looking Naruto and explained, "While Sakura is working on her physical condition, you and I will work on chakra control and katas. This will be our normal routine for the next couple of weeks. Group training begins at 8 when Hinata arrives. Some days we'll still continue working on individual exercises and some days group exercises. I do plan more training in Jinjutsu overall, since that is the biggest deciding factor for this team's formation. Far as your taijutsu goes, we will fix the problems you have with the basic academy style and go from there." The Jounin began walking off and the young boy followed. Now, one of the more common training exercises for controlling chakra is to climb a tree without using your hands. Luckily for you, Naruto, the village did put a few trees out here after the Third Great Ninja War to try and give this bleak landscape some vegetation. This wasn't fully true. The woman just didn't feel like going into detail. What really happened was Kurenai had asked Kakashi to get Yamato to come out here and grow some trees last night with his Mokuton. It hadn't been that difficult a task, and a small crop of trees stood towards the middle of training ground 3. Walking up to the tallest tree, the raven-haired beauty turned back to her student. "Okay, Naruto, watch closely and attempt to do as I do." Bringing her hands up in front of her face, Kurenai channeled an exact amount of chakra and began walking up the tree. The Jounin came to a stop, hanging upside down from a large branch. "You need to channel just the right amount of chakra to make this work, Naruto. Too much and the tree trunk breaks, throwing you off. Too little and you won't stick at all. I would get a running start to help at first, or you could try sticking to the tree at the bottom. Whatever you're most comfortable with will work. Use a kunai to mark your progress so you can see if there's improvement or not." Trembling in excitement, the young genin took out a kunai and charged the nearest tree. Kurenai winced as the boy predictably fell flat on the back of his head, cussing. This was going to be a long and painful training session. Hyuga Manor. Hinata walked down the hallway, heading to breakfast. It was just past 6:30, and the young heiress was groggily trying to wake up. All night long, she had been plagued by dreams involving Naruto, skimpy clothing, and an enraged Lord Hayashi Hyuga. She hadn't slept well at all. Approaching the dining area, the lavender-eyed girl straightened up her pajama robe and walked in. The first thing Hinata noticed was her little sister Hanabi, sitting eagerly awaiting the food that was being served them. The smell of cooking filled the air as the clan chief placed out breakfast, bowls of steamed rice with roe, uni, and sliced pickles. The youngest Hyuga grabbed her chopsticks and dug in eagerly. The older sister said automatically as she took her seat, "Hanabi, eat more refined before you get in trouble." "I can't help that I'm hungry," the smallest sister whined. "Besides, I love mixed rice with uni." Hinata sighed at her sister's childish antics. As the youngest daughter of Hayashi, the girl was somewhat spoiled. She was a natural taijutsu user, just like their older cousin Niji, without his stiff mental quirk and cold attitude. Gifted from a young age, the clan and elders had piled on the praise. The oldest sister once heard an older Hyuga woman comment that the child was just like Hayashi at the age of 8, but the lavender-eyed Hyuga princess had a hard time picturing the clan lord acting in such a playful manner at any time of his life. Sighing, Hinata thought sarcastically, well, at least she swallowed her food before talking. The young Kunoichi stopped eating for a second and focused on her little sister. Unlike Hinata, Hanabi took after Hayashi with her long brown hair and almost completely pale white eyes. The young child also retained the clan head's own mother's facial features and slender body. The oldest daughter smiled, kindly asking, "So Hanabi-chan, what do you have planned today?" The younger sister grumbled to herself, "I'm not a baby," before explaining annoyed, "I'll probably spar with father or one of our cousins. Hopefully I can get out of training to go play in the park. Natsu has been promising to take me for a while now." Hinata tiredly smiled at her baby sister while inwardly cringing. Natsu had been Hanabi's caretaker and nanny ever since the day she was born. The dark green-haired woman came off as very nice and friendly, showing great love for the young kids of the clan, but the eldest sister knew she agreed with the majority of the village where Naruto was concerned. She told the youngest sister to shun the blonde when they once saw him being mistreated by a shopkeeper, or so Hanabi had explained. The young heiress also overheard the nanny asking an elder if the Jinchuriki would be a bad influence when it was announced the blonde would be on the same team as Hinata. This was after the blue-eyed hero saved the young girl from Mizuki. The oldest daughter of Hayashi Hyuga didn't think kind thoughts of Hyuga Natsu anymore. Hinata finished her breakfast bowl of rice and roe, excusing herself. "Train hard with father today, Hanabi. I won't be back until late probably." The youngest smiled sadly at her older sister. "Will you still be able to play with me this evening?" "I'll try," was the oldest honest reply. "I don't know what all we will get up to today. I might be too tired for games after I get home, but I might still be able. We'll see how it goes." The young heiress made her way back to her room and opened the closet door. It wasn't until the image of the ninja wrap shirt filled Hinata's vision that the full memory of yesterday came streaking up to the front of her mind. "Oh Lord, I had hoped it was a fever dream." Pulling the new uniform out and placing it on her bed, Hinata looked it over once more, thinking, maybe I should have gotten longer shorts, but really I've seen much more revealing clothing on my classmates. Ino herself wears such an outfit. Dressing up in the wrap-made uniform, Hinata glanced at herself in the full-length closet mirror. She placed her hands on her hips and turned sideways to look at her caboose. Yes, I probably should have gotten different shorts, but really it's fine. Turning her body to face the reflection, the young heiress got another look at the shirt's front. Her lavender-eyed gaze fell annoyed on the two embarrassing mounds dominated her chest, thinking, if only they would stop growing already. A knock came from her bedroom door, and Hayashi walked in unannounced. His eyes took in a uniform his eldest was wearing with an expressionless face. "I'm sorry for the intrusion, Hinata, but I was worried you might be late for your first official team training." Unsure, the father continued, "What are you wearing, daughter?" Nervously, Hinata quickly explained, A uniform ka kakuranai sensei is suggested. She explained that it would help WW with Jinjutsu. I see, Hayashi said, still unsure. His stock manner returned quickly as he finished. Well, don't let me keep you. The clan head left quietly without further comment. However, the young Hyuga Kunoichi could have sworn she heard him grumble something about a little three-eyed blonde runt. Not knowing if she had even heard her father correctly, the young girl made for the compound gate. Halfway down the last rock path, Hinata found her way blocked by Natsu. The short green-haired nanny smiled kindly at the heiress, saying, "My lady Hinata, you sure look beautiful. I packed you a simple lunch for your training." The lavender-eyed Hyuga took the large bento, saying, "Thank you for the food and compliment." However, her kind eyes narrowed as she finished. I suppose Naruto Uzumaki is a good influence after all. Natsu was taken back by the cold look and words of the normally kind Lady Hinata. The heiress left before the two-faced woman could find her voice to counter. The eldest of Hayashi had never once activated the caged bird seal of the Hyuga's side branch family, and she wasn't about to start now. Thinking about Naruto and the unfair way he had always been treated by the village and members of her own clan made the shy girl's blood boil. Walking down the road leading to the closest woods, Hinata didn't see many people. Her home was towards the outskirts of the village and not really that far from Training Ground 3. She could get there without actually going through the village at all by taking paths through the trees and around the front of Hokage Mountain, something she really loved doing. Usually one could get lost in thought while walking under the green foliage, which was why the Kunoichi was surprised to hear someone calling her name. Hinata. The Hyuga turned quickly to see Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame walking out from the brush. It had been the dog-loving boy that called her name. "Hello, Kiba. Shino, what brings you two this way so early?" The indigo-haired girl asked happily. Both boys had always been kind to her in school. Shino looked to Kiba, waiting for him to reply, as he was the one to stop the girl. Seeing as his companion was openly and unashamedly gawking at the young Hyuga with his mouth open, the bug user answered, "We're on our way to meet with Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke Uchiha for a test of some sort. Sensei wishes to evaluate our abilities to see if we're ready to be genin." "Oh, do you mean the true test?" Hinata asked shyly as she became self-conscious of Kiba's staring. It wasn't hard to figure out where his eyes were focused. "Me and my team did that yesterday. We passed, so now I'm heading to training. Kurinai-sensei wants to teach us Jinjutsu and explain this outfit would help in learning some of our own style." Shino looked to Kiba in hopes he would snap out of his mental shutdown. It wasn't like the taller boy hadn't noticed either. Luckily, he had dark sunglasses. Even Akamaru, Kiba's dog sticking out of his jacket zipper, was gazing up at his partner expectantly, as if to say, "Talk stupid." Embarrassed for his friend, the Aburame finished the conversation with the girl quickly. "Well, don't let us keep you, Lady Hinata. Good luck with your training today." "Oh yes, and both of you good luck with your test as well," the heiress said, politely bowing. The girl straightened up quickly and left. As Hinata rounded a corner on the trail, she heard the easily distinguishable voice of Kiba Inuzuka yell, "Did you see the size of those things?" Training Ground 3. Kurinai stood to the side, watching Naruto going through a basic kata. There were 3 levels taught at the academy, and to qualify for graduation, a student had to show some knowledge in all of them. The Jinjutsu mistress had forced the blonde to restart from the beginning, though, when she saw just how bad his technique truly was. "You're overextending your reach again, Naruto. Remember, you should naturally be able to bring your left hand back in a block. If you attempt the action and it feels awkward, then you're doing something wrong. Tighten up some and try again." The boy sighed wearily and reset his stance. Naruto had worked on chakra control for a little while until suggesting leaving a shadow clone to keep going while beginning worked katas. The idea worked, but every now and then the blonde was forced to create another shadow clone because of falls. One actual tripped and stabbed itself in the throat. "That's enough, Naruto," the Kunoichi sensei called out. "Let's take a peek and wait for Hinata. She should be arriving soon." The genin stopped mid-kick and walked over to his sensei. Laid out asleep on the ground, next to Kurenai's feet, was a sweaty, dirty, pink-haired girl. After running laps, Kurenai had worked on Sakura's strength by making her do several different styles of exercises. The Jinjutsu mistress called it quits 20 minutes ago, and the pinkette had passed out almost immediately. Should we wake Sakura? The boy asked, unsure. No, let her sleep for now, the woman said, looking down at the pinkette. I doubt she's ever had a workout this intense. She'll regain some of her spent energy if we just let her rest. Kurenai had been disappointed by the girl's overall performance. The Jounin had pretty much expected both children to fall short in certain areas, which was why they had met so early to address them with intensive training, but that hadn't meant she wasn't hoping for at least one surprise. The only real plus so far was Naruto's breakthrough with shadow clone training. It had been almost 30 minutes into the tree-walking exercise that he remembered the shadow clone jutsu's ability to share memories and experience after disrupting. Had he gone on much longer, the Jounin was just going to spell it out for him. Soon the raven-haired woman felt the presence of her quietest student walking up. She judged the girl's new uniform from afar, amused. The lavender birds are a nice touch. They truly symbolize the girl's personal plight with her family and herself. The caged bird seal is a looming threat over both Hayashi's daughters, and neither girl is ignorant enough to ignore it. The symbolism for all three genin is about what I expected with Naruto's attempt to gain control over the judgmental ways of the village and Sakura's subconscious acknowledgement of a sakura blossom blooming. Hopefully these images will serve their individual style with my technique well. Sakura, Kurenai said aloud. The young girl opened her eyes blearily and glared at her sensei. The leader of Squad 8 just smiled amused and said, Get up, Hinata's here, and it's time for group exercises. The pinkette stood while grumbling something inaudible. Trying to be respectful, she stood at attention and asked, So what'll we be working on today, sensei? Kurenai waited for Hinata to walk up and explained. One of the first things we will do is attempt the basic invisibility cloak illusion I used yesterday during our spar. It's not that difficult as it is only a C-ranked illusion, but making it move along with your body can make it more difficult to use. After showing her team the hand signs, Kurenai wasn't surprised to see Naruto get it on the first try. Though he created a field so large it covered 5 feet, the illusion's max possible coverage area before breaking down from to much chakra. Impressively, he was able to bring the field in with concentration to fix skin tight over his body in only a few minutes. However, the moment the boy tried to move his head, arms, legs, and torso would flash between invisible and visible. This technique worked by casting an illusion field around the user's person to hide them from anyone not inside the area's diameter. As the boy had accidentally shown, you could extend the field with more power to cover a small group of stationary people as well. But still, the true desire of this technique was to create a skin-tight illusion field that just covered your body and nothing else. Basically, if the field extended 5 feet from your body, an enemy could see you at 5 feet. They would be within the field of range and thus no longer affected. The young boy may have created a very large field and reduced it back to his body almost perfectly, but when he tried to move, all that extra chakra slowed down the field's movement speed and reaction time in relation to Naruto's own body. Less chakra means more fluent transfer of movement. I see now what Irika meant by the Yamigan was a powerful tool that Naruto still needed to learn how to weld. Jinjutsu had a limit to the amount of chakra that could mold into them before unraveling, and the third eye saw to that issue. But some techniques work better at the lower end of the spectrum, while others wouldn't work at all in the higher range of application. Case in point, my Hypnota body armor. That technique requires you to cast an illusion through the ninja wraps to make the images move this way and that. At the smallest range of application, the images move too slow to be effective at all. But at the highest range of application, the images move so fast they appear to simply vanish, making the technique once again ineffective. At Naruto's current level, the Yamigan can only use the highest range of application. 3. The sensei watched her students work the technique for a time before calling them all in to discuss problems and give praise on accomplishments. Sakura, congratulations on getting the technique to work correctly before either teammate. I was a little disappointed to see you struggling to maintain chakra flow to keep it running though. Hopefully with more physical training, that won't be a problem. Hinata, the woman continued. You were the second to get it working correctly, and you held it longer than Sakura easily. Good work. There were still a few times when I got a glimpse of a hand or foot, but nothing practice won't fix. Turning to her last student, the sensei finished. Your only problem is chakra control, Naruto. We must keep working on that one aspect, and you can pretty much do whatever you want with Jinjutsu. Until you get a better hold on your power, there will still be techniques you can't work with at all. Sighing sadly, she continued. Unfortunately, my hypnotic body armor is one such jutsu you can't use right now. What? Naruto screamed, loudly surprised. He really wanted to learn that jutsu. Why can't I learn it? I didn't say you can't learn it, Naruto. I said you can't use it. Kurenai clarified. Let me show you. With that, the woman made the bare hand signs and cast the illusion through her clothes. Her students looked on as the thick black line, with alternating left and right triangle markings, began moving slowly over the Jounin's wrap shirt. Slowly, they began gathering speed until they became nothing but a blur, and then completely vanish, while the straight line was still visible, but the triangles were gone. This, my cute little students, is what happens when you mold the highest amount of chakra possibly to work my technique. The Jinjutsu mistress explained. With your current level of control, Naruto, even with Yamigan, this is the best you can hope for at this time. Well, that sucks, the blonde said grumpy. So I bought this outfit for nothing? Hinata looked sadly at the boy. The clothing hadn't been too expensive, but she knew Naruto lived on limited funds. Sakura was also giving the boy sympathetic looks. The pinkette found him annoying at times, but that didn't mean she hated him. You didn't waste your money, Naruto. I made a technique involving the straps during my youth. I call it the self-image technique because they work by using an actual image that exists on your person. Kurenai explained while sitting down on the ground. She indicated the kids follow suit, and they complied. Okay, each of you know how illusions and commands were correct. Yes, Sakura said happily, as she could now show of her book smarts. Basically, an illusion is something false everyone in the aria can see, and a command is when your chakra tells another person's mind what to believe or do, like commanding an enemy's mind to see a copy of you that isn't there. Correct, Kurenai said before the pinkette could continue. However, do any of you know what a combo is? Upon receiving nothing but confused looks, the expert continued. A combo is anything combined with a command into one very powerful Jinjutsu. I'm going to teach you how to combine illusion and command together. Why is this necessary? The red-eyed Jounin asked hypothetically. So far, every Jinjutsu any of you have used or seen has only attacked the surface of the mind. Think of it like a feint. Lead with your right fist while jamming a kunai into your opponent's back with your left. In Jinjutsu terms, one kind of feint is to lead with an illusion to drive the command deeper into an enemy's mind while the opponent is distracted by what he is actually seeing. So how do you do that exactly, sensei? Sakura asked curiously. Observe my next jutsu and tell me your analysis. Kurenai said as she made the sign for bear again, just like before with the hypnotic body armor. The children watched as once again the line with alternating left and right triangles began moving. Only this time, instead of traveling all over, they began to wiggle. Suddenly, the image seemed to begin traveling out into mid-air from behind Kurenai's back and wrapped around the three setting genin. This is so cool, Naruto exclaimed in awe. I can't move at all. It's like being bound in steel wire or something. Hinata looked from her former mentor, turned sensei, to the triangle wire curiously. She examined the image and understood how it worked. This is just like Naruto's false visual jutsu, a command. We three are the only ones capable of seeing this, as it is only in our minds. I think you're right, Hinata, Sakura said, sitting next to her. The pinkette closed her green eyes, concentrating before exerting a small amount of chakra, but nothing happened. Hey, what gives? From my studies, I've learned a basic command could be broken through sheer mental willpower while focusing your chakra. Very good, Sakura. You're correct. Kurenai said, smiling proudly. However, this is no simple command but a combo. In truth, without the combo element, it would only be an illusion. Right now, your eyes are telling your brains that they actually see this. So when my command that was carried through the illusion reaches your brain to deceive it in actually feeling the cables, your brain already knows the eyes can actually see the cables, so therefore it subconsciously reasons the body must actually be wrapped in them, unable to move, despite the fact it's only empty air. Kurenai smirked humorously, making the hand signs for a new jutsu. A black rotten egg appeared on the ground next to the still-bound children. Sakura wrinkled her nose and tried to close her nostrils with her hand, but the first Jinjutsu still refused to release them to allow movement. The pinkette pleaded with the older woman. Oh, come on, sensei, this is horrible. The Jinjutsu mistress laughed while using her hand to brush her long black hair behind her shoulders. She then brought her hands up in the sign for release and ended both techniques. Smiling, she explained, that last one I used was the false image jutsu. Like the false visual, it is an absolute free-forming technique that can show anything the caster imagines. The only difference is it's an illusion instead of a command. I combined that illusion of a rotten egg you were truly seeing with a command to trick your brain into smelling a really horrible odor. Had I just used a basic false image, you wouldn't have smelt anything. Kurenai paused for a moment, allowing everything to sink in so far before continuing. Remember, though, that illusion is not the only thing that can combine with command to make a combo. You could also use actual sound, like a musical instrument or bells. I once fought a mist shinobi that laced his water jutsu with a powerful chakra-based compound. It allowed him to infect your mind with a command by absorption through the skin. Also, understand that some people are so powerful in the field of Jinjutsu, they don't need a combo to go deeper into your mind. They just can't. I myself know 1 or 2 master-level Jinjutsu that can be extremely dangerous in combat, but I won't teach them to you until you've got a good grasp on the basics. Hinata looked over her team, realizing a small problem. Kurenai-sensei, back to this self-image technique you said you'd teach us. I think me and Naruto-kun may have made a mistake when we chose our designs. Sakura examined the designs and realized the problem. Her own was a continuous tree branch with sakura blossoms that, just like Kurenai's triangles, alternated left and right. Hinata's was individual flying lavender birds, and Naruto's was orangish-red fox footprints. How could they use the grapple jutsu Kurenai just showed them? You didn't make a mistake, Hinata, Kurenai assured the small heiress. I didn't tell you what design to get because I wanted all of you to get one with personal or emotional meaning to yourself. The thing about my self-image technique is that it has free-form applications, just like the false visual jutsu, though it's not as free as it is vastly limited to the image on the straps you wear. These ninja straps have a unique feature that allows you to channel chakra into them to make them very strong. That's why they're advertised mostly as a strong, cheap armor. In my youth, I figured out a way to use that same unique trait for Jinjutsu and invented my personal technique. The raven-haired beauty thought it over, some wondering how best to explain exactly how the technique works. Looking up, she asked her team, "What do you think I call my grapple illusion technique?" "What do you mean, sensei?" Naruto asked, confused. "How can we know that?" "All right, let me ask another question," the woman said, taking a serious pose. "Sakura, what would you call your own version of my grapple illusion technique?" The pinkette was unsure how to answer, but tried anyways. She began by visualizing what it would look like in her head, and the answer came to her. The girl knew what Kurenai was getting at, kind of, though they would basically be the same jutsu with the same application. Mine would look very different from your own, even though they're cast with the self-image technique. Exactly. Kurenai said happily that one of them was getting it. I call my grapple jutsu Jinjutsu art, titanium triangle cable. Here's the kicker. No matter if I'm throwing illusions of metal razor-sharp triangles or if I'm using the grapple, it's all preformed by the same technique. My thought, willpower, knowledge, and imagination guide the jutsu based on the image drawn on the straps, not individual hand signs. Ninjutsu, for the most part, is repetitive from one user to the next, but Jinjutsu can differ greatly from one person to the next. Individual thought and imagination are a very large factor. The three of you alone can create highly diverse arsenals with just knowing my self-image technique. Naruto had a thoughtful look on his face as he asked, "Sensei, couldn't a person just use that false image technique you showed us to pretty much do the same thing as the self-image technique?" Not really, Naruto. Not unless you had a photographic memory to detail and never made mistakes. The expert shinobi explained. Unless the image you're trying to create from the false image is something you truly define as an individual attack, the effect is greatly lessened by how an enemy will judge it. If it looks fake, then it has much less chance of tricking your opponent. However, with the self-image technique, you are generating the very symbol you wear upon your shinobi wraps into a jutsu, giving you greater control over the illusion on a metal personal level. Your enemy sees these images as he studies you, understands on a subconscious level they are for a purpose, and can react negatively to seeing them used in an attack. Even if on some level they know it's Jinjutsu, they can still be held or tricked by it if they have some doubt. This is one example from my own personal experience. Kurenai said, beginning a story. During the Third Great Ninja War, I was tasked with securing a caravan of goods to a small hidden grass outpost close to enemy lines. During the mission, we were attacked by a young stone jounin that was an accomplished taijutsu master. He was rumored to be so strong he could smash through solid stone effortlessly and rip apart chains like tissue paper. During the battle, I backed my team up as best as I could. The woman explained, trying to remain emotionless. She didn't wish to show the genin how painful the memory still affected her. The losses of that day had been staggering. The jounin himself appeared to be completely unstoppable. He smashed his way effortlessly through every defense jutsu we used and murdered men and women by the dozens. I hid in a camouflage technique, waiting for my moment to strike, and finally ensnared him in my titanium triangle cable, stopping him cold. If he was so strong that metal chains couldn't stop him, how did the combo illusion of titanium cables do it? Sakura questioned. Irrational fear. The jounin answered simply. When you guys were younger, possibly at some point you convinced yourself there was a monster in your closet. There was no way possible for there to be one, which you knew to be fact, but you still had to go check and make sure. Irrational fear can overcome logical thinking in almost every circumstance. That man saw me on the battlefield, saw the image on my clothes, knew they served a purpose, knew my team held me back for some surprise attack, and felt as if titanium hard cables had wrapped around his body when it was all over with. I fooled him into thinking I had done just that. With empty air, I stopped him dead, and then I slit his throat. The girls gulped at the finality of that statement. However, Naruto was thinking back on his experience with Jinjutsu and realized how much sense Kurenai was making. When he was training with Udon, Moegi, and Kanomaru, they spotted most fake animals because of repetition in color patterns more than movement flaws. He hadn't put enough willpower into the command. Most of the time he used false visual was in the form of a joke or entertainment. However, when he fought Mizuki, he was desperate to hide himself and Hinata from the traitor and cast a very powerful false visual of a boulder for himself and Hinata to hide in. Judging by the way the bastard couldn't locate them, the level of mental power molded into the concealment had been very high. So, the Jinchuriki thought, that means the only times I succeeded in using false visual against an actual ninja was when battling Mizuki and Ebisu. That last thought made him laugh out loud. To think he spent so much time creating his Naruto persona for the sexy jutsu. It had become an individual attack he could flawlessly use with a free-formed illusion or command. The young boy sobered up when he noticed everyone giving him strange looks. What? Naruto, please tell me you don't find Sensei slitting some guy's throat amusing. Sakura asked, shocked. What? The blonde asked, startled. It finally dawned on him the last thing said out loud was his sensei's story's conclusion. No, 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 no. Something Kurenai explained reminded me of something I did that was funny. It was then the little Jinin realized the horrifying corner he had backed into. How to explain your sexy jutsu to one overly violent, one overly skilled, and one overly nice kunoichi. His sensei and teammates were looking towards him, waiting on an answer. So poor Naruto swallowed the shuriken. Ah, do you Sakura and Hinata remember the prank I would pull on Irika-sensei back in the academy? The boy asked nervously. The one that involved the transformation jutsu? It took only a moment, but the memory came back to both kunoichi. Sakura's eyes grew hard as Hinata blushed, amused, looking away. Kurenai looked between her students, smiling while waiting for an explanation. Naruto looked his sensei right in the eye and blurted out quickly. I created a necked female form of myself called Naruto and would use it to surprise perverts. I've done it for years, you see. I call it my sexy jutsu. Kurenai was not expecting that answer, but judging by his performance during the teamwork test, it made sense. The detail he put into her own necked form was completely flawless minus certain scars and so forth. That was only because the boy didn't know what she looked like without clothes on. However, he obviously looked at several dirty magazines over the years. The innocent knave blonde boy routine was looking more and more tarnished. If he was anything like his father Minato, then this somewhat showed it, at least going by what Hayashi told her in the hospital. The image of a terrified Naruto running from the Hyuga clan head was getting younger by the minute. However, she couldn't worry about that now, as she had young minds to expand upon. So, you combine necked pictures of girls from magazines with the transformation jutsu to create your own sexy jutsu. Kurenai clarified to the nervous boy. That was actually quite inventive and exactly what I am getting at with my technique. What? Sakura screeched. Was their Jounin Kunoichi sensei really praising the great blonde idiot for finding a way to exploit the female body in a jutsu? The Jinjutsu mistress looked at the pinkette with an amused smile, saying, What Naruto did with the transformation jutsu is exactly what I'm getting at, combining ideas and knowledge along with willpower and imagination into the self-image technique to create new jutsu. As long as you possess the imagination, knowledge, and willpower, you can create a small arsenal with this one technique. Hinata smiled happily that Kurenai recognized Naruto's ingenious jutsu. The indigo-haired girl had not exactly been thrilled either the first time she saw it, but no one could deny the results. The blonde had incapacitated 3 academy instructors at one time. Growing curious, the heiress asked, What exactly was funny though, Naruto? The boy looked at his friend, remembering why he laughed. Smiling, he explained, Well, you see, I kind of taught my sexy jutsu to Kinomaru, Lord Hokage's grandson. Anyway, his stupid sensei, Ebisu, thought I was a bad influence and tried to take him away by force. I placed a false visual command over the idiot to see Naruto instead of Kinomaru, and he fainted from shock. So technically, I defeated a Jounin. Hee hee. Sakura looked at Naruto, disbelieving. Come on, you really expect us to believe you beat a Jounin with that abomination? I believe it, Kurenai said, shaking her head. The pinkette just looked at her shocked. You don't know that man the way I do. He'll never live this one down, that's for sure. All right, you 3, time to get back on track. The Jounin sensei said, standing up. The students followed her to their feet and waited for instructions. Okay, first, since my technique is based on the original application these straps were made for, I need to teach you how to make them stronger by applying chakra. It didn't take very long to show the Genin the simple trick. The better one's control was the more chakra they could apply to the straps, though. That meant Sakura had the strongest armor, followed by Hinata, and then Naruto. Kurenai just shook her head sadly at the blonde. The amount of chakra he wasted was truly depressing. Hopefully, with Shadow Clone, training the boy's control would drastically improve quickly. Reaching into a secret pocket of her shirt, the woman pulled out 3 small, identical scrolls and handed one to each genin. These are the instructions for using the self-image technique. Because of the nature of my technique, I can't actually teach you my own individual jutsu, other than the Hypnota body armor, since the designs of our ninja straps are so different. That means you're going to have to create your own. Also, despite the fact all you're using is the same technique over and over again with multiple results, it is a good idea to name any concept you create to give it better clarity in your own mind. This will ultimately allow you to envision it better when casting against an enemy. 5. Naruto was trembling in excitement as he thought of all the jutsu he could make with this one technique. This is going to be so awesome. I wonder if I can have the straps altered a little. Maybe an actual fox followed by 2 footprints in a continuous pattern. It would give me more options. All right, Kurenai said loudly to pull the kids out of their thoughts and get their attention. It's now 9 o'clock. I want us to continue training until 11 when we will break for lunch. After 12, we will go and see about a mission from Lord Hokage. Hinata, how proficient are you with the academy-style taijutsu? Oh, I'm passable. Hinata said, shyly unsure about the question. I learned it, but I never really attempted to master it. Conform to my specific body type or anything. That's fine, dear. The older woman said assuringly. I want you to work with Naruto in his attempt to relearn the style. So far, that is my plan for him getting better at hand-to-hand combat. Naruto, you can go ahead and send shadow clones to continue the tree-walking technique. Me and Sakura will continue working on her physical conditioning. The Pinkette looked like she wanted to cry. Shouldn't I work with Naruto and Hinata on taijutsu as well, sensei? No, Kurenai said, smiling sadistically. You're good enough with the basic academy style. When you get your strength and stamina up some, I plan on teaching you my style. So get running. I'll be right behind you. If you slow for even a second, there will be hell to pay. Sakura gulped and began running at a steady pace. Kurenai let her gain a comfortable lead before following. Hinata smiled timidly at Naruto and said, let's begin before sensei makes us run as well. Naruto shrugged, uncaring either way. He sent 3 clones to continue chakra control while taking his stance. So far, things were going good by his own opinion. 11 o'clock training ground 3. Kurenai looked at her students, once more judging their condition. Hinata was the cleanest out of the 3, and Naruto looked completely unfazed by the 2-hour kata training. Sakura was dirty, sweaty, and red-faced with hands upon her knees holding herself up. Good work, everyone. Let's get lunch and then head for Lord Hokage's. Yeah, Ichiraka, here I come. The blonde Uzumaki hollered out loud happily. Hold on, Naruto, Kurenai said, once more smiling sadistically. I brought lunch for both you and Sakura. I figured Hinata would have a decent one already. With that, the woman walked over behind a large boulder and removed 2 bentos hidden behind it. She gave one to Naruto and one to Sakura with a gleam in her eye. Both children opened their box, apprehensively seeing the contents inside. Oh, come on, sensei. Naruto screamed at the sight of spinach salad and sushi. Green is my least favorite color. Sakura was in shock by her bento. It was chock full of steamed pork, beef, rice, and steamed carrots. Sensei, there's no way I can eat all of this. Oh, you'll both eat it, Kurenai said coldly. Even if I have to force it down your throats, you'll eat every bite. Both children reluctantly began to dig in to their bentos. Each bite brought a look of disgust upon Naruto's face, while Sakura thoroughly chewed every ounce of food she ate to find mush. It was the only way she would get it all down. The raven-haired Jounin watched them both closely as she ate her own bento. Soon the lunch was finished and Team 8 began making their way to Hokage's manor. As it was now the middle of the day, Konoha's streets were packed with people. The children noticed several people staring at them as they walked down the road. Sakura was used to boys checking her out, but Hinata wasn't. She tried covering herself by folding her arms, but it didn't help much. Naruto noticed several people giving him cold looks of disgust, but simply glared back definitely. He was through taking their unfair hatred. Kurenai watched it all, without comment, silently hoping for her the best outcome involving the children. Finally making it to the Hokage's manor, the team went inside. Making their way quickly to the mission room, the Chunin on guard bowed low and allowed them entry. The Genin and Sensei walked up to the village leader and stood at attention. Naruto happily called, "Team 8 reporting for duty, sir." Technically, that's my line. Kurenai grumbled. The Hokage simply chuckled at the blonde's antics while examining his new wardrobe. He had no objections to the designs, but he did pause on the little heiress. Hayashi must be going apeshit crazy right now. The old man thought, amused. I wouldn't be surprised if he was stalking Team 8 right this very moment. So, I take it you are here for your first D-ranked mission? Saratobi asked out loud. You're in luck, as we still have some good ones to choose from. An elderly couple needs help moving across town. A man doing repairs on his roof yesterday fell and broke his arm, so now need help finishing the work. Several people have put in for babysitting, and there's a lost dog to recover that belongs to a civilian councilman's son. So which will it be? What the hell? Naruto asked, shocked. He wasn't the only one, as both Hinata and Sakura looked appalled. I always love this part. Hiruzen chuckled, amused. We'll take the lost dog, Lord Hokage. Kurenai said, figuring it would be the one with least human interaction. Very well, you have your mission. Good luck, teammate. The Hokage said dismissively, handing over a scroll to the Jounin. The woman and 3 depressed genin left silently. In the hallway leading out, Naruto asked, annoyed. Who calls dog catching a ninja mission? Don't we have some kind of civilian service for this? What were you guys expecting? A political assassination? Kurenai asked sarcastically. You're genin fresh out of the academy. You'll be doing boring missions like this one for a few months at least. But we're ninja. Sakura whined. We should be doing ninja duties. Hinata was silent, but agreed with her teammates. It wasn't like she wanted something overly dangerous right off the bat, but dog catching was pretty low. Academy students could do this mission. All they needed was a bag of kibble and some chew toys. The Jounin studied her students and knew they were all thinking along the same line. Look, until the Hokage and I say you guys are ready for a real mission, this is all you get. These missions are safe. They allow you to build better team coordination with minimal risk. They allow you more time to train and perfect you various techniques, and you get paid for them as well. The village doesn't run a charity. All clients pay for our services, and the village makes money just the same as you. The genin still looked angry, but said no more about it. As they made it to the front, team 6 walked in, being led by Anko. Tora looked relatively dirty. His long black hair was shiny with sweat, but not overly exhausted. However, both Hibachi and Ami looked like they were about to die from exhaustion. However, the moment the light brown-haired boy saw Naruto, his energy returned. Hibachi marched up to the blonde, who was still grumpily thinking about the baby mission he was going on and not paying attention, and growled. My father got demoted back to genin because of you, traitor. Would you shut up, Hibachi? Tora asked exasperatedly. Your dad was demoted because he's an idiot. The boy rounded on his teammates, ready to defend his dad, when Anko cut him off. Enough, it's too early for this shit. The snake mistress reached out and grabbed the stupid boy by his ear. He instantly began protesting as Anko hauled him away. Tora looked at Naruto apologetically and said, I'm sorry for my stupid teammate. Looking towards Ami expectantly, the gray-eyed boy saw her glaring at Hinata, jealousy. He turned back to Team 8 and said, Correction, I'm sorry for both my stupid teammates. The boy adjusted his brown battle kimono and grabbed Ami by her bright purple hair. The girl reached up and attempted to remove the boy's hand, shouting, Hey, what are you doing? Following Sensei's example, the Kenjutsu user said in a monotone fashion. He bowed to Team 8 and drugged the protesting Kunoichi off. Well, that was entertaining, Kurenai said, rolling her eyes. Come on, team, let's go find a little lost dog. According to the scroll I was given, the pet was last seen in Greenleaf Park. That's over in the southwest corner of Konoha. I don't think I've ever been there before. Naruto pondered out loud. Sakura rolled her green eyes and explained. Neither you or Hinata have ever been there, Naruto. It's a private park established for civilian council members and their families. My mom and dad took me there all the time when I was younger. When I explained that I wanted to be a ninja, they began taking me to Memorial Park. Your parents are civilian council members? Naruto asked curiously. Yeah, my dad's the head of the Merchants Guild. The Pinkette answered shocked. She thought everyone at the academy knew that. One reason so many kids used to bully her was because she was from a well-off, wealthy civilian clan. The Haruno family has run the Merchants Guild ever since the village founded it after the First Shinobi War. Kurenai was walking behind her students, allowing them to interact. She knew very well what the Pinkette was talking about. After the First Shinobi War, Lord Third had established the Civilian Council to give every citizen in Konoha an equal voice, or so was the official reason given. The truth was the village had amassed a very large debt, and Hiruzen needed something to appeal to rich civilian clans, so they would move to Konoha. At the surface, the Leaf Village appeared to be run by the Civilian Council, Shinobi Council, and Lord Hokage equally. The honorable elders were just advisors to everyone arguing points and such. The truth was the Hokage made the decisions. The Shinobi Council followed his commands. The elders played their part to keep the people happy, and the Civilian Council had no real power at all. Honestly, for them to have a true equal say, then a civilian had to have as much chance as any shinobi in being made Hokage, and not one realized that simple fact. It wasn't a very long trip to the park, and soon Team 8 was walking up to the entrance. Out front stood two men dressed in standard armor, holding pikes. Kurenai always wanted to laugh at these types of guards. The most they could honestly do was look intimidating when really they couldn't stand up to a half-trained genin. Not really expecting them to say anything, the Jounin was slightly shocked and annoyed when they crossed their spears in an X pattern across the gate. Halt! This area is off limits to all but the Civilian Council and their families. The older the two men said, trying to sound important. Teammates Sensei rolled her red eyes and showed both guards the mission scroll. Me and my team are on a mission. We have been sent to help locate a lost dog. I'm also Sakura Haruno, the Pinkette said, trying to help. Technically, I do have a right to be here. Both guards looked uncertain at Naruto, trying to find a way to make teammate leave. Kurenai noticed where they were looking, becoming further annoyed. I assure you, sirs, me and my team will be respectful to the occupants. We only want to complete our mission and find the dog. Seeing now a way to argue a good point in denying the shinobi access, both guards parted their pikes and allowed teammate to pass. The silky-haired Jounin gave her only male student a glance to see how he took the guard's prejudice, but the boy's natural curious nature had got the best of him. His attention was so fully on his surroundings he never really noticed the hatred of both lawn ornaments, something Kurenai was grateful for. 6. Noticing some oddities, the blonde asked, Hey sensei, why are the fences so high? Do they have problems with local wildlife? No, Naruto. The fences are so high because they provide comfort to the Civilian Council families that play here. The Jounin explained. One argument raised when this park was finally established was any enemy shinobi targeting a shinobi family could harm civilian children in a crossfire. The high fences are meant to help keep enemies out. Sensei, that wouldn't really work though, would it? Hinata asked timidly. There are so many ways to bypass such an easy obstacle. The young Hugo was almost sad at the level of denial. No, was the Jounin's stock reply. But like I said, the fences provide comfort, not actual protection. People like feeling secure, even if they really aren't. Several small weapon stores up by the village main gate used to sell inferior metal kunai to visitors at a premium until the Hokage put his foot down. Clients tend to feel better knowing they have a kunai themselves should they need protection from a drunk shinobi. What are the chances normal people would actually do any damage with those kunai, even to an inebriated shinobi? Sakura asked, bewildered. She had never heard any of this. Not much, the Jinjutsu mistress said, smiling. I had a client once try and pull his recent purchase in an over-the-top manner, cutting himself badly. I had to rush him to the hospital. First time, I had to protect a client from assassinating themselves. The Jinin took all their sensei had to say in while silently walking the remainder of the way through the park. Looking around, it looked like a typical outdoor play area with seesaws, slides, monkey bars, and swings. Four mothers were playing with toddlers off in a sandbox. They didn't pay Team 8 any mind. So where should we begin looking? Sakura asked curiously. Hinata activated her Byakugan without waiting for instruction while Naruto hopped the fence. Shrugging, the pinkette followed the blonde into the woods just on the other side. Kurenai shook her head at the lack of planning and informed the young Hyuga. The child told his dad the last time he saw Shuriken, that's the dog's name, was around here. He's a small brown puppy with black feet. There's a small hole in the fence just behind that bush, sensei, the indigo-haired girl explained. He could have gone out that way. Walking up to the shrub, the woman saw what the girl was talking about. Looks like an animal of some kind made the hole from the outside. Probably trying to get to the trash cans in search of food. The puppy must have found it while exploring. Off in the woods, Naruto and Sakura were walking an almost invisible path while looking for the puppy. They figured the trail was made recently by an animal traveling back and forth from the park to the woods. It wasn't much longer they came to a small clearing. Both teens paused to look around. Should we try calling his name? Naruto asked, unsure. I don't remember Kurenai-sensei saying what his name was, do you? Sakura asked, unsure. The puppy's name is Shuriken. He's brown with black feet. The jounin said, appearing behind her student, smiling. Both kids jumped and turned startled. Don't do that, sensei, Sakura screeched. Kurenai gave Sakura a reprimanding look, saying, don't run off without a plan or all the information available. That's a foolish reason to fail a mission. Sensei, Hinata said worriedly with her Byakugan still active. Maybe we should get up in a tree. There's a large male tiger heading this way. Sakura gave her teammate a terrified look before springing up to a branch, so fast she almost jumped over the tree. Kurenai leaped up more carefully with the young heiress following her lead. Naruto, however, looked around excitedly since he had never seen a tiger before. Where is it, Hinata-chan? Naruto, get off the ground, you idiot! Sakura whispered urgently. The blonde gave her a pout but jumped up beside his sensei. The pinkette leaped down lower to join them. 1 minute later, a very large and hungry-looking white tiger walked into the clearing. He looked around, licking his lips while flicking his tail this way and that, searching for food. Team 8 studied the monster for a moment, then Kurenai explained. He must have escaped the 44th training ground. I'll have to notify Anko. She's missing one of her charges. You don't think he was the animal making the path to the park and back to you, sensei? Naruto asked in a loud, excited whisper. Are you nuts? Sakura asked in a low, disbelieving voice. He probably ate whatever was making that path. I'm wondering if he ate little Shuriken. Oh no, the puppy, I forgot about him. The boy whispered sadly. The same thought had crossed Kurenai's mind as well. Unfortunately, the only way to really determine that would be to examine the tiger's stomach, possibly his scat as well. The woman was about to inform her team of the possible plan of action when Hinata grabbed her shoulder. Sensei, just outside the clearing to the left. I see the puppy. The girl's voice was relieved at the discovery. He looks cold and hungry, but otherwise unharmed. Yeah, for now, the Jinjutsu mistress said sarcastically. The moment Mr. Tiger finds him, this turns ugly. I'll lead him away, Naruto said boastfully. Kurenai and the girls watched him make hand signs before casting. Jinjutsu art, false visual. Kurenai felt the boy's chakra pulse and connect with her own. Realizing the blonde was placing the area under a command without signaling out individual chakra signatures, the Jinjutsu mistress looked down into the clearing to see what he was up to. Honestly, she expected the image of a rabbit or some other woodland prey animal, but not another white tiger wearing lipstick. Naruto, do you understand how the mating cycles of large mammals work? The woman asked the boy dismayed. You can't use sexy jutsu against a tiger. Why not? Naruto asked confused. She's got the big guy's attention, don't she? Indeed, the big male was focusing on the imagined female, just not in a romantic way. He was baring his teeth and growling low in his throat as he assessed the new cat. Obviously, the large animal was aware something was wrong with the female cat, but couldn't determine what exactly the issue was. Teammate looked on curiously, wondering what would happen. Finally, the big male lunged at the female, causing the lipstick-wearing cat to vanish upon contact. Well, that was a bust, Naruto said while taking a thinking pose. Finally, a solution came to him. Once more, he cast an aerial command, making every see an extremely large tiger glaring down at the real male cat. The terrified feline took one look at the behemoth and ran streaking into the brush, not bothering to find an easy path. He just mowed over small shrubs and plants, hightailing out of there as fast as possible. That worked, the blonde said, smiling. Kurenai smacked him upside the head, annoyed. The young blonde crashed to the forest loom painfully, and his team jumped down to join him. The raven-haired woman turned to Hinata and asked, Can you please go get the puppy? The young girl left to do as asked while Naruto stood up glaring at his sensei. What was that for? I got him to leave, didn't I? The woman shook her head in disbelief. You try to sexy jutsu a damn tiger. Do you know how ridiculous that is? I'm going to have to teach you much more than how to be a ninja. Soon the Hyuga returned carrying the little trembling puppy. The small guy was snuggling up into her arms, trying to get warmth. She looked to Kurenai worried. We should hurry and get Shuriken something to eat and drink. He's really weak. The Jounin pulled a protein bar from a hip holster and crumbled it up in her hand. She took the brown puppy from her student and feed him the food. After the little guy was finished eating, the woman pulled a flask from her pouch and poured him water in a small cap cup. After the dog was satisfied, she handed him back to Hinata. The red-eyed Jounin looked at each individual genin and said, Come on, let's report to Lord Hokage. Well done on your successful first mission. I see several issues that need to be worked on, but they weren't too much of a problem. Happily, the kids all followed the adult out of the woods, passing the little puppy back and forth between them, though the little guy seemed to like Hinata the best. Kurenai sat at Asuma's kitchen table early in the morning going over her monthly sensei report on teammate. So far, the training for the last 2 months had gone well, and all 3 genin had shown signs of improved growth regarding their individual handicaps. So much, in fact, the sensei had ended the 5 o'clock training sessions. Her quietest student, Hinata, was showing more confidence in her decision-making and skill. Sakura could sprint 5 full laps around the training ground 3 with slowing down, and Naruto had master tree walking and water walking. His taijutsu was also looking much more natural instead of forced. He didn't lose spars against the Hyuga princess so easily anymore. Their individual jutsu skill sets were also showing massive improvement. Sakura was doing very well with her medical training, and Hinata's Jukin had also improving exponentially. Naruto giving her shadow clone targets equipped with chakra networks she could bash without hurting help a lot. The knucklehead himself was showing that his creativity regarding ninjutsu was just as good as jinjutsu. The blonde had made a few interesting innovations to the shadow weapon clone and expansion jutsu over the last couple of weeks. He even hit up the Hokage on a Bojutsu scroll after figuring out an expanded Senbon needle made an excellent staff. So far, his attempts to learn the fighting technique was going surprisingly well, but there remained room for improvement. The Jinjutsu mistress chuckled to herself, thinking about her students' interactions with one another regarding Jinjutsu training. Most sensei complained about the idiotic rivalries that at times would spring up in genin teams. Girls could be just as bad as boys. The benefits of genin motivating each other to do better was usually offset by petty fighting and stubborn head-butting that interfered with teamwork. However, given the personalities of her students, Kurenai had been hoping to avoid the headache altogether. That was until you considered all 3 children were learning Jinjutsu, and one was inhumanly gifted in the subject. At first, It wasn't apparent to either girl just how advanced Naruto was compared to them until he tried to teach them Vol's visual and rolling worldview. The Kunoichi had been able to better utilize the hypnotic body armor than their male teammate, because it was an illusion cast through their ninja wrap clothing that required a small amount of chakra to be effective. The blonde still couldn't make his swirling wrap images visible. This had given them a false belief that they had an advantage on the boy. However, the best Sakura could do with false visual was change her eye color, and Hinata could make her hair look pitch black to another person. The rolling worldview worked a little better for them, though. The issue was basic. An illusion was an image made with your chakra and empty air, while a command was cast against someone directly and was much more difficult to preform. The issue also went back to the hypnotic body armor. Getting the illusion to work right was only the first step of the overall jutsu. The second was combining it into a combo. The methodical moving images of the first step could distract and disorientate an enemy target, true, but a combo could visually affect a target while directly making them feel nauseous with an attack to the brain, a double nauseating whammy. As of yet, neither Sakura nor Hinata had made any real headway with fully completing the combo Jinjutsu. They could make you feel nauseous with a command, but it was easy to power through. Realizing the obstacle in their training, neither Kunoichi had despaired, but instead resolved to work at it until they got it right. Then Kurenai had shown all three the false image technique for practice. The Genin had gotten a kick out of learning the free-formed illusion jutsu and had fun trying to make the most realistic things between themselves, something Sakura's perfect photographic memory helped the Pinkette accomplish easily. Naruto had tried to be funny and prank the team with a combo to instill fear with the illusion of a pack of tigers attacking during a spar. The fact they cast no shadow and their coloring was way too uniform allowed Kurenai to break free of the jutsu easily within a second based on visual clues only, not so much the girls. Both Kunoichi in training had focused more on the glistening white pointy teeth of each illusion to realize they had multiple visual flaws and fully became ensnared by the blonde's basic combo to feel horrific terror at the sight of the cats. After the raven-haired Jounin had lectured the Genin on how to counter such tactics, the team had resumed their spar. Naruto tried again to prank everyone with an illusion of the fireball jutsu and a command to feel the intense heat of the flames. Once more, Kurenai broke out easily because the flames burned in a uniform pattern, but the girls had both been fooled. All these childish pranks during spars lead the two Kunoichi to figure out the moment the boy got the illusion aspect down for the hypnotic body armor, the combo would follow directly after. This revelation had caused a small and somewhat petty rivalry to ensue. Not to be the best at Jinjutsu, but the most diverse. This competition was more the young Haruno heiresses doing than the Hyugas. Sakura dived headlong into the medical arts because it was a field she could make entirely her own. However, taking to heart all Kurenai had explained regarding combos and how anything combined with a command could be highly effective, the Pinkette had taken up violin lessons. Team 8 had all been surprised when the girl explained she had started learning the instrument before joining the academy. Mabuki Haruno wanted her only daughter to learn a ladylike skill to impress future suitors and their families. Apparently, the Haruno matriarch had been thrilled to find out Sakura wanted to resume her lessons until the young Kunoichi explained why. Sound-based combo Jinjutsu. Her father had been incredibly supportive and bought the girl a special, made weaponized version of the instrument. The Pinkette could now utilize the rolling worldview jutsu with her music, a tactic that made the Jinjutsu much harder to break than Naruto's own direct command. Seeing both her teammates make individual strides in their shared art had caused Hinata to doubt herself a little, until Kurenai talked with her. The woman encouraged the indigo-haired girl to find her own path to strength and stop trying to follow everyone else's, the same going for her clan's Jukin training. The young heiress had found her resolve with Team 8's encouragement, mostly Naruto's, and had begun trying to rework the Jukin katas into something more natural to her own body type. The shy girl was making so much progress in this endeavor that Hayashi himself had taken notice. However, The girl's shining moment had been when she placed Kurenai herself in a paralysis genjutsu that couldn't be easily broken. The heiress accomplished this amazing feat by using her self-taught knowledge of healing ointments to make a compound that was highly conductive to her own chakra. She had begun keeping a generous amount sealed inside basic storage tags located on her clothing. Releasing small amounts into the fabric of her ninja wrap, clothing Hinata could contaminate an opponent's skin when they came to close during attacks. This allowed the chakra last ointment to soak into the flesh and continuously apply a command of the girl's choosing. Even if you powered through with willpower, you continuously had to fight off the paralysis genjutsu's attempts to continuously freeze you until the ointment dissipated, like a genjutsu poison that slowed you down considerably. Combined with Hinata's Jukin, the chakra ointment and paralyzing genjutsu were one of the deadlier applicable genjutsu combos of any member of Team 8, a fact that made the Hyuga smile proudly when Kurenai explained it. However, the deadliest combo Team 8 had showcased so far was from Naruto himself. When Sakura informed the team of her attempts to learn musical genjutsu, Kurenai explained about a famous one from the Second Shinobi War. It was known as the Suicidal Symphony, and as the name suggested, it drove enemies to self-harm by filling them with deep emotions of depression. Naruto had asked why an instrument was needed and wondered if a command to make an enemy hear the sound would also work. The blonde had shown up soon after with a small wardrobe change to his uniform. He was wearing his headband tied around his left bicep, and there now was a small reddish-orange fox every 4 prints in the wrap pattern. During another team spar, the boy had called out Jinjutsu art, sad fox cry, and proceeded to make the fox on his left shoulder materialize with the self-image technique. The command that followed upon seeing the image come to life made everyone hear the imagined creature give out a long, sad whimper. It turned out to be a valid tactic, as it did have an effect. Kurenai was forced to break the jutsu when she began feeling immense sadness, seeing the world through the eyes of a highly depressed person, while subconsciously reaching for kunai. The raven-haired jounin was never more grateful than at that moment. She had the foresight to instruct all 3 genin to test new jutsu on her first before trying them against someone else. Using a command to make your target hear a sound that initiated another command to feel depression was powerful indeed, but it lacked the range of actual sound-based genjutsu. If you weren't in range to see the illusion to deliver the first command, you would never experience the second. The jutsu was incredible and the delivery was well thought of, but it rang alarm bells in the ears of teammate Sensei. For someone to use emotion as a weapon, even an unnaturally gifted genjutsu user like Naruto, they would have to be familiar with them on some level. The Suicidal Symphony Sakura could possibly use one day with her violin amplified the user's own experience with music before targeting an enemy's mind with the actual command. The Jinchuriki's sad fox cry was all him with no amplification. That meant that sometime in his life the blonde had experienced immense depression and possibly a desire to self-harm. That part was not fully clear. The only thing that was truly known is Naruto had at one time been immensely deeply depressed. It had been a disturbing revelation that Kurenai shared with the Hokage and Inoichi Yamanaka. Both men were concerned for the boy's mental health. Finishing up her reading, the sensei of Team 8 felt 2 powerful arms wrapped around her shoulders. Sighing exasperatedly, the woman said bored, "Not now, Asuma. It's too early and I need to head over and turn these into your father. My team will probably be getting a C-rank mission soon, and Lord Hokage needs to review my reports, otherwise we could be misassigned." The man straightened up, scratching his thick chin-strap beard, saying, "You're right, you just don't want to give me an encore of last night." Walking around the table, the elite jounin sat down, while pulling his breakfast of rice and pork closer. Kurenai noted he wasn't wearing a shirt, and looked to have just climbed out of bed. He began eating the simple meal the woman had prepared happily. "Thanks, I'll cook next time." "Don't bother," the woman said, rolling her red eyes and chuckling. "We both know you won't keep that promise, and I've tasted your cooking, so please don't surprise me." The adult man decided to give the only response he could with a mouthful of food and poking his tongue out childishly. Looking to the folder his girlfriend was going over, he swallowed and asked, "Still worried about Naruto? Have you tried talking to him about it at all?" Kurenai shrugged and said sadly, "No, I just can't find a good time to bring it up. How do you ask a 13-year-old if they ever thought of harming themselves, Asuma? No child should ever feel that sad and lonely. Damned villagers." Asuma sat quietly unsure about what to do. As much as he wanted to help Kurenai, the man couldn't sympathize with her situation at all. Honestly, she had the team with the most collective emotional baggage of all the current graduates. Sakura was from a civilian clan with huge ties to village politics that didn't fully approve of her shinobi dream. Hinata was the heiress of the Hyuga clan, which said enough in and of itself. The last was the one and only Kyuubi Jinchuriki named Naruto Uzumaki. Also self-explanatory. His own team didn't come with much more than your typical kid issues and Kakashi's. Aside from the avenging Uchiha that saw his older brother butcher their clan, didn't have much else but kid angst either. Honestly, Sasuke was a handful in his own way, but Naruto presented a unique problem. How to tell the guy you know he has, or at one time at least had, emotional issues without making him angry, sad, nervous, ashamed, or upset. If you approach the situation wrong, the blonde could claim up and never talk to you again, which could cause teamwork dynamic to break down. Plus, the boy didn't get the psychological help he may or may not need. According to Inoichi, the boy may never have truly thought of harming himself, simply because the idea never crossed his mind during his early childhood depression. In other words, his resolve to succeed and overcome hardships was never overshadowed by his depression. 1. Kurenai stood and placed her own plate in the sink. "I cooked so you could do the dishes." She walked up to the man and hugged him from behind. Standing back up, she continued, "What's your plan for today?" "Go to meet with the brats and go over physical conditioning," the man said, rubbing his black hair. He gave a snort laugh and explained sarcastically, "Honestly, Ino and Shikamaru are beginning to worry me in that department. The little blonde princess doesn't want to get her clothes dirty, and lazy ass uses his brain to figure out how to accomplish tasks with as little work possible. If the boy could apply that level of thinking to strategy on missions, he'd be a Chunin within the year." The raven-haired beauty laughed as she walked out the door. Haruno residence. Sakura stood at her music stand practicing her violin. Even though the girl sensei had ended the 5 o'clock training sessions, the Pinkette still found herself waking up at 4:30. Deciding to put her time to good use, the girl used the morning to practice her music. Looking up at her wall clock, Sakura noticed she would have to have breakfast and head out soon to meet with her team on time. Walking to her bed, the kunoichi placed her violin back in its case. The girl still loved admiring the instrument her father Kizashi bought the day she announced her plan for musical Genjutsu. It was oak with a red cherry finish that had axe blades fixed to the sides. The bow was made from a mix of steel and chakra metal with a razor-sharp point on the end for stabbing. Both the instrument and bow were stringed with Sakura's own hair, since it made channeling her chakra much easier. Packing the musical weapon away, the green-eyed girl carried it to the kitchen table to have breakfast with her parents. The young kunoichi in training grabbed a bowl of fried rice, steamed pork, and a hard-boiled egg while wishing her parents good morning. Her dad looked half awake as he subconsciously chewed down his own food, but still greeted his daughter happily. The girl's mother, Mabuki, was a little more awake and greeted Sakura with a polite smile until she saw her child place the violin case on the table as she sat down to eat. "Please put that thing on the ground," Sakura, the blonde-haired woman, demanded with disdain. "I don't want it on my table." The girl rolled her eyes but did as told. Kizashi gave his baby an apologetic shrug but said nothing. It had been like this for a while now. When Sakura had been younger and said she wanted to attend the academy, both her parents had given their blessing and approval, though with different beliefs of the outcome. Her father never wanted to discourage his daughter from following her dreams and wanted to see her become a kunoichi. His own uncle had also been a shinobi who died during the Third Ninja War. Mabuki, like her husband, didn't want to trample any dream her daughter had, but hoped the girl's academy experience would have been similar to her own when she was younger. The Haruno matriarch had seen how difficult and dangerous being a ninja wasn't quite. As years passed, and Sakura showed no signs of giving up, the woman had began to worry, and then the heated argument had happened the day her only baby came home happily with a headband tying her pink hair back. Looking from one parent to the other, Sakura began comparing the two. She had, oddly enough, inherited her exotic hair color from Kazashi, though his was a much darker shade of pink. However, her green eyes and petite figure came from Ibuki. She wished her mom was more supportive of her dreams, but understood she had every right to worry, even if it didn't help much. The fight the day she came home with her headband had been the only real-time Ibuki stressed to Sakura just how much the woman hated the idea of her only daughter being a kunoichi. However, the little pinkette knew the day her father bought the weaponized violin, there had been another fight between her parents. That very night, Sakura had laid in bed and heard her mom say, through the thin walls of her room, that Kazashi was just supporting their daughter's desire to die early. The slender woman's negativity regarding her daughter's life choices was really starting to weigh heavily on the girl's mind. "What do you plan on doing today, Pumpkin?" Kazashi asked, looking at his daughter. The man finished his bowl of rice and pork, sliding it away. Sakura finished chewing and swallowed before saying, "Not sure, really. Kurenai-sensei likes to change things up depending on where she thinks the team needs the most help. So morning training followed by another stupid mission, and then more training maybe, or she might let us go early." "What are you two doing today?" "I'm going to visit an old family friend for lunch," Mabuki said with fake jovial. "You remember the Matsuno family, the oldest of 3 daughters, Cho? Her son has returned from the capital to visit. He's a handsome boy of 16, apprenticed to the Bankers Guild. You should come by, Sakura. I'm sure he would be delighted to meet you." The young pinkette plastered a fake smile on her face and used every ounce of willpower to not roll her eyes. Mabuki had been trying to match her with an eligible bachelor for about 3 years. The woman figured the sooner she married her daughter off, the sooner she stopped being a kunoichi. However, there was more to Sakura's disdain at visiting the Matsuno family. She hated them, and so did her mom. Just further proof the blonde woman was willing to do anything to get the pinkette out of the shinobi ranks. Kazashi looked between both his loved ones and did roll his eyes. "Well, I have a meeting with the Merchants Guild Board. We're going over quarterly earnings for the whole village, so I won't be home till late." Sakura smiled at her father and addressed her mom. "I'll see about making it to Met Cho Matsuno and her son, but I can't promise anything. There's no telling how long training and missions will keep me out, so we'll play by ear." The pinkette stood and hugged each parent. Strapping her violin case across her back, she headed for the door. Looking back one more time, young girl saw Kazashi giving a teary-eyed Mabuki a hard look. They would be arguing again the moment Sakura left. Training Ground 3. Naruto excitedly looking out at his small group of shadow clones, only to be disappointed when he realized he missed over half. After figuring out that a larger Senbon made a decent bow staff, the boy had another idea: throw a giant needle in an arc while multiplying them at the apex of the flight. This would literally allow him to rain giant, flying metal spikes of death on an enemy. The problem was aiming wasn't exactly easy. 0h well. The boy thought dejectedly. At least I'm doing better with ninja art. Hard rain, opposed to my other idea, ninja art. Steel impaler. The blonde had come up with a second jutsu when he realized he could create shadow clones over a large area, evenly spaced. After experimenting, Naruto realized the same was true for the weapon cloning techniques as well. This led him to another interesting idea: create replicas of kunai underground and then explain them to shoot upwards. The idea had potential going on some of the kids' attempts, but it was only effective at 20 to 30 feet. The blonde wanted an aerial, slaughtering attack. Walking to the trees that he practiced chakra control on, Naruto decided to take a break from ninjutsu and practice something else while waiting for Team 8 to arrive. The Jinchuriki had been trying meditation to get a better feel for his Yamigan. Kurenai-sensei had turned him onto the idea. It had already improved his chakra sensory ability to a much higher degree. If he entered a state of deep serenity, Naruto could almost sense the entire village. The boy was halfway to a deep state when he felt a familiar chakra at the edge of his current awareness. Zeroing in on the person, an image of Hinata walking while carrying a very large bento box popped into his head. It amazed him how his chakra sense and imagination were actually trying to create an image in his head of what was happening. He could actually see polka dots on the bento box. Abandoning his meditation, the boy looked up when the girl got closer. Studying his friend closely, the boy realized that the bento she was carrying was the one he imagined in his head, blue with white polka dots. Shocked, Naruto realized that he had actually seen the real image of the heiress in his mind, not some imagined idea his brain provided. Could his Yamigan see long distances and show him the images somehow? If so, then it was even more awesome than he at first thought. The blonde waved exuberantly at his approaching friend when she got closer. "Hey Hinata-chan, what you bring for lunch today?" The young Hyuga blushed at being addressed by the blonde. Even after 2 months, the shy girl still wasn't used to the attention. Ever since her wardrobe change, Hinata noticed more boys staring in her direction. None more so than the Jinchuriki. Naruto never tried to make her feel uncomfortable and always tried to be polite as possible. Most other young men had no shame at all, though. Several times on missions, she had witnessed her crush giving death glares to anyone he deemed to be gawking at her too long. The young heiress was by no means weak and could easily handle the stupid fools, but she still liked the blonde's ferocity. They were still just friends and had been out on team dinners, but they always sat next to each other whenever possible. Sakura had also given her tips on how to get the Jinchuriki's blood boiling with passion. That's the way she put it anyway, but Hinata wasn't that confident or comfortable yet. The shy heiress held up the polka-dotted bento, saying quietly, "I brought unadon, steamed rice with grilled eel covered in a sweetened soy-based sauce. I added my own blend of seasonings to give a unique taste. I hope you and everyone like it." Naruto's mouth began watering at the girl's description of the meal. Hinata was one of the greatest cooks ever. Ever since Kurenai started forcing more nutritious meals of greater variety down his throat, the young boy's eyes, mouth, and stomach had been opened to a whole new world of delicious, wonderful tastes. Not that the Hyuga heiress cooked every day for the team. Everyone took turns mostly. After the first week of training, the indigo-haired Kunoichi brought a bento to share with everyone. The next day, Sakura also brought one too. Following that, Kurenai showed off her culinary skills with a whole roasted chicken and steamed vegetables. After Naruto also brought lunch, every other member of Team 8 kindly asked him to never do so again. So now most days the team members brought a lunch unless one of the girls volunteered to cook for the following day. Unbeknownst to the Kunoichi of Team 8 though, Naruto had asked old man Ichiraku and his daughter Ayam to teach him how to cook. He planned to surprise everyone very soon. If he could just stop burning the food, the kitchen, and himself, he'd be good. The Kunoichi walked up and sat down next to the blonde and asked uncertain, "Did I interrupt something, Naruto-kun? You looked like you were meditating." "Oh no, don't worry." Naruto quickly reassured his friend. "I was meditating to try and better access my Yamigan. I think I may have unlocked a new ability, but I'm not sure yet what it is." The boy began excitedly babbling about what he learned. Hinata sat silently, just listening to him talk. What he described of his Yamigan sounded very fascinating, especially if this mind sight could go the full limits of Naruto's sensory field. The blonde may not possess 360 degrees of vision like the Hyuga, but he would be able to mentally examine targets that were much further than the Byakugan could see. This, on top of everything else the boy was already capable of, would make him the reconnaissance king. The Jinchuriki continued to babble for several minutes, going seamlessly from talking about the Yamigan to the ninjutsu he was trying to create, followed by the genjutsu he had thought of and was attempting, to the various types of ramen he wanted to eat. The girl continued to listen quietly as the boy talked on a minute, wondering exactly when he would need to take a breath. The young shinobi was so distracted, he completely missed Sakura sneaking up behind him. The pinkette crept right up to the boy's ear and screamed, "Hey, Naruto!" The genin spun around so fast he almost jumped out of his skin. Giving his teammate a stern pout, the boy yelled, "That was mean, Sakura-chan. Why did you sneak up on me like that?" Hinata giggled at her teammate's antics when Naruto turned and gave the girl a fake sad pout. "And you, Hinata-chan, you saw her coming and never said anything." "Oh, knock it off, Naruto," Kurenai said as she materialized from thin air. All of her students turned shocked at the Jinjutsu mistress's arrival. "I've been here for the last 20 minutes, roughly around the time you started going on about Jinjutsu and ramen, waiting for either of you three to notice. Also, we're ninja. Sneaking up on a target is what we do at times." "Morning, Kurenai-sensei." Hinata got out first after recovering. The woman smiled down at each genin in her care. She could see by the way Sakura had approached this morning something at home had made her upset. Judging by Hinata's slightly faster than usual walk, the sensei concluded that the Hyuga's morning had been pleasant and her bento was cooked to perfection. However, that damn smile plastered in Naruto's face was the most well-crafted mask of any child their age. Never did it waver or crack to show the true emotions that hid underneath. It was his eyes that gave him away most times. It was hard to see, but often the smile didn't reach them, just stopped right at his baby blues to fool anyone watching. However, another good tell was Hinata herself, as the girl had become adept at reading the blonde even when he put on his best show. As the indigo-haired kunoichi was genuinely happy, Kurenai took it as a sign the girl hadn't read anything off with her crush's normal banter and body language. "Given your performance so far regarding taijutsu, I believe it would be best to work more heavily on the subject," the jounin began. "However, I was hoping to work with Sakura on learning my more personalized style while Hinata and Naruto trained together." Each group separated and went to different areas to not bother the other. Kurenai and Sakura stood facing one another while the sensei examined her student. "All right, Sakura, we'll begin by learning the basic stance for this form. This style I'm going to teach you relies more on redirecting an opponent's blows away from yourself while setting up a counter. It's primarily for defensive fighting, but does have offensive applications in the more advanced forms." What began for the pinkette was a long morning of repetitive action as she began working on the katas. Kurenai studied her movements with a sharp eye, correcting ever slight imperfection as they appeared. However, thanks to Sakura's much improved physical condition from the 2 months of training, as well as her own natural-born intelligence and kin memory for detail, the young kunoichi learned quickly. Over with the other 2 members of Team 8, both were standing back-to-back while surrounded by 50 shadow clones of Naruto, all dressed in black. The real boy was holding his makeshift Sunbon bow staff, while Hinata was standing in her improved Juken stance. The Hyuga heiress's new starting stance was designed by the girl and Hayashi himself to better apply the almost unnatural-born flexibility of her body. Byakugan active, the kunoichi spun into action when a random clone launched a barrage of shuriken from the left. Naruto, his eyes closed to better use sensory opposed to sight, easily felt the attack coming but knew his ally could deal with it. He covered her flank when another clone hurled a large Senbon from the opposite side. Using his own giant Senbon staff and divine embodiment jutsu, the boy deflected the deadly projectile away to target other clones. For almost half an hour, both genin kept up the pace against the clones. Hinata would effortlessly bob and weave in and around Naruto's bow jutsu to counter any open areas, closing them down. The Jinchuriki in turn would close the openings she left in her attack patterns to destroy enemy clones. It was a powerful dual taijutsu the pair had been making for a month, and it was really starting to pay off. The pair had decided to attempt this in secret, so as to surprise everyone. Repeating the process 3 times, Hinata collapsed on the ground exhausted. The young heiress had been forced to increase her stamina to keep up with Naruto's. The boy's energy was inhumanly insane, while the little princess's was very much normal for a kunoichi of her age. Struggling almost daily to maintain such a rigorous taijutsu training regimen had been extremely beneficial in improving the child's overall strength and endurance. But it was still difficult as hell to fight alongside the Jinchuriki for a reasonable amount of time. "You okay, Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked, concerned, standing over her. He hated it when the girl worked herself into such a state of exhaustion. The boy had told his friend several times to ask when she needed a break. The kunoichi had countered with, "You couldn't ask for a timeout in the middle of an actual fight, so practice should be just as strenuous." Secretly, the little hero thought that this was a saying one of the Hyuga instructors told her once. Some of the things Hinata told him in private really pissed him off, and Naruto would love nothing more than to beat the hell out of all those mean jerks. "I'm fine, Naruto-kun," the little heiress insisted. She was determined to not be a burden on her crush's training. Struggling to catch her breath, the girl said stubbornly, "I just need a minute and we can resume practice." "You need more than a minute, Hinata-chan." Naruto answered her, aggravated. Call him a hypocrite all you want, but he was growing concerned with the kunoichi's go-tell-you drop-dead attitude. Yeah, he was the same way, and, on the other hand, admired the quality in Hinata greatly. But the blonde wasn't completely stupid. The Uzumaki understood he had a few unfair advantages, namely his last name and Jinchuriki status. Sighing, the frustrated boy reached down and picked his friend up bridal style. "Come on, we can rest over by the trees for a while." Hinata was scarlet as her teammate held her close to his chest. The Hyuga became consciously aware of the fact his tighter-than-normal clothing allowed you to fell his rock-hard muscles that made up his chest and arms. It was this revelation that reminded the kunoichi her own wardrobe changes didn't leave much up for interpretation either, especially when this close to another person. The fact it was the boy she had admired for years and grown strong feelings for only made it much more difficult to handle. With every ounce of self-control she possessed, the heiress forced herself to remain continuous. Naruto carried the young girl under the shade of the tallest tree and sat her down gently. He then sat down next to her without a word, his own face a lighter shade of red than Hinata's. Though the boy had tried everything to ignore certain truths, the heiress's new wardrobe had allowed him to get a sense of what was underneath very well. Halfway to his designation, Hinata had begun her nervous finger tap habit, which caused certain muscles to flex over and over again, that really hadn't helped any. Unsure about what to do, the young Hyuga decided to be a little more bold than usual. She closed her lavender eyes and laid her head on Naruto's left shoulder. The blonde looked startled for a second, but recovered quickly and took the girl's smaller hand into his own. The genin remained silent, as sleep overtook them both with looks of content upon their faces. This was how Kurenai and Sakura found them both 30 minutes later. The Pinkette had fun waking them up to go get an assignment. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Tsurutobi was in his office going over mission requests while enjoying his pipe when a knock came from his door. Looking up expectantly, the old man called out, "Enter." The Hokage watched as Team 8 made their way in. Today he had something special for them that would greatly appeal to Naruto. It would, however, unfortunately come with a massive headache for Kurenai and her squad. Studying the young genin, the Hokage said in a monotone voice, "Come in, we have much to discuss." Getting her squad to stand at attention, Kurenai asked curiously, "Is there a problem, Lord Hokage?" "Not exactly, no," the village leader began. "We've just had a very unusual mission request come in." What made the request so peculiar was the client was asking for your team personally to handle the assignment. A genin squad fresh out of the Ninja Academy with no prior recognition achievements to its name. The three kids looked stunned while their sensei looked suspicious. Thinking mostly to herself, Kurenai asked out loud, "Was this some setup or trap to capture a high-profile target?" "High-profile target?" Sakura exclaimed. "What? You mean one of yous?" The Hokage took a drag from his pipe and answered bluntly, "You, Sakura, are from the very wealthy Haruno clan and would make for a hefty ransom. Your teammates Naruto and Hinata are both from clans with powerful blood limits. perfect for a village seeking to cultivate their own Kekiai Genkai shinobi. Hiruzen watched the individual reactions of the children. Sakura was stunned, Hinata was fearfully remembering past traumas, and Naruto looked ready to kill an imaginary enemy, threatening those he loved. Seeing the genin understood the concerns the Hokage concluded his lecture. Of course, an enemy might be simply trying to lure your sensei, Kurenai, out, and the three of you are only collateral damage. Also, this could be completely on the level in a way we aren't seeing. Watching the children calm down, Hiruzen explained further about the mission irregularities. Another red flag, if you will, was the courier himself, a civilian from the land of Bear, which is located between the land of lightning and the land of fire. Hold on, Sakura exclaimed again. I know this from my studies at the academy. The land of whirlpools was once located between fire and Bear. During the early days of the Third Ninja War, the land of lightning made a deal with the land of Bear to destroy Hidden Whirlpool Village. It was agreed Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock would be allowed to us Bear to launch a surprise attack. A campaign that was mostly effective because Bear and Hidden Whirlpool had a workers/trade agreement that allowed Whirlpool Shinobi to protect Bear's borders for an annual fee. The payoff for the land of Bear was the entirety of the land of Whirlpool, as well as a cheaper workers/trade agreement with Hidden Cloud. After the destruction of Hidden Whirlpool, the land of Whirlpool fell soon after, and Bear consolidated the entire area. This was made moot after the armistice agreement between Hidden Cloud and Leaf, followed by the peace treaty between Fire and Lightning. The land of Bear was forced to surrender all the accumulated land from Whirlpool to us, and the icing on the cake was Hidden Cloud and the land of Lightning were able to outright break all established agreements with the land of Bear. Cloud negotiated a new workers/trade agreement with Bear for a much higher price than Hidden Whirlpool ever charged. Hiruzen placed his pipe down, listening to the girl talk. Giving a moment to let her words sink in, the old man explained. Yes, Sakura, you're correct on all points. These facts themselves give credibility to this being a setup more than anything, which was why I chose to decline the request without even hearing the specifics of the mission until the courier told me who was paying for it. Addressing the entire group, Hiruzen continued. Back to what Sakura said about the workers/trade agreement between the land of Whirlpool and Bear, the contract was sealed with a marriage. Over 100 years ago, the oldest son of Bear's daimyo, with an Uzumaki kunoichi named Mayako. This was supposed to seal up an everlasting alliance between the two lands with family blood ties. Unfortunately, the woman never gave her husband any children, and the line of succession fell to his younger brother's eldest son. The Bear's daimyo clan, Nobuo, still honored the woman by taking care of her, mainly out of clan honor rather than love of family. It was she who made the mission request in hopes of meeting Naruto. Team 8 was stunned. An Uzumaki still existed and wanted to meet the last of her known member of her clan. It was Kurenai that recovered first. How old is this woman, and what exactly is the mission? I'm sure it's not to just meet her. Sarutobi chuckled. Mayako Uzumaki just celebrated her 119th birthday 2 months ago. Technique, she's one of the last shinobi of the Warring States period, when clans fought other clans in never-ending bloody conflict for the highest bidder. The elderly woman heard of Naruto when elder councilwoman Kohoryudatane began making inquiries regarding any information we could find on the Yamigan. It wasn't hard for her to put it together exactly why we were looking. Exactly how she knows of Team 8 remains a mystery, though. Confirming everything the courier told us, with our own daimyo, we fully believe this mission is on the level and not a trap. So, we have decided to accept it. The mission is simple. Go to her manor in Deadfall Village, retrieve several artifacts from Hidden Whirlpool in her possession, and bring them back here. Kurenai thought it over and said, That will be fine, Lord Hokage. Is there anything else we need to know? The Hokage sighed and explained. When I decided to accept the missions, I asked the courier if it would be possible to send 2 teams. He explained that Mayako's personal funds were limited, but she had stressed ahead of time that she could pay for 2 C-rank missions. That means 2 teams of genin can go and retrieve the artifacts. That's not really a problem, sir. The red-eyed Jounin stated confused. Hiruzen seemed aggravated by this turn of events. Who will be going with us? Unfortunately, there are no teams available with any real mission experience. I was hoping to send an older team of Genin or possibly Team 7, but they have already left on an assignment to the Land of Waves, and there are no older Genin cells available. I had to settle for another squad from the recent graduates. As if on cue, a knock came from the door, and Anko lead Team 6 inside. The Snake Mistress looked startled to see Team 8 present. She looked to the Hokage and said, "Sorry, sir, are we too early? I was told to meet here around this time to go over an assignment for me and my squad." "No, Anko, you're right on time," the old man said, anticipating the headache. Team 6 assembled before the Hokage's desk with little comment. After 2 months with the Snake Mistress, both Hibachi and Ami knew when to keep their mouths shut. That didn't stop the light brown-haired boy from shooting Naruto a glare. He still wore his green sock cap and had his headband tied around his neck like Hinata. "Anko, I was just informing Kurenai of a joint assignment you and your team shall be going on with Team 8. Hiruzen began. She can fill you in on the mission specifics herself. The 8 of you will leave in the morning to head for the Land of Bear. Pack for at least a week's travel." Here the old man paused and passed both Jounin a scroll. "These papers will allow you to enter Bear. Present them to the samurai outpost guarding Lightning Way. From there processed to Deadfall Village. Don't dawdle too long in an area patrolled by Cloud Shinobi. Even in times of peace, there are those that seek conflict for the sake of amusement and pleasure. Good luck to you all." All Shinobi present bowed respectfully and left to get ready. Haruno residence. Sakura walked through her front door nervously. The young girl was worried about telling her mom about the C-rank mission. Luckily, as it was early, still Mabuki would still be at her lunch with Cho Matsuno. Well, that was what the Kunoichi thought until she heard her mom's fake laugh ring out from the tea room. The Pinkette tried to close the door quietly, but it gave out a loud squeak. "Damn dry hinges. I knew I should have oiled those things," Sakura thought as she heard a chair scoot back quickly over wood. Looking up, the girl watched her mom nervously poke her head around the corner of the small entrance hallway's left side. The Pinkette noticed she was wearing an expensive-looking silk kimono. "Oh, honey, you scared me. I wasn't expecting you home this early." "Yeah, sorry, Mom, but something came up and Kurenai-sensei let us go early," the Pinkette explained with a nervous laugh and head rub. Sakura was hoping that her dad would be present when she explained about the C-ranked mission. Mabuki smiled happily and said, "Well then, why don't you join us after cleaning up a little deer?" Me, Cho, and her son had a pleasant lunch and decided to come back her for tea. The girl couldn't see a way around it, so agreed with her mom. Walking to her room, Sakura grabbed a quick change of clothes and made for the shower. After washing, the girl changed into an older red shirt uniform, complete with a full weapons holster and headband to remind all present she was a kunoichi. Checking herself in the mirror and finding everything satisfactory, she made for the tea room. Walking in, the girl saw her mom sitting on the left-sided red silk floor pillow of a small brown table. On the right side floor pillow sat Lady Matsuno. The older, slightly plump lady was wearing too much makeup with her black hair in a traditional bun. The kimono she wore was gold with wide open cuffs at the end of the sleeves. Her son, an older version of Sasuke Uchiha with short black combed hair and blue eyes, was wearing an all-black kimono over his very thin figure. He stood quickly at seeing Sakura and bowed low. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Sakura-chan." "Likewise, Minori-san." The kunoichi answered automatically, putting slight emphasis on san. The boy reached out to take her hand to kiss. Sakura was a little embarrassed by being shown such attention by the older, attractive boy. She accidentally squeezed her thumb and forefinger together, hurting his hand. The boy winced a little but gave no comment. The Pinkette sat down with a slight embarrassed blush while ignoring her mom's annoyed eyes. "So, Minori-san, how have you been?" Sakura asked politely in hopes of starting some kind of conversation. "I heard you were apprenticed to the Bankers Guild in the capital. How has that been going so far?" The handsome boy took a moment to gather his thoughts. "It's been going well as expected. I've always had a good head for numbers and finances, so the work comes easy to me. Master Hisao Seiko says I'm one of the best students he ever taught. It probably won't take me long to reach senpai, so as to help my master in training other pupils. Minori took a moment to take a drink of tea before asking, "How are your shinobi studies coming along?" Lady Haruno mentioned something about medical training and the violin. "I don't see how a musical instrument will help you, though." An annoyed Sakura forcibly kept a polite smile on her face as she answered, "I'm doing quite well in the medical arts. I've learned the basics of the mystical palm jutsu and the chakra scalpel. Unfortunately, I'm having difficulty with jinjutsu, but hoping to use music as a way to advance further. I'm probably the best at basic illusions on my team, but my other kunoichi teammate, Hyuga Hinata, has found an effective way to place command-based jutsu on enemies. However, neither of us are even close to our other teammate, Uzumaki Naruto. His jinjutsu is already high chunin." The pinkette didn't miss the look of disdain that crossed the faces of both Cho and Minori at the mention of her blonde friend. Sakura knew her mom probably had a similar look cross her face as well without looking. She didn't know what their problem with Naruto was, but most civilians had the same reaction when the troublemaker was mentioned. It was annoying. The girl figured the big secret Hinata knew was behind the hostility, but her parents refused to talk about it when she brought it up. They had simply told the girl it was none of her business and to let it go. But Sakura was like a hungry dog with a bone and refused to relinquish her curiosity. Mabuki, trying to shift the focus away from the boy her daughter had been pestering everyone about, quickly asked her quests. "So, I hear there was some big buzz about a land deal. Your company purchased a silver mine in the land of tigers, Lady Cho." This was the moment Sakura began tuning everyone out while analyzing her mother's guests. She had heard this kind of talk before anyway. Usually it involved someone getting swindled, so these pompous fools could get fatter wallets. It was always the same with their parents and their friends. They sat around talking about the money they had, the money they lost, and the money they'd made. They also gossiped about each other and talked behind one another's backs continuously. Seriously, the pinkette didn't think that any of the civilian lords and ladies liked the other nobles unless there was wealth on the line. Minori himself wasn't any better than his own mother. The boy acted polite and respectful when it suited him, but Sakura had witnessed him interact with common people, those whose asses he didn't have to kiss in order to get ahead in life. He could be a real snob to restaurant staff and shopkeepers. It galled her greatly that this was the guy her mom wanted to saddle her with forever in holy matrimony. Yes, he was the heir of a rich civilian clan and very handsome, but the pinkette wasn't that shallow. Take her Sasuke Koen, for example. Everyone assumed she liked him because he was hot and nothing else. The truth was she saw the pain he tried to hide whenever their eyes met. The girl knew the Uchiha was filled with anger, rage, and sorrow, so all she wanted to do was make him happy. Her heart ached every time he shut people out instead of letting them in to help his loneliness. Yes, the pinkette had noticed, just like every other kunoichi in her class, the raven-haired boy was indeed the most handsome boy of their age group, but there was so much more to her infatuations than that. Sakura came out of her dazed inner musing when she noticed the conversation had stopped. Looking up, she noticed her mother giving her a fake smile while keeping her annoyance from showing. Mabuki seemed to be waiting for an answer and asked, "Well, dear." The young girl smiled sheepishly and apologized. "Sorry, but I wasn't paying attention. What was the question again?" The older blonde Haruno said while continuing to hold her fake smile. Lady Cho asked if you've been on any exciting missions yet. "Oh, I apologize for my lack of attention, Lady Matsuno. I meant no offense." The green-eyed kunoichi began recovering nervously. "Oh well, the first mission I was on involved saving a small puppy from a hungry tiger, but since then not much else exciting has happened." "A tiger?" Cho exclaimed. "How did your team pull that off?" She wasn't the only one curious either. The young girl had purposely not told her mother about the incident because of the constant worrying. The story had just slipped out before she could catch herself. Trying to downplay the whole thing, the pinkette quickly said, "It was easy. Naruto scared the thing with a genjutsu, and Hinata caught the puppy. Naruto at first tried to lure the tiger away with an imagined female version of the species wearing lipstick. When that failed, he created an imagined larger male tiger to threaten the real one. A tiger wearing lipstick? Minori asked, confused. Was he joking around? Sakura laughed, amused, and explained. No, Naruto's a goof and didn't understand how tigers became attracted to one another. He really thought it would work. The blue-eyed boy scoffed. What a complete idiot. To think they allowed someone that stupid to be a genin. The older boy's harsh words caused Sakura to stop laughing immediately. She fixed the pompous jerk with an icy glare. Naruto's not that bad. He's actually a natural strategist when it comes to pranks and battle plans. He may not be able to think 5 moves ahead, but he does have a good sense of what the target's reactions will be based on his own attacks. He's quite good at knowing where to lay the follow-up second trap to accomplish what the first was just setting up. Minori didn't say anything in response to Sakura's harsh glare. He honestly didn't believe this little girl was a threat to him or anyone else, which just showed how stupid he was. The little after-lunching tea party ended soon after, and both Matsuno clan members left politely. The older boy straightened his black kimono and bowed to the pinkette at the front door. It was lovely to see you again, Sakura-chan. Perhaps we can get together for lunch tomorrow? I must leave the day after to return to the capital and would like to spend more time with you. The green-eyed girl cringed inwardly as she explained. As much as I would love that, Minori-san, I'm leaving on a mission tomorrow morning for the land of bears. Bears? Mabuki squawked, alarmed. Sensing an argument coming, Cho bowed nervously. Well, he must be going. Good luck on your mission, Sakura dear, and please be safe. The plump woman lead her son from the apartment, quickly, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire between mother and daughter. Later that night, Naruto sat on his bedroom floor meditating. He had just come from a very large, satisfying meal at Ichiraku's ramen bar and taken a bath. The young boy was all packed up and ready to go for the morning. However, he was too excited to sleep and hoped the meditation would calm him a little. Stretching out his mental awareness, the young blonde began trying to feel out individual chakras across the village. He sensed his GG still at work in his office. He sensed the various tuning guards he knew from visiting the Hokage's manor across the village. Some he sensed were on duty at this very moment, and he also sensed his teammates. Hinata's chakra was calm and steady, signaling the boy she was already asleep. However, Sakura's chakra was churning around in a torrent of uncontrolled movement, something that was highly unusual for the natural-born chakra controller. Focusing more on his friend, the blonde saw in his mind's eye tears of frustration falling down her face while she laid in bed. Feeling 2 smaller energies clashing not far away from his pinkette teammate, the Jinchuriki followed the feel and witnessed 2 people he didn't know arguing in another room. A man with dark pink hair and a woman with short dark blonde hair. The boy tried to make out what they were saying, but couldn't read their lips. The woman was emphasizing some angry point, though, by jabbing her finger into the man's chest accusingly. Feeling guilty, Naruto snapped out of his meditation. This morning he had saw Hinata approach, but forgot about it until now. Using his ability to spy on his neighbors, friends, and fellow villagers was wrong. So he resolved himself to never do it unless there was reason to believe they needed his help. Closing his eyes again, the blonde entered a state of deep calm once again. This time he decided to feel for his sensei. Kurenai lived further away than Sakura and Hinata, so the boy figured this would be a real challenge. Upon finding his team leader's chakra, though, the boy became worried. Judging by what Naruto was feeling, it was as if the older woman was fighting someone he didn't know. Desperately, the boy focused hard on his precious person in hopes of finding some way to help. The shadowy image of a darkened room came first, confusing the boy. Why would his sensei fight someone in her bedroom? The outline of various furniture came next, and the bed itself followed right after. Naruto tried to see who his sensei was fighting, but the covers were in the way. Finally, the blankets slipped down a little, and the young Jinchuriki saw a man's head that sported a chin-strap beard and spiky black hair. He rolled off of Kurenai, showing the boy his sensei's red eyes and happy, flushed face. Naruto snapped out of his meditation mortified. At the last moment, it finally dawned on him exactly what was going on. Deciding he had meditated enough, the boy jumped into bed and covered himself completely from head to toe with his blanket. Stunned, a thought sounded between the blonde's ears. Thank log the covers were covering Sensei. I mean, what would I have saw if Sakura-chan had been taking a shower instead of crying in bed? Until sleep finally took him, the Jinchuriki kept repeating a mantra over and over again. I am not a pervert. I am not a pervert. I will not spy on my teammates again because I am not a pervert.